surgery recovery videos.
Yeah.
And I saw all these tattooed up bros that were like, oh, it's the most pain you'll ever be in. Man, screw that. Like, you've been in way worse pain than that. It's like getting your butt kicked pretty bad, and that's about it.
I love Marines. Brian, you're the best, brother.
Fast.
I'm going to bring my son out there. I want him to meet you, okay? He's 15.
Hey, please do.
Yeah,
just hit me up on my cell phone.
All right, my man. Thanks, Brian. There's a hell of a man there.
Listen to the Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Oh, man, it's cool. He's a badass. Come on, man. His backstory, he was an insanely highly decorated Marine. Veteran, saw combat. I mean, seriously. Goes to Carnegie Mellon in the robotics department. He was genius level. Seriously. And then says, oh, I got this idea, and here we are. I want to mention it again for 2 reasons. Number one, that he's so damn loyal to country and Pittsburgh. You heard what he's talking about, right? His daughter's 14. She's at work. He wants to stay in Pittsburgh, wants to manufacture in Pittsburgh. Come on, man. I've met a lot of young people who are geniuses that have startups from Carnegie Mellon. The university is insanely cool. And with all due respect to their idea, what happens is, and I know I've seen this actually firsthand in my own family, they get this idea, and Patrick knows this, they get funded by these accelerators, venture capital companies in San Francisco, and they're gone. My daughter's boyfriend, quite frankly, his startup, he's from Carnegie Mellon, funded in San Francisco, and that's where he is. No, actually, he's in Turkey, where they're growing the company. What my man Brian did was, he said, hell with that. I'm staying here, man. I'm building here. And then to add to that, this kidney thing. He makes it so casual. But it's not, man. So he's created 100 jobs. The company's exploding with his AI. He's going to be a zillionaire, could care less. He wears T-shirts and hats, which makes him even cooler. And he loves Pittsburgh and had the chutzpah to donate a kidney to a stranger to save someone's life. And he's diminishing the pain level, but he's now the 3rd person I know that did this. And Patrick, you know this. You've heard the same thing. The pain is insane.
Yeah.
What I was told.
Yeah, and I've always heard that it is worse for the donor than the recipient.
But
the recovery is harder.
He manned up.
Sure did.
And he's loyal. And he's a patriot. He's a father. He's a king, man.
Inspiring.
Oh, I love him. He's inspiring. In case you were watching the stream or weren't, my man stood up and showed us his scar. Trevin, kind of a cool guy, you know what I'm saying? I mean, really.
Oh, yeah, Brian was awesome. I talked to him a little bit off the mic. But, yeah, he's cool.
He's a player, man.
That's amazing.
They just fired one of my favorite people. Ha! Pam Bondi. Mm-hmm. She's going to go work for Judge Judy, maybe. Just got fired. Just fired. Aw. She was so good. Not.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Have you ever felt like you were living just a B or B+ life? It's so dangerous to live that, more dangerous than a B- or a C+ life, because when you're living a B or B+ life, you don't change it. You think it's good enough. Is it? I'm Susie Welch. I host a podcast called Becoming You. People think, okay, an A+ life is not available to me, but there is a way. We are all in the process of becoming ourselves. Listen to Becoming You wherever you get your podcasts.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly sunny and 77 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1:30. I'm Paul Alexander.
CBS News special report. President Trump has decided to replace Pam Bondi as Attorney General. Sources tell CBS News the president was not satisfied with how she pursued some of the criminal investigations into his political opponents. CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes.
She will be leaving her post. She has been informed that she will no longer be Attorney General.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche will serve as acting AG until the president chooses a permanent replacement.
What we are told by multiple sources is that she will be leaving her post. She has been informed that she will no longer be Attorney General, but that she will be offered another post within the administration. And that is kind of President Trump's preferred route when he grows dissatisfied with someone in his cabinet in this second term.
EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, whom the Senate already confirmed for his current job, will likely be Bondi's replacement. Again, Pam Bondi out as Attorney General. CBS News special report. I'm Michael Wallace.
The Pirates are calling up Connor Griffin for tomorrow's home opener. Considered the top minor league prospect in Major League Baseball, Griffin was reassigned to minor league camp after hitting 4 home runs during spring training.
Curveball swung on, hit high in the air, deep to left field. Davis back, turning around, and Connor Griffin has hit another home run. The 19-year-old Pirates shortstop has homered.
In 5 AAA games with Indianapolis, Griffin has 7 hits, including 3 doubles. He was hitting .438. Again, Connor Griffin will be probably in the lineup for tomorrow's home opener when the Pirates host Baltimore. First pitch at 4:12. There's talk about potential vaccines for humans now against Lyme disease. Dr. Mike Hutchinson of Animal General in Cranberry Township says, based on our tick population, that would be a godsend.
And the real neat thing is the technology that they're talking about using is the exact same technology we use on dogs, and that I like a lot. I've been using it for years now on dogs. Very, very few reactions to it, and I mean that, very few reactions to it.
Unfortunately, he says there's no timeline for when this new vaccine may hit the market. Two sons of the area will headline the NFL Draft Entertainment Series. The league announced Wiz Khalifa and Bret Michaels will be performing the weekend of the draft. A report from Billboard says Khalifa will perform on Friday evening before rounds 2 and 3, as will Michaels. Khalifa said, "This city raised me, and the energy here is different." Michaels said he cannot be more honored, excited, and fired up as a Pittsburgh native and a diehard fan of the Steelers. This is a dream come true. All of the performances will take place at the theater next to Acrisure Stadium. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 121 points, the Nasdaq down 16, the S&P 500 down 5 points. KDKA Radio News Time is 1:32. Our next update at 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, warmer weather in Pittsburgh means storm season. It's here. Winds, rain, unexpected damage. The question isn't if it can happen, it's are you ready when it does? ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they're ready 24/7, 365. They'll respond to you. Be ready before that storm hits. Yep. Demand that yellow van. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. The best call to make in the worst situation.
Demand the yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and some intervals of sun and much warmer for the rest of today with a shower or thunderstorm high 80. Partly to mostly cloudy and warm tonight. There can be a shower or thunderstorm, the low just 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10. The Big K Morning Show will get you ready for a very big weekend and opening day for the Bucks on a Good Friday.
So much whiskey. That was a hell of a story, man. Patrick, how impressive was that?
I mean, wow. Show me the scar. All right, here you go.
Oh, I just. Lance O'Brien, 'tis a fine day, lad. Can I ask you something?
Absolutely.
Completely out of the boundaries of what you do at MediConnect. It's never happened. 35 to 50% of Americans are getting homes financed at 5x their income. Now, my man, if you go to a real estate guy today and they try and sell you a house that's any more over 2.5x your salary, you can't afford that house. People are going nuts because they can't buy a house. 5x, brother. You know that? You know how hard it is?
I did not know that. That's insane, though.
No, you talk. This is why this is relevant, because you know this stuff so damn well. You got folks right now that are trying to balance the cost of paying for their coverage.
Yep.
And then exploding rent and housing costs.
Fuel now.
Fuel. But how do you manage it, the health care, when they say, I'll just cut back or I won't pay for that? What do you tell them? Do you lecture them? Are you trying to be honest with them? You could die kind of stuff?
I mean, obviously, I don't think anybody should ever go without health care, right? You know, now there's a lot of discussions that can be had around that about how do we accomplish that. But I still will contend, you know, and this wasn't what we were going to talk about initially, so this is just gut reaction.
It's just pivoting.
Yeah, like to me, the cost of what people pay for Medicare and what they get really is a pretty good deal.
It is, the way you lay it out.
Yeah, like, you know, again, I would go to Medicare in a heartbeat if I could, right?
Same.
A lot of employers, if they could have what Medicare covers for the cost, because again, $200 to somebody that is living on a fixed income of $1,800, which is the average Social Security check, that is a lot. Like, it's 10%, it's 10% of their income, right? That's a lot, right? But for the most part, there's not a ton of out-of-pocket costs when it comes to that, right? So, like, I would never go without insurance if it's humanly possible.
Yeah.
I would never go with straight Medicare, right? Because there is too much risk there.
Supplement.
Yeah, you need either a supplement or an Advantage plan.
Oh, yeah.
And again, some people poo-poo the Advantage plans because, you know, there's prior authorization. It's more managed care, things like that. And I get it, right? But, like, I'd rather have somebody enrolled in a zero premium Medicare Advantage plan that will give them a max out-of-pocket. Meaning, you know, because on the red, white, and blue card, Marty, 150 days in the hospital is going to cost you $60,000, and you have to pay every penny of that.
Whoa, seriously?
Yeah, seriously, because there's no max out of pocket, right? So
does that happen?
Yeah, it happens. Yeah. Now again, it doesn't happen super frequently because a lot of people do.
That could happen.
It could happen, right? So, you know, now again, if somebody can afford the supplement, I can understand why they would say this is the insurance to go with. But you got to be able to invest about $450 a month of your income to get that type of coverage. Now again, if somebody's living on $1,800, now we're not talking about 10%. We're talking about 25% of your income just to have health coverage.
And then throw in the house.
The
car.
Rising gas prices, which means delivery prices rise, which mean food prices rise, which mean it all rises. Then it gets incredibly difficult.
Wow. Okay, so I heard something this morning, and Patrick and I have been doing some research. So Lilly has this new GLP-1 drug. It's a pill.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cooler because you don't have to take it at certain times of day. You don't have to inject it, blah, blah, blah. And Lilly says, call us directly, and we'll sell it directly to you at $125 a month. Is that going to happen more and more?
Well, a lot of and this is one of the things people don't realize, is that there's assistance programs out there, but a lot of these drugs companies, they have assistance as well. Right. You can file for a grant or whatever, right? But I can see it happening more because think about it this way. If they can get $125 directly from the consumer without having to deal with all the insurance stuff, then there probably would be beneficial for them to do that.
Wow. But consumers don't think that, so they just pay it.
There's something in the consumer psyche, Marty, that they're like, I can't go outside my insurance to fulfill my prescriptions. which is crazy when you think about it, right? Like, what people do need to understand is insurance is there to hopefully get you the best price. But if insurance can't get you the best price, who cares about the insurance? Go get it outside of the insurance and get the best price.
I've never, Patrick, have you ever had to do that? I've never had to do that once. Have you, Lance?
Yes.
Have you? What is it? What drug?
Well, originally when I was getting my Rybelsus, it was going to be
What is that?
$400 a month. That was the first GLP-1 pill for type 2 diabetics. It was going to be like $400 a month. I went through Lilly, and there was a manufacturer's coupon, and I got it for $25 a month.
Wow.
I'm doing it right now.
For what drug?
When I had my stent put in, they put me on fish oil. Like, it was $225 on my insurance. I use GoodRx, and I get it for $67.
Whoa.
And then they put me on Prasugrel, which is a blood thinner. Again, that one was about $70 a month. I'm getting it for $30 outside of my insurance. I'm just using GoodRx. And the thing of it is the first time I gave them the coupons for GoodRx, I went back to pick them up a second time, and they already had the information stored on my record, and they just gave them to me for the cheaper price.
So, to both of you, this is an avenue most people don't go down, is it, Patrick?
No, not until they finally discover it. My wife has one that I learned from Lance, gabapentin. It's more expensive through insurance than it is through one of these other, like GoodRx.
Yeah. And that's one we have talked about here in the studio before. And that's
What's Cuban's company?
Cost Plus. Yeah.
Anything from them?
Cost Plus is good. I mean, again, whether it's Cuban, whether it's the Trump RX, because they're kind of Cost Plus, right?
Yeah.
Or locally in Westview, Blueberry Pharmacy.
Wow. Yeah.
Right, like
cool.
there's a local one where you could go pick it up or whatever. And again, generally the way the Cost Pluses are working, Marty, is it's the price plus like a 15% markup for the operational costs, right? And then there's a lot of times where you can save money there.
Wow. So folks have to do some homework.
Or talk to someone who knows.
Your people.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I want to get this. Is it Mr. Butler?
Hello? This is Dave in Butler. Hello?
It says Mr. Butler. All right, Dave. Go ahead.
All right.
Can you hear me?
We have UPMC for life. And the one shot I have to give my wife every 2 weeks is $1,500 a shot.
What?
But the UPMC for life is covered. All we got to pay is the Medicare is, I think, $2,100 out of pocket this year. And once you pay that, everything's covered. All our other medicines, Eliquis, all that stuff is covered.
So that's why you have that coverage.
That's one of the big changes that came out of the Inflation Reduction Act. Right? They got rid of the donut hole.
Oh.
And they capped what you could pay on your medications every year, which is what the caller's referencing is $2,100, which this was a great change.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you don't have insurance, just think about it, $1,500 every 2 weeks.
Whoa.
Yeah, so this is actually a great call because it's the antithesis of what we were just talking about. This is where insurance really shows itself out because now this guy is getting a massive discount on his prescription.
And without it, sir, you can't afford that. You can't afford that.
No, hell no. But here's the other thing. Last year, the end of the year, UPMC sends you a thing saying how much they paid out over the year. For just my wife, it was $76,000 they paid out.
It's a great call.
It is a great call, and honestly, this goes into a ton of other questions. This is why there's been so much changes to the plans, Marty, because these insurance companies, with the changes of the Inflation Reduction Act, had to pick up a lot more of the prescription costs. So because they're picking up a lot more of the prescription costs, it's impacting some of the other benefits. That's why, like, a caller might say, why did my dental go down? Why did my vision benefit go down? Why do I have less over-the-counter this year than I had before? It's because they're trying to cover some of these prescription costs that they didn't have to cover before the Inflation Reduction Act, right? So it's all tied together.
It's amazing. Can you hang?
Yep.
Lance O'Brien, Mediconnect.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And now for a business news update from the Pittsburgh Business Times. I'm managing editor Mike Larson. The Homer City Energy Campus, which includes one of the largest natural gas plants in development in the United States, has now begun construction on one of its permanent buildings. Homer City Redevelopment LLC announced yesterday the first steel and vertical construction of the site has started. It follows the completion of the demolition on the 3,200-acre site, which had until several years ago been a coal-fired power plant. The first structure under construction is the steel frame of the gas-insulated switchgear building, where high-voltage electrical equipment that connects the PJM grid will be located. Also, Big Burrito Restaurant Group's Altavia is moving into a new kind of market, rolling out fresh pastas and sauces to select Market District prepared food sections. Altavia has locations in Fox Chapel and Market Square, as well as a sister pizzeria concept in Bakery Square. A range of the restaurant's pastas include egg fettuccine, rigatoni, and more, as well as sauces including vodka sauce, classic bread, and mushroom bolognese, which is now available at the Waterworks and Wexford Market Districts, with plans to expand for more soon. For more on these stories and other local business news, log on to PittsburghBusinessTimes.com.
It's Marty Griffin on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Lance O'Brien with Mediconnect. So, considering what we're talking about with expenses, when you get folks who call you at Mediconnect and say, I can't afford insurance, how do you talk them off that financial ledge?
Yeah, so the first thing we do is we go into a full needs analysis, right? Like, they can't afford what they have right now. Do they have the best coverage for their situation right now? Then becomes the question, like, are there plans out there that would cover their prescriptions for, a better price? Is there a plan, like, can they not afford the monthly premium? Is there a way that they can get into a premium that may reduce their benefits a little bit, right? But it also still gives them quality coverage, right? So it really comes down to, because affording something is relative if you don't really know why they can't afford it. So it really starts with a full needs analysis of their health issues, their finances, because sometimes, unfortunately, what happens, Marty, and we see this a lot, is a spouse dies.
Yeah.
Right, and then there is a significant decline in income, and what they were able to afford before, they can't afford at that point in time. So then it's like, well, what... Our goal when we meet with somebody is always to get them the best coverage that they can personally afford. And that is different for everybody.
So you have folks that can't afford insurance, and they just bypass having insurance. And if they can't afford insurance, they certainly can't afford prescriptions. So they go without anything.
Well, we're seeing that more in the individual space prior to Medicare.
Oh, wow.
Right. So if somebody's not Medicare age yet, they're not working for an employer, and they have to get insurance on their own.
Yes.
With the changes of doing away with the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, right? Like, we saw more people in that situation this year, right? So we have seen people go without insurance, or just like, I can't afford it. Now they're usually on the younger side, right?
Okay, give me an example of what that would cost them that they can't afford.
Yeah, so again, if they're in their 40s or so, and they're not maybe working full time, it is, they could be looking at, $500 if they're not getting a month, if they're not getting tax credits, Yeah, it could certainly look like that. Tax credits are the big thing. If they get the tax credits, it does make it more affordable.
$6,000 a month. $6,000 a year.
$6,000 a year, yeah.
Does that include prescriptions?
That just is to have the plan. Yeah.
What do you tell them?
Well, again, I'm going to revert back to I try to encourage anybody nobody to ever go without insurance. Because at that point in time, you're just rolling a very scary dice.
These are the folks that just show up at the ER.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, again, some people are like, well, if I don't have insurance, they're just going to cover me, right? Well, that creates a whole nother problem, right? Because that puts a massive strain on state systems, taxes, the healthcare system in general.
And you can't do that with scripts. You can't just show up at the pharmacy and say, give me my scripts.
Yeah, generally you got to have some method for them to actually do the payment. Now, again, if you don't have insurance, that's where the Good RXs of the world and things like that will come into effect. But one of the things people don't realize about Cost Plus or the Good RX is it's not like that's blanket for every medication that's out there, right? Like,
Great point.
I'm not going to be able to go with my Wegovy and get a Good RX coupon and think that's going to save me money. It's not. There's a lot of drugs out there where the Good RX coupon is the exact same price as what you'd have to pay if you had to pay retail costs. Oh. Right, so it's not a magic potion, to say it that way. There are certain drugs where you can get it. To Patrick's point earlier, the gabapentin, we just know from working with so many people, regardless of their age, that generally that's a drug you're consistently going to get cheaper outside of your insurance.
It's amazing. Why though?
Honestly, that one has some issues. It's for neuropathy. Usually diabetics use it, but there was a season probably 5 or 6 years ago, not to give anybody any ideas that's listening, but they were kind of crushing it up, using it for nefarious reasons.
Oh, getting high.
Yeah. Huh. Faster results. And again, that is, that puts more risk on the insurance company too, right? So they're making it maybe a little bit more difficult to get at a cost-effective price.
At MediConnect, you get calls from folks who choose cat food over prescription drugs. They do for their cats.
Yeah, I don't know if it's cat food as much, but I'm sure it's happening, right? Dog food, their animals, their pets. Right. I mean, especially if they're living alone. I mean, that's their constant source. I mean, society's changed so much.
You talk them out of that, though.
Yeah, we're always trying to talk people out of going without.
Or cutting a pill in half.
Yeah. No, for sure, because I saw a story not too long ago that there was a man in his 30s who was rationing his insulin because he couldn't afford his insulin.
Yes.
Well, guess what ended up happening?
He died. Yes, so that.
Right, because, again, the thought process of the consumer is, I got to make this last so that I can afford everything else. But they're not doctors, right? And, there's reasons those doctors are giving dosages and things of that nature. So, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done on the healthcare system in our country at every level, honestly.
I don't want to lose you before I ask you this. We had the Attorney General on, was it yesterday, Patrick, or the day before? Massive fraud in Medicare, Medicaid in Pennsylvania. He says, and we point out a dozen issues. Legit concerns?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure. And I think unfortunately it's nationwide, right? We were talking before the segments even started today. We don't have a taxation problem in our country. I really believe that. We're more people. Our revenue base is bigger than it's ever been before.
Great point.
We have a spending problem and a fraud problem in our country. Right, and I do think, unfortunately, it's pretty holistic, not just in the state of Pennsylvania and the two programs of Medicare and Medicaid, but it is nationwide. We talked about it a few weeks ago when it comes to hospice, right? Like out in California, there's fraud there,
Oh, massive.
Yeah. I mean, if we could get the money actually funneled and channeled the way that it would, we would see significant improvements across the board.
I got to ask you this before you go. It's completely off this conversation. Will you go downtown for the NFL draft?
I am planning to.
Wow.
Yep.
Why?
Well, I mean, I got season tickets right to the Steelers. My son-in-law, my daughter want to come up and to them, it's a once in a lifetime experience. Pittsburgh's probably never going to hold the draft again in my lifetime. So I'm up for a once in a lifetime experience. I'll probably pull my hair out when I'm doing it, but yeah.
And about your business, MediConnect has exploded. Your success is tremendous. But you folks have decided to stay here and grow here. Why stay in Pittsburgh when you could go somewhere else and do better, maybe financially.
Yeah, I mean, we are growing incredibly rapidly. There's a massive Medicare population here. I mean, per percentage of population, Allegheny County is the second highest county in the country.
Oh,
next,
is it?
Yeah, next to Dade County, Florida.
Oh, is it?
So there's a very high population here. But I'll speak for Brian, the owner of the company, who's not here. If anybody's ever heard him talk about even starting this business and why he did, is because he met with a cop's wife who just got everything screwed up when her husband died. And that was why he started it. And he says, I'm a son of the city. This is my home, right? And this isn't my home from the standpoint I wasn't born and raised here, but I moved here in 2002. So we just have affinity for the people of Pittsburgh. A lot of them are hardworking blue collar people.
Is the workforce here?
Yeah.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so like for us, it's pouring back into the city. There's a lot of people that are turning 65 that we can help and make this simple so they don't have to deal with some of the tragics
it's amazing
that we've talked about today.
It's amazing what you do. My brother, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's amazing stuff. Really important. MediConnect.
We're only 21 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on April 10th, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
You served behind the desk. You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted. You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. And you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly sunny and 77 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. CBS News White House correspondent Nancy Cordes says President Trump has fired U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
The job will be taken over by her number two, the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who was President Trump's lead defense attorney in his hush money trial, so someone who has also proven to be very loyal to the President of the United States. But there have been other names floated as possible long-term Attorney General cabinet members that would have to, of course, go through the confirmation process. And the name we hear the most is Lee Zeldin, who is a former congressman from New York and currently is the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency.
Nancy Cordes with CBS News. The Laurel Highlands School District is hiring counsel to look into its policies and handling of investigations involving two teachers. News Radio KDK's David Botterato has more.
In a special school board meeting Wednesday night, members voted to hire MBM Law to conduct the investigation. 2 teachers, Daniel Cervone and Martin Gaddy, were accused of having separate, inappropriate relationships with students. District Attorney Mike Auble said last week on social media, if students are being told to be silent, that is unacceptable, and his office will prosecute if a witness or victim is being intimidated. Board President Marcus Donano says the board stands with the community and shares its outrage over the sexual misconduct allegations. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
It's going to be an extremely busy construction season. PennDOT's Jason Zhang says here in Pittsburgh, there are 58 projects going out for bid this year, worth nearly $380 million.
In construction, there will be 110 projects in 2026. So not only are we letting new projects out, but we are also continuing projects that have been in construction.
The big project is the Commercial Street Bridge replacement, which will lead to a 25-day closure of the Parkway. Plus, they'll begin work on a $58 million renovation of the Parkway West, 2230 interchange. Other ongoing projects include more work on 51 from Coal Valley Road to Lebanon Church Road, work on Lebanon Church Road, and to the north, I-79, 910 Wexford interchange. Baseball's top prospect will join the Pirates for tomorrow's home opener. News Radio KDK's Paul Rasmussen has more.
Oh, now the fly ball here for Connor Griffin. That is up towards the Green Monster and long gone. Second home run of the game for Connor Griffin.
Friday's home opener will be even more special as the Bucks are promoting Griffin from Indianapolis, looking to improve production at shortstop. In his first 16 at-bats in AAA, Griffin racked up 7 hits, including 3 doubles for a .438 average. That also includes 5 walks against just 4 strikeouts. Welcome to the show, Connor. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
2 sons of the area will headline the NFL Draft Entertainment Series. The league announced Wiz Khalifa and Bret Michaels will be performing the weekend of the draft. A report from Billboard says Khalifa will perform on Friday evening before rounds 2 and 3, as will Michaels. Khalifa said, "This city raised me, and the energy here is different." Michaels said, "Cannot be more honored, excited, and fired up. As a Pittsburgh native and a diehard fan of the Steelers, this is a dream come true." All of the performances will take place at the theater next to Acrisure Stadium. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 195 points, and Nasdaq down 80. The S&P 500 down 19 points. KDK Sports, as you just heard, Connor Griffin will be on board for the home opener tomorrow for the Bucks. They will host the Orioles. First pitch at 4:12. Pens in Florida tonight to take on Tampa Bay. Puck drop at 7. KDK Radio News Time 2:03. Right now, mostly sunny and 77 degrees in Pittsburgh. Your AccuWeather forecast is next.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. But they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Becoming warmer again for the rest of today with clouds and some sun at times, along with a shower or thunderstorm, the high topping out at around 80. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy and quite mild with a shower or thunderstorm in places, low 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Times of clouds and sunshine through the rest of this afternoon. It will be quite warm with a thunderstorm in spots, high near 80. And a warm night tonight with a shower around, low 65. And still warm with an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow, high 77. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction or your money back. File in the Credit Karma app.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. We got lots to get into today. Happy Thursday to you, and it is beautiful. This is Margot's Friday, so she just said to me, and we agreed on this, let's make this a fast one. Let's get through it. Man, she's right, because we want to get outside and get the heck out of here. NASCO Roofing, instant access to all our shows, just a click away. Email us, instantacesskdkradio.com. I want to welcome in to start the show because there's big news. Big news in Pirateville. And speaking of Pirateville, quick show tomorrow, 2-hour show, 2 to 4 tomorrow because 412 is the first pitch. I'll be right there on Federal Street somewhere. Come find me if you like. And if you don't like, that's fine either way because I'll be doing the show from there. But I want to welcome in a friend of the show and our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, to get going today because of news in Pirate Land. Hi, Jeff. How are you?
What's up, Colin?
Not much. Connor Griffin. It was revealed a few hours ago. They were already going to have a sellout crowd. They were already going to have a lot of people there. I think this is, well, it's merit-based, number one, but it also gives a punch into the second and the third and the fourth home game, one would think. What went into this decision and why now?
Yeah, I got to think a contract extension is coming here real quick. I think this is going to be married together. Like, if it's not the first day, it's going to be really soon that you're going to see him get somewhere like an 8-year extension. To your point, it's merit-based. What he did last year, he's the top prospect in all of baseball. He handled everything. There was some talk that, hey, we want to give him a few more at-bats at AAA. Well, he did that, and he excelled there. And I think they saw in the first series maybe a couple of games, or if Connor could have run into one, maybe one of those games changes.
Jeff Hathorn joining. Connor Griffin going to be up tomorrow. He is. It's announced that he'll be up. He'll start at shortstop, one would think. Tell me the nuts and bolts in the construction of this and how he will fold into the guys who are already, and look, it's a young team, but how he will fold into the guys who are already established.
Yeah, the thing is, they don't need him to be Superman right away. Because if Cruz is hitting and if O'Hearn is hitting and if Lau's got 3 home runs already, like, they don't need him to be that impact. He could bat 6th, 7th in the lineup to start out with and kind of work his way into the majors. So you probably won't see him at the top part of the lineup, but at some point he's going to be there and be there for a long time.
Explain to me the dynamics of all this, because I know that this happened with a couple of young players from the Braves. It happened with some other players. If you're 19 years old, like Connor Griffin is, and you say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and buy out those arbitration years. And this is if a long-term deal comes down the pike in the next 24 hours or even the next little while. Why wouldn't you bet on yourself that you're going to outplay that in the long term? Why would you ink now? I'm not saying it's the right or wrong move. I'm just trying to get into the dynamics of it.
So I wonder with his family history, his dad's a college softball coach. So he's seen great players, and he knows that his son is a great player and probably understands what you're saying. But he's also invariably coached great players that have dealt with injuries and may never have been the same, may never have been what they thought they were going to be. Things happen. And when you're talking about, we're talking about a neighborhood of around $130 million. That's generational wealth. And if it is, say, 8 years, 130, just throw that number out there. In 8 years, he's going to be 28. So he still has a chance to have a gargantuan contract if he plays like the projections are.
We've seen them all. You've seen a few more than me, but we were there for Kutch. We were there for Pedro Alvarez. We were there for Garrett Cole. We were there for all of these sort of first day debuts, these next big things, Skeens, right, that have come up. And, I mean, I think you and I even watched Andrew McCutchen's workout waiting for the game to start when they brought him in when he was a high school kid. They worked him out on the field. That said, how is this one different, or is it one of those things where you should get excited, but it all matters what happens from here moving forward, and there's no guarantee?
Well, let's quickly compare it to Kutch. Kutch had a couple of years in the minors.
Right.
And there wasn't an expectation to win his first year here. And he didn't have as good a team around him. Griffin comes up after 1 year in the minors. I mean, he's a year removed from high school, and the expectations for this team are to win. The difference is he doesn't have to be the guy to start out with, which should allow him to kind of work his way into the majors.
Paul Skeens plays every fifth day, okay? He's the identity of the franchise right now. He only plays every fifth day. With Andrew McCutchen gone, is the organization looking for somebody for young kids to say, I want that jersey, and is Connor Griffin potentially that person?
He's potentially that person. I think Skeens is that person right now, even though only pitches every fifth day. But I think he is that person. Listen, the guy's 6'4", 235 as a 19-year-old, and he's married. Like, this is a different dude. This isn't a guy that you got to worry about being out or taking risks or some kind of wild childhood that might lead to concerns. I mean, he's none of that. His thing has always been about playing. He's known since, like Sidney Crosby, since he was a teenager, that he was going to be really good. And he's kind of worked his way into this position, and he is, when you talk to him, he's just a different, I don't know how to describe it other than he's a different dude. Like he's just so mature beyond his years.
If a long-term deal comes down, and I've been as critical of Bob Nutting as anybody, do people need to not necessarily reverse course, but even the biggest detractors need to credit the upper management and the ownership for getting something done with a guy like this?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to just be a straight hater if you didn't credit them for getting this done, assuming it does get done. Because you've increased payroll, you've brought in a couple of bats that are major league bats. And, you signed Reynolds to a contract extension. It didn't work with Brian Hayes, but you're doing what you need to do. There's still more to be done, but you're doing some of the things you need to do. And the other thing is, over the last few years, they've drafted and scouted so much better than they had for a stretch of about 4 or 5 years.
Last thing for you. We're talking to Jeff Hathorn, who is dealing with a little bit of a. What do you got? You need some sucrets there?
Yeah,
you going to make it for opening day?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Home opener, I should say. Jeff is our sports director, and we're talking about Connor Griffin, who will be up tomorrow. He will hit in the order somewhere. He'll play shortstop every day. They're not going to bring him up to not play him. There's already a buzz, right? I mean, it's the home opener. Does his production matter over the first month of the season for him, or is this a case of he can kind of be average and it's good enough?
Yes, he can be average and it's good enough because his defense, from what we've seen, is really good. And even if it's just his defense that is above average to start, it seems like with their lineup, they have the luxury for him to work through some things at the major league level. And I think that's what part of this came down to, of like, hey, why are we going to have him at AAA? Let's let him work through some of this stuff in the majors.
Did you see ticket prices like tripled in an hour?
Well, I saw they doubled it, and I have no doubt that they've tripled. And it should help for Saturday and Sunday sales.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Advice, last thing real quick. Margot going to the home opener. Advice for Margot for tomorrow from you.
Be patient, Margot.
Be patient.
Because, I mean, and don't drink too much too fast.
Yeah,
like, it's a long game. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Margot's a pro. She went to Pitt. I mean, come on. She's been down this road before.
All right.
Great stuff, Jeff. As always, we appreciate it. I'll catch up with Jeff tomorrow. I'll see him down around the ballpark. I'll catch up with you now. We got tons to get into. By the way, 3 o'clock, you heard about that story from McCandless yesterday. The town manager of McCandless is going to join me and talk about ice in his town, talk about this decision, everything that happened out there at that awful, the terrible situation involving the memory care facility. He'll join me at 3:05. Let's hit a break right now. Come back right here, KDK.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg with your KFC weekend weather update. On Saturday, expect mainly cloudy skies with warm temperatures reaching a high of 80 degrees, approaching the record high of 83 set back in 1882. The Colonel made irrationally delicious chicken. He also made irrationally irresponsible decisions about prices. That's why the KFC $7 box feast comes with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink, all for just $7. Prices and participation may vary.
Just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
I've been burned before. I was just repeating the same patterns. It turns out I had a type.
Workplaces everywhere are looking for love. And by love, we mean the easy way to order food at work. Easy Cater.
I thought ordering from great restaurants at work had to be complicated, but then I met Easy Cater. So many options, so flexible, and when I ordered for 50 gluten-free vegans without going over budget, I knew I'd found the platform I wanted to do life and lunch with.
Fall in love with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, it's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Shenderovich and Fishman, their fee is only 25%. Call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. Shenderovich and Fishman, they've got your back, not your wallet.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Let's launch into the show. 866-391-1020. It's hot in here today. Hopefully that gets rectified. Listen for The Drive at 5. The stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Go ahead and demand that yellow van. Like I said, 3:05 today, the town manager of McCandless. What the heck's happening out there with their relationship with ICE that, well, it allowed in some ways a terrible situation? Or was it just coincidental? Or what do they have to say about it? I do have to get into that with him coming up. So that is top of the hour. Also, in the 3 o'clock hour, I need to talk to David Ballarado. What is going on with PennDOT in terms of all these projects? Parkway is going to be closed. This not next week or whatever, but pretty soon. Parkway is going to be closed. Summer traffic, all this. It is going to be a mess. And also, before the hour's out, I have to talk a little bit of Tiger Woods. do we look at people like Tiger Woods differently than we'd look at, say, your neighbor, if they committed the exact same act? And I want to get into that. But there is big breaking news right now. Oh, guess I should hit this button like that and then do this.
CBS News special report. Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General. CBS's Nancy Cordes on the president's announcement.
He was effusive with his praise of Pam Bondi. That's something that we expected. He's been very reluctant in this second term to criticize people who he has chosen to place in major roles, cabinet-level positions.
The move follows months of scrutiny of the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files and prosecutions of the president's political rivals. CBS's Major Garrett.
Pam Bondi tried to do things for the president according to his dictates. That she was unsuccessful did not mean she didn't try. But one thing we can say about this matter, there are, even though it's hard to sometimes discern them, limits to the value of loyalty to President Trump, because Pam Bondi was fiercely, aggressively, rhetorically, and every other way loyal to this president, and it still didn't allow her to keep her job.
CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
Well, there we go. There's going to be fallout. It is fallout. It is what it is. And the only answer from the very beginning was the Epstein files needed to be released in totality without redaction. That's just all it is. And we wouldn't be here in terms of this person losing their job, this person fearing for their job, this person taking this side, the other person taking that side. It's the simplest thing in life, okay? And you just go ahead and relate it to anything that's happening. If you have redacted files, if you want to black out names, if you want to do anything like that, then you fear that there's something in some documents that you don't want the public to see. This is the easiest thing in the world. And that being said, whenever that didn't happen, okay, and the files were not released, particularly initially, and the files were never released in terms of not having any redactions, what happened was this. The American public started to look at people and decide which team they were on. Decide if they were good people, if they were bad people, if they were caught up in this, if they were trying to offer a level of transparency. At least from my vantage, that's what happened. And that is what's going to continue to happen. And you have a fallout here, and this is part and parcel to that. You have a fallout here that's real simple to see. When, from the very beginning, the court of public opinion may have been the same. I don't know, but we'll never know. These questions will continue. As soon as it became a very big story and the American public could have benefited simply by knowing, right? Or looking at it, or in a way, people could have exonerated themselves by those files being released. That's what should have happened. But when you live under a veil of secrecy, and you have certain people who are granted certain situations above the law and others who are not, what you have, even if all the people are essentially working toward the same goal or working on the same team, you have people decide that they're on different sides of it. And that's where we are here. And that, to some degree, I think, will be Pam Bondi's legacy. There will be questions. There will be people asking about these Epstein files, and she got caught up in it. And it does hammer home this at 866-391-1020. Love, hate, somewhere in the middle. And again, nobody's in the middle on Donald Trump. People either love him or hate him. Wherever you stand on Donald Trump, he treats this like a game show to some degree in terms of the people who work for him. In some ways, it's got him very far. In some ways, it's forced some people to never want to work for him or with him. That's just how he leads his life, and that's how he leads leadership. You're fired, right? You take that risk when you work for him, that it's going to lead you to great heights. You also take the risk and you look at the people, the trail just littered by people, with people who he's fired very quickly, you also take the risk that you may reach great heights, but you may be fired in an instant, and you may be fired not necessarily for your work performance. I'm not saying that's the case here, or it isn't. You may not be fired for your work performance, but you may be let go simply because he ends up not liking you personally down the line, or he ends up not liking something that you did that may be right or wrong, but it makes him not look great. That's just the simple fact here. He leads with a way that is, well, a way in which, what's the best way to say it? He holds a grudge. And he makes sure, first, to make it about him. He's that kind of boss. And one in which isn't fun to work for. Although, you may be led to great heights, even individually. And that's what we see. We see the wake littered with people who jumped onto it, and some are still riding high. Others are saying, man, I took a chance, and it ended up sucking. It was the worst decision I've ever made. And here we are with Pam Bondi. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020 is that number. I do want to talk about Tiger Woods in just a little bit. There's another video out. It just dropped about 2 hours ago. I watched it, and I have zero confusion about any of this. It feels like a lot of people do, though. We'll dive into that in just a little bit. As always, you can listen to us, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, or on that Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can watch us online, KDK's video stream. It's all presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Why don't you go to KDKRadio.com and click on our live stream. That's fun. Or our YouTube page, which is also fantastic. News, bottom of the hour, KDK.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 77 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General, according to multiple sources familiar with the president's decision. Todd Blanche will serve as the acting AG. Here's the latest from CBS News.
CBS News special report. Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General. CBS's Nancy Cordes on the president's announcement.
He was effusive with his praise of Pam Bondi. That's something that we expected. He's been very reluctant in this second term to criticize people who he has chosen to place in major roles, cabinet-level positions.
The move follows months of scrutiny of the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files and prosecutions of the president's political rivals. CBS's Major Garrett.
Pam Bondi tried to do things for the president. According to his dictate, that she was unsuccessful did not mean she didn't try. But one thing we can say about this matter, there are, even though it's hard to sometimes discern them, limits to the value of loyalty to President Trump, because Pam Bondi was fiercely, aggressively, rhetorically, and every other way loyal to this president, and it still didn't allow her to keep her job.
CBS News Special Report, I'm Cammie McCormick.
Westmoreland County District Attorney Nicole Zigarelli has determined the use of force in the February officer-involved shooting in Lower Burrell was justified. Lower Burrell police responded to Rogers Drive for reported gunfire. They found 29-year-old Jordan Linder with a gun in his hand. He had pointed at himself and then at officers. After firing one round toward the officers, they then deployed gas and forced Linder outside. He fired another round toward the officers, and they returned fire and wounded him. Linder is facing 2 counts of attempted homicide, 2 counts of assault of law enforcement agents, and several other charges. After the DA's office completed an extensive review of the incident, they determined the use of force was justified and proper under the circumstances. You know that vaccine they give to dogs to prevent Lyme disease? Well, now they're working on a potential vaccine for humans. Dr. Mike says this is exciting news, especially for our region.
Years ago, they used the whole bacteria to make a Lyme vaccine. They tried it in some people and some dogs, and there was a lot of reactions to it. Now they use one outer surface protein on the top of the bacteria. They don't use the whole bacteria, and so it's wonderful. They don't create a lot of reactions in the body, but they help protect. I think it's going to be a good thing, and I'm probably going to get it myself.
No word on when this vaccine will be available and on the market. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 165 points, the Nasdaq down 51, the S&P 500 down 12. KDKA Radio News Time, 2:32. Our next update at 3. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Ethos.
Do you have outstanding credit card debt? Put that tax refund to work.
Picture this as really a guaranteed tax-free return of whatever your interest rate is.
Ted Rossman of Bankrate.com says every little bit makes a difference, especially with credit card interest rates at 20%. A 0% balance transfer card can help you tackle the principal, but it's not for everyone.
A 670 credit score or better.
I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Intervals of clouds and sun and warm through the rest of this afternoon with a thunderstorm in spots, high 80. Warm tonight with some clouds, maybe a shower, low 65. Breezy and very warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun and the threat for an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10. The Big K Morning Show will get you ready for a very big weekend and opening day for the Bucks on a Good Friday.
Huh. Interesting. Good Friday's a criminally underrated song by the Black Crowes. Just so you know, if you're into that kind of stuff. Anyhow, you know someone in your community has done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them now. KDKRadio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. I'm glad to tell you about that. Tell you about all these things written on my sheet here, and there's plenty more that I'll sprinkle in throughout the show. So anyhow, top of the hour, I'm excited to talk to the town manager of McCandless and find out what the heck's going on out there. They passed legislation, or at least they made it known they're not going to cooperate with ICE, and that was the people on the town council. And then wouldn't you know it, something terrible happened where ICE may have been able to offset it, but, well, they're not allowed to cooperate with ICE. I just want to square it away coming up at about 3:05. What about this Tiger Woods story? So, right now, there is more body cam video of the golf star being arrested after a crash last week in Florida. It's really interesting stuff. He says he looks down at his phone and at the radio, and then all of a sudden, boom. And Tiger's like down on one knee, and the medics are talking to him. His Range Rover's on its side, and it's just tipped over. And he's obviously in a state of kind of dazed. Now, he said he was uninjured, and it ended up being to where he was pretty much uninjured. They say, at least the police, and the police had a news conference just thereafter, that he was driving under the influence of pills. They had found pills in his pocket, and here we go. Let me ask you this at 866-391-1020. Tiger has gotten a little bit of compassion from some corners of the world, right? But when you truly look at this situation, how do you feel about a guy like that? You know, I always think about this, and this is the second time with Tiger Woods. I always think about this. Let's say that was your neighbor. Let's say that was your neighbor who already had a DUI, already drove over a fire plug, right? I mean, that already happened. Already has one strike against him, and is a guy now who is alleged to have been driving all pilled up and rolled his Range Rover. And take the I'm one of the greatest golfers ever out of it and make it your neighbor. So what we talk about and what we've talked about and what people talk about is, will he be able to play in the Masters? Well, that's not going to happen. What will his future be? Okay. To me, who cares? Will he be able to get back on the course, considering he's already had injuries to his leg and this and that, and go ahead and rekindle his golf career? Doesn't matter to me. You know what we never talk about when it's celebrities? The same thing happened with Bob Huggins when he was all boned up, driving right around the Taylor Swift concert. When it's your neighbor or someone who is a nameless gray face, what we say is, man, he really could have hurt someone. There's kids walking around, right? And this is the part that sort of rankles me just a little bit. I don't hear that from the national media or from anybody in terms of Tiger, particularly the golf media. You know, they're worried about, is he going to be okay for the Masters? What's the long-term viability of his golf game? Same thing happened again with Bob Huggins. They were talking about, well, he's really got problems. I hope he gets help. Man, is West Virginia going to fire the guy? And they ended up doing it. You think he'll ever coach again? What a shame that is. That's ridiculous. He was driving around, right, when there were, I'm not kidding, up until this NFL draft, one of the biggest events in the city of Pittsburgh's history, and he was driving around through the teeth of it, drunk out of his mind to where he got a flat tire and kept going on the rim. Think about that. And that was never told enough. And I think about that in terms of Tiger. I don't know what the sort of the school schedule is in Florida or where he was, but it was prime time for people to be out walking, for kids being dismissed from school, for people to be out going for a run or a jog or whatever it may be. And the focus, it's so interesting to me whenever famous people get DUIs, that the focus isn't he could have killed somebody. But if Joe down the street gets one, that's the immediate focus. He or she could have killed somebody. And it is hypocritical in a way by people who even mention his golf game, I think. Because look, and again, I'm not saying how you think. I'm just saying how I think. It doesn't even enter into my thinking vortex about what kind of golf game he'll have. I think about this. Think if you had a neighbor. And again, back to the neighbor test. And your neighbor already had an episode like Tiger had. Okay? And then this happened and he rolls his car over and he's got pain pills and you see the video like the one that's out there today. If someone asked you and they said, hey, what kind of guy is this? I'd say, guy's a deadbeat. Guy's lucky he hasn't killed anybody yet. Dead to me. One strike wasn't enough. He gets two. He should be locked up. Like, there's no way in the world that he should ever drive again or be out there and be allowed to drive again. If that was just a guy who worked at, name the company in Pittsburgh that was your neighbor. But with Tiger, you don't hear that outcry from the national media. And I honestly, I went through a bunch of the coverage this morning as I was getting ready for the show. And whether it's the Golf Channel, whether it's the various golf magazines, whether it's all those golf heads, you know what the number one thing that rises to the surface is? I hope he gets help. Really, I hope he gets help. Because he's a famous guy, and in a way, he drives your gravy train. Because Tiger being good or Tiger being out there playing helps you get hits, helps you get clicks, helps you sell magazines, helps you sell subscriptions, all of that kind of stuff. The game is healthier when Tiger's in it. It's so weird. And it does get back to this. There should be, honestly, much, much stronger laws on the books in all states about impaired driving straight away. We could not eradicate this problem, but I talk about this all the time. I think we could put a real healthy dent into the amount of DUI drivers by give people, 6 months leeway. Give them a year. Come out and say, listen, in 6 months or a year, we're changing all the rules for DUI. First offense, you're going to jail for 6 months. You're going to jail for a year. You're losing your license for 5 years. And look, I'm telling you this now. We're going to institute it first of the year. If you did that and people understood and they knew and they had that thinking that there was a real steep, honest-to-goodness penalty for driving under the influence, it's not going to knock it off in totality. But I just don't think the numbers would spike. I think if there's any way it would go, it would drop to some degree. Man, I'm fired up for tomorrow's game now. The Connor Griffin's coming up. The sidewalk and the street and General Robinson and all that going to be packed. People are going to be all over the place. What's going to be interesting to see, and Jeff pointed this out, Jeff Hathorn did, how then it flows into the weekend. What the crowds will be like for the weekend, what the crowds will be like for games 2, 3, 4, 5, all that kind of stuff. And just how much, because normally there's a lag on tickets. Normally when they call somebody up, it takes like a week for it to catch. But I think the walk-ups for this weekend will be astronomical compared to what they were going to be. All right, coming up next, I can't wait to tell you about this. There are scammers everywhere. And some of the most ingenious scammers I've ever heard of are you ready for this? Kathmandu. I can't make it up. I read this story today. I thought it was an April Fool's joke yesterday. Then I went back and read it and made sure today it was a real story. And, well, it is. And it's absolutely ridiculous. Hey, join us tomorrow, Federal Street, opening day, home opener. Nova Place, that's the place to park. That's where I'll be parking for your Pirates pregame and parking needs. Park at Nova Place, pregame at Federal Gallery, and great Pirate specials every single home game. Hassle-free mobile payment to avoid any lines or delays while exiting the garage. Nova Place offers parking for all events on the North Shore, sports events, concerts, and more. I'll be parking there. You should park there as well. Top of the hour, the town manager, McCandless. What the heck's going on with their relationship with ICE? We'll talk to him. We'll hit news, too, at the top of the hour. We'll come right back. KDK.
Time now for an update from the KDKA Draft Information Desk, powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh.
Paul Alexander here with an update. The clock is ticking. 21 days and counting to the NFL Draft right here in Pittsburgh. I can't emphasize this enough. You want to get on your phone and download the NFL.com Draft Access app. This is going to be your ticket to get to all of the events. Also, it qualifies you for fabulous prizes. How about a chance to win exclusive things like a grand prize trip to the Super Bowl for two? That's in Los Angeles this year, by the way. So you want to do that. It's also going to be your ticket to get into all the events. You can't get in and around either the AccuShore area where you can see the actual draft take place. That's where ESPN is going to be set up, and that's where you're going to hear who the Steelers take at number 21 if they don't trade out of that spot, and who the first overall pick is going to be. It's going to be the quarterback from Indiana going to the Raiders. We don't know all of that, but you can be right there and take it all in. Or if you're more of an active type, well, go over to Point State Park, throw the football, see how accurate you can be, run the 40-yard dash. Also, there's going to be current and past NFL legends there signing autographs. The key is, though, the NFL.com/draft access. Get on that app. Get ready for the draft. We'll be ready. Paul Alexander live from the KDK Draft Information Desk.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then they help you do more with it. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
Today's the final day of our two-day sale for this Thursday, April 2nd at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Georgia's chicken wing sections, 4-pound bags, $9.99 each. In the produce, Sunkist navel oranges, 3-pound bags, $2.49 each. And in the deli, Silver Star pierogies, a 12-ounce pack, $3.99 each. And stock up on selected varieties of Bird's Eye sides, 12 to 13.5-ounce package, $1.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The award-winning Pennsylvania Brewery Company has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The 40-year-old company that operates Penn Brewery has listed $1 million to $10 million in liabilities. Penn Brewery is the fourth largest producer in Pittsburgh. Oil prices are surging higher once again after comments from President Trump last night in his national speech stoked concerns that the war with Iran is not over and still could escalate. A barrel of crude so far today is up about 11% at $111 per barrel. Mortgage rates ticked higher for the fifth time in the last 6 weeks. Data from Freddie Mac showed that the 30-year fix rose 8 basis points to 6.46%. The 15-year loan moved up to 5.77%, up 2 basis points. And it comes during a week where mortgage applications fell 10%. I'm Dan Loney on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
No, that makes me think of something. Penn Brewer. We were just talking about Penn Brewer yesterday. Paul Alexander and I were, or the day before, about their Oktoberfest. But all right, I have a funny story about Penn Brewery. This is back in the day when I used to drink, and I liked that Penn Wiesen. That was a great beer. I liked like white and wheat beer, okay? Now, my old neighbor, when I first moved out of the city, moved out to the suburbs, my old neighbor, he just passed away. I've talked about him plenty of times. Mr. Ron Welker. He was a city firefighter. Okay, and a great guy. Great guy. He grew up like in Spring Garden, in through there. And he was a firefighter at one of the houses in the north side. He also loved all the Penn Brewery stuff. So, but he liked the Penn Dark. That was his thing. So I'd say to him, hey, Ron, I'm going to run down to Penn Brewery and buy a case of Penn Wiesen. Do you want any of that Penn Dark? And he'd say, well, yeah, grab me one. So here's what would happen. And now this is incredible even to this day. I would pull up to there's like a loading dock kind of around the side towards the back. This would have been, I don't know, good 20, 25 years ago, right? So I pull up around to the back, and it was the same guy all the time. And I would give him $60 in cash. I think it was. Maybe $50 in cash. I think it was $50 in cash. 25 for each case. And I'd say, hey, here you go. I need a case of Penn Wheezin and a case of Penn Dark. And a guy would go in through the garage. He'd come out with a case of Penn Wheezin and a case of Penn Dark. I wouldn't go into the store or the part. I don't even know if the guy worked there. All I know is this. I gave him $50. I had 2 cases. I was back up 28 and out of there. Really, he might have put the money in his pocket. He might have lifted the beer. I had no questions for him. It was interesting, though. It was the same guy all the time. I don't know if he loaded trucks. I don't know if he was just some sort of guy that lived in the neighborhood. No questions asked. There was none of that. I'd pop the trunk. I'd give him $50 in cash. He'd walk in through those, those like rubber slatted ones that keep the cold inside. He'd go in there, come out with 2 cases. We both were on our way. Again, I think he was maybe just a worker. I don't think he was authorized to sell it, but we had a good thing going. That happened a lot. That happened at least probably once every 2-3 weeks for a good couple years. Wonder if that guy's still alive. Wonder if he even worked there. Wonder if he was pocketing the money and giving me the beer. I wonder if he's part of the reason why they filed for bankruptcy. I don't know. But either way, it was a fantastic deal because I don't know what they retailed for. I think it was above $25, but he got his $25. I got my beer. Then, whoop, I was out of there. I was rolling through Etna before anybody knew it. Good stuff. Penn Brewery, when it's had its heyday, though, early 2000s or so, nothing socially beat the Penn Brewery Oktoberfest. Those couple weekends, anybody and everybody were there. It was an incredible time. It was. All right. I saved a story I was going to tell then for that one because they were talking about Penn Brewery. Top of the hour. We got to get this squared away about McCandless. And just an atrocity, a terrible crime, the lowest of the low in humanity. And I seem to think that people on the town council are partly to blame. I'm going to talk to the town manager in just a couple minutes. Let's hit news, top of the hour, KDK.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly sunny and 79 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. CBS News White House correspondent Nancy Cordes says that President Trump has fired U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
The job will be taken over by her number two, the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who was President Trump's lead defense attorney in his hush money trial, so someone who has also proven to be very loyal to the President of the United States. But there have been other names floated as possible long-term Attorney General cabinet members that would have to, of course, go through the confirmation process. And the name we hear the most is Lee Zeldin, who is a former congressman from New York and currently is the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency.
Tiger Woods was astonished when he was arrested last week after a rollover crash in his SUV in Florida. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes explains.
In the body cam video from the Martin County Sheriff's Office, Tiger Woods looks surprised as he's placed into handcuffs.
So at this time, you're under arrest for DUI, yes, sir.
You can hear the astonishment in his voice as he asks, "You're going to arrest me?" In a different body cam video, Woods tells deputies he was looking at his phone and all of a sudden, boom. No one was hurt in the March 27th crash. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Woods says he is stepping away to seek treatment. He will miss the Masters tournament for the second year in a row. Mayor O'Connor announcing another new partnership with another Pittsburgh institution. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
Pirates Charities and the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council are teaming up with the city to provide major upgrades to 20 ball fields around town. Pirates Chairman Bob Nutting says he and the mayor have been talking for some time.
And this partnership grew out of those discussions, and I strongly believe it's just the beginning of what we're going to be able to do working together.
The partnership will include upgrading fields and buying laser grading equipment just like they use at PNC Park. The fields haven't all been identified yet. Former Little Leaguer and Pony Leaguer O'Connor says it doesn't help grow Pittsburgh if teams travel outside the city and see every other park has working scoreboards. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
It's going to be a very busy construction season. PennDOT's Jason Zank says here in Pittsburgh area, there's going to be 58 projects going out for bid this year, and they're worth nearly $380 million.
In construction, there will be 110 projects in 2026. So not only are we letting new projects out, but we are also continuing projects that have been in construction.
The big project is the Commercial Street Bridge replacement, which will lead to 25 days of closure of the Parkway. Plus, they will begin work on a $58 million renovation of the Parkway West and 2230 interchange. Other ongoing projects include more work on 51 from Coal Valley Road to Lebanon Church Road, work on Lebanon Church Road, and to the north, the I-79-910 Wexford interchange. A vaccine to prevent Lyme disease in humans. That's the buzz in the medical field this week. It's already on the market for dogs, but Dr. Mike Hutchinson of Animal General in Cranberry Township confirms a potential vaccine for humans is now in the works.
You know, I don't know. They told us 5 years ago we'd have it in a couple of years. And here we are 5 years later, we still don't have it. So you never know. The FDA takes a long time, and, they do a lot of safety, and efficacy, making sure it works and making sure it's safe first. So it takes time, unfortunately.
He's not sure when the vaccine will be available, but he said when it is, he'll be taking it. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 109 points, the Nasdaq down 26, the S&P 500 down 6 points. KDK Sports, the Pirates have called up Connor Griffin, the number one prospect in all of baseball. He'll be available for the home opener tomorrow when the Pirates host Baltimore. First pitch, 4:12. Penguins in action tonight. They're in Florida to take on Tampa Bay. Puck drop at 7. KDK Radio News Time, 3:03. Right now it is sunny and 79 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways, starting to see some traffic back you up on the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue as we start this rush hour. And on the inbound side of the Parkway West, lanes are jammed a bit through Robinson Town Center. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tons of clouds and sunshine through the rest of this afternoon. It will be quite warm with a thunderstorm in spots, high near 80. And a warm night tonight with a shower around, low 65. And still warm with an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow, high 77. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Every week, I deliver an editorial message addressing issues of importance to the community. But this one is different. It's personal. It is a tribute to one of the greatest men I have ever known, Gary Kenneth Bowser. An icon in the automotive business, Gary died last weekend at the age of 81. He founded Bowser Automotive in 1983. And the wildly successful business grew to employ over 450 people and become one of the largest and most well-respected auto groups in the Pittsburgh area. Besides building a business from the ground up, Gary Bowser was an incredible family man who married his high school sweetheart, Barb. He lived a life of community service, especially in support of the Stanley M. Marks Blood Cancer Research Fund. Personally, Mr. B treated my wife and kids like his own family at every turn and in every moment of our lives. We will miss him more than words can ever express. Pittsburgh has lost a once-in-a-lifetime guy who will never be forgotten. And so, to his family, Barb, Gary Jr., Kurt, and all his grandchildren, we send our love and thanks for sharing him with all of us.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to KDKARadio.com.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let me tell you about this. Lots of ticket drops for the night before featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit, Rivers Casino, April 22nd. Lots going on, right? So these you can't buy. We're giving them away, these tickets. Today, April 2nd, Sensi's Pizza in Cranberry. A couple of tickets we'll give away there. So be sure to check that out. That's from 6 to 7. And then April 6th, 4 days from right now, King's Jewelry. That's in Route 19 in Cranberry as well. There's a bunch of other ones. Please check our website to see all of those. So we're efforting the town manager of McCandless. And I'm just going to be transparent and tell you how this all went down because I'm nothing but somebody who tells the truth. So here's how this all happened. I posted a video from yesterday's show, right? And highly critical of what happened at McCandless, okay? So what happened at McCandless is pretty simple in its explanation. If you listened to the show yesterday, you know. There is a memory care home, okay? And there is a man who is in this country illegally. His name is Diosdado Anvave E-L-E, an illegal alien from Equatorial Guinea, wanted in Allegheny County on felony rape, sexual assault, and related charges involving a disabled victim at a senior memory care facility in McCandless. He is now in ICE custody. So the person who he is alleged to have assaulted is a fellow worker there. There were a lot of questions. How did this guy get an I-9? How is this guy working with other people? How is he in this country illegally? All that kind of stuff. So I brought it up yesterday, and I said, where are all the politicians now? Where are all the people? Where are those, especially in the town of McCandless, that not too long ago, in late February, they voted 5-2. 2 council members were opposed, Doug Arlo and Joe Wall. They voted 5-2 to not cooperate with ICE. So I brought all this up yesterday, okay? And that's how that went. So today, what happened was one of the council people got in touch with me after I put a video out of what I was talking about yesterday. And this is where it's sort of ridiculous, okay? So one of the town council people got in touch with me, and they said, and this was unsolicited, I'd like to come on your show and talk about this. I said, oh, okay. I'm a town council member in McCandless. I'd really like to appear on your show and talk about this. I said, yeah, why wouldn't I? And again, this gets to the level of transparency of elected officials. Now, keep in mind, this was one of the people who voted against having that pact, voted against not cooperating with ICE. I said, sure, 305 or 505, right? This is how it works. Guy said, fine, let's do 505. I said, okay, fine, sure. Let's have at it. Let's talk how it all came to be. Then I got a message a few minutes later. I received a message from the administrator on our town solicitor, John Schwend, who I'm attempting to have on right now, who is the town manager at McCandless. The solicitor, the town solicitor, said we should have him on instead. Have your producers call him at 3:05. The office closes at 4. I'm sorry about this. I hate that this has happened. So, in a level of transparency, just so we're all square about why I was going to have the manager of McCandless on and why he's not on right now, that's precisely what happened. A person on the town council got in touch with me and said, hey, I'd like to set the record straight. I'd like to come on and tell you how this all went down. They voted 5-2 to have that relationship with ICE. I said, sure, let's do it. Somebody found out a member of the council was going to be on, or they checked and said, hey, I'm going to do a radio show. The solicitor said, no, we're not doing it. We're going to send the town manager of McCandless. Here's a number. Get in touch with the guy. Talk to him about all this. Because, you know, adults aren't allowed to explain why they made the decision that they made, particularly elected ones. Attempting to get the town manager right now, Margot is called no short of, 15 times. 0, nada, zilch. So there you are. I'm not saying anything nefarious is up. I'm not saying we're being ducked. I'm not saying anything about that. But if you're highly criticized, wouldn't you want to get out ahead of it? Now, the resolution at McCandless states the town is committed to being a welcoming place for all, and it would continue to enforce any criminal warrant or court order legally issued from a detached judge or judicial officer. But it also says McCandless will not enable or assist ICE on anything related to civil law enforcement. And now, here we are. There is a alleged rape at a facility in that town. I'm trying to get to the bottom of precisely why they felt the need to forge a relationship, or, tell everybody that they're not going to forge a relationship with ICE. One council member wanted to talk, wanted to come on and explain the whole situation, and it was somebody who dissented and said, no, we need to have a relationship with ICE, and they've been muzzled. So, if you live in McCandless, that's the story, the long and short of it. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. In just a little bit, I want to catch up with David Bollerado and find out, he's been told about all this traffic stuff that's going to happen from PennDOT all around town in the next, few months. I got to catch up with Bollerado about it. Demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Listen, spring is here, and with it comes heavy rain, high winds, storm damage. A damaged roof or fallen tree can quickly lead to water getting inside your home or business. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, ready 24/7, 365 to respond. Demand that yellow van. Down tree, water damage, that will screw your life up. So demand that yellow van. Service Master. There's no kidding. Coming to work today, you know, it was right in front of me. Yellow van, Service Master. I'm guessing they were probably going to help somebody out. They'll help you out, too, if you have that down tree, that water damage, all of that. Number's easier to remember. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Let's hit traffic with Margot now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting a report of an accident on Route 30, that's on the 600 block in East McKeesport. The other major roadways are looking at normal rush hour delays. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard tree, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift, like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer and Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERCross.com. It's Comer and Cross Premium Concrete Coatings.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I got to check in with Dave Colorado in just a little bit. There's tons going on today. I'm excited about that. Be down at the ballpark tomorrow. You know why I'm excited about that? The weather. Man, going to be pretty nice. What else we got going? Oh, you know who we're going to talk to? Because there's so much excitement about Connor Griffin being called up. We'll talk to Noah Hiles a little later on in the show. And I keep looking at that situation at Laurel Highlands. I got to dive into that in just a little bit. But first, Reed's in Robinson. Hi, Reed.
So I don't understand why anybody is surprised about what happened with that alleged sexual assault. The people who are making the decisions about the local laws to not cooperate with ICE, they're left-wing ideologues. So when this type of thing happens, it's not their concern. The folks that get hurt, whether it's sexual assault, whether it's murder, we're just bystanders. So when you elect people who believe this way, this is what happens. I'm not surprised by any of this. This has happened all across the country. There's thousands and thousands of similar examples just like this. And now it's here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but here's the thing, is that, and I said this a couple weeks ago, Reed, this is the part that has me puzzled. By doing this, first of all, no police officer wants to not cooperate. But second of all, it ends up being exactly the opposite of what they're trying to accomplish, because if you cooperate with federal authorities initially, if you just have a policy where you cooperate with them, they end up being in your town, or they end up being in your hair, or they end up being involved with you a lot less, because they get the information they need, they get the person they need, and they're in and they're out. Yep. That's the part that's so strange to me, Reed.
But here's the thing. They don't want them involved at all. These people that are making these decisions to not cooperate, they don't want them dealing with any person that who's in the country illegally in any way. That's their belief system. I mean, that's what's happening. I used to live in Los Angeles, and this was just, people, accepted it. Hey, this is just kind of part of what, is the culture here run by, the local government. And so they don't care. And so they don't want anybody dealing with these migrants, whether they have a criminal background or not. That's why the Biden administration, when they let in 15 million people, how many of them do you think that they checked their backgrounds for? They didn't give a rat's you-know-what about anyone who had criminal backgrounds because the American people are just collateral. End of story.
Yeah, that's sad. It's hard for me to understand. And I said this yesterday, and I don't want to repeat the stuff I said yesterday, but I will rehash just a little bit. It's crazy to me that in times of tragedy, especially violent situations, that there's not a moment where we stop and we go, okay, I really don't care about your political affiliation. I don't care who you voted for. I don't care who you back in an election in the past or in the future. We got to figure this one out because it was a tragedy. That's the part I don't get. So if it isn't going to happen when something like this happens, Reed and Robinson's probably right. It's never going to happen. And on top of it, first of all, I'm glad I don't live in a community that has done this. But I'd ask the people then, there's no grays in this immigration stuff. So are you then just for open borders and allowing anybody to come in? You know, when really you kind of don't have an option to cooperate or not. The federal authorities are going to come into, whether it's Oakmont, whether it is McCandless, wherever, these little towns that decided they were going to vote against it for optics, right? You don't have an option. When the federal authorities or ICE or whoever want to come in, they're going to come in anyway. Isn't it just easier to cooperate with them? They're going to get what they want. Why in the world would you not cooperate with them, particularly because you have no authority to not cooperate with them? It's a head scratcher. But whenever somebody who is mentally disabled gets raped by somebody who shouldn't be here, and we don't all just go, stop the ride. Let's talk this one out. And whenever there are not crowds at the McCandless Municipal Building today, whenever there's not calls for all these people to answer, then you kind of get your answer. It's really sad. It just is. If this doesn't move people, nothing will, I guess. All right, I got to talk to David Bolorado in just a little bit. Traffic, more traffic, or at least they're trying to alleviate that, I think. I just need a clear understanding of what's going on in the future, in the near future, about all this traffic in and around Western Pennsylvania. And, before the hour's out, I saw something involving a motorcycle today on my way to work. I need help from all the motorcycle riders. I'll explain before 4 o'clock. Let's hit news, bottom of the hour, KDK.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Now that I'm retired, I'm worried about making ends meet. Food, medicine, and rent cost more every day. And that's why I used benefitscheckup.org. It connected me to an extra $1,000 a month. Benefitscheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. In a few clicks, older adults like me can see if they might qualify for money-saving programs. If you're on a fixed income, benefitscheckup.org might help you too. For free. Visit today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer. And 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly sunny and 79 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3:30. I'm Paul Alexander. There's more body cam video now of golf star Tiger Woods being arrested after a crash last week in Florida. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes has more.
Looked down my phone, and all of a sudden, boom.
That's Tiger Woods speaking with a Martin County Sheriff's Office deputy after crashing his SUV last week. He told them he was looking at his phone and that he takes prescription medications. Woods pleaded not guilty to charges including driving under the influence and says he's taking a leave to prioritize his well-being. He also took a leave of absence in 2009 after a crash. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Woods says he's stepping away to seek treatment and he will miss his second straight Masters. Mayor O'Connor announces another team effort to help address city needs. Pirates Charities and the Laborers District Council are working up with the city to begin providing major upgrades to about 20 different youth baseball fields. The contributions include $300,000 from the Laborers to replace up to 10 scoreboards.
There's no reason why our scoreboards can't be up and running. And I think that's something important to us. When our kids play all-star baseball and they travel outside of the city of Pittsburgh and every other place has a scoreboard that works, that doesn't help us grow Pittsburgh.
Pirates Charities is helping out by upgrading 20 fields and also providing the same type of laser grading equipment that they use at PNC Park. There's talk about a potential vaccine for humans now against Lyme disease. Dr. Mike Hutchinson of Animal General in Cranberry Township says, based on our tick population, that would be a godsend.
And the real neat thing is the technology that they're talking about using is the exact same technology we use on dogs and that I like a lot. I've been using it for years now on dogs. Very, very few reactions to it. And I mean that, very few reactions to it.
Unfortunately says there's no timeline for when this new vaccine will be available. He did say when it is available, he will definitely take it. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 113 points, and Nasdaq down 24. The S&P 500 down 6 points. KDK Radio News time is 3:32. Our next update at 4. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACKvacations.com. That's SWACKvacations.com.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Who says vaping is safer than cigarettes? Science does not support that belief. Vapes can contain a variety of chemicals, flavoring agents, cancer-causing elements, and other harmful substances. High levels of nicotine in some vapes can be more likely to lead to addiction, and chemical ingredients are not always listed accurately on vaping packages. Vaping can also damage your DNA, your heart, your lungs, and even your smile. Enough with the puff. Learn more at ul.org/vaping.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at those major roadways. Seeing congestion back up the Parkway West outbound, starting from 2nd Avenue. After the Fort Pitt Tunnel, it continues to slow you down towards Green Tree Hill. Also, some brake lights on the Parkway East outbound will slow you down around the Oakland on-ramp as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel as you head through there are also looking congested as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Intervals of clouds and sun and warm through the rest of this afternoon with a thunderstorm in spots, high 80. Warm tonight with some clouds, maybe a shower, low 65. Breezy and very warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun and the threat for an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10, the Big K Morning Show. We'll get you ready for a very big weekend and opening day for the Bucks on a Good Friday.
Here we go. David Bolorado, my guy. So, David, I think I talked to you, I don't know, 4 months ago, maybe it was 3 months ago, when I said, because if there is somebody on this earth who goes over news releases and reads things more diligently than me, it's you. You can't get one by you. And I think I called you in here and I said, wait a minute, am I reading this right from PennDOT? They're going to close the Parkway for like months and months and months. There's no way I'm reading this right. And you went, you actually are. So there's stuff that's coming down the pike. Well, not really because they're closing it. From PennDOT. Is that one of the plans that's going on this summer? There's a bunch of plans that are happening. So what do we got going on there?
Right. So this right here, you can hear that. This is their list of 2026 highway and bridge improvement projects for District 11.
And this is breaking news, pretty much.
Yes. So to answer your direct question is yes, that 25-day closure of the Parkway East, that section between Monroeville and once you get past Oakland, that is going to be closing for 25 days beginning in July.
That is when they caution people, work at home if you can, find other ways. So for 25 days, they're closing the Parkway.
Well, there's incentives for the contractor to get it done a little bit sooner. But yes, they need to get rid of the first Commercial Street Bridge and then slide the new one in place.
And when does that start?
July 5th, I believe, is the date. I don't have it in front of me right now, but it's early July.
All right, and what else are in these grand plans that you were made aware of today?
Well, let me give you some slightly good news and some not so good news regarding this specific project because of the detour. So I asked John Myler, who's overseeing the supervision of that particular project. The posted detour is going to be, if you're coming in from points east to get off in Wilkinsburg, then you have to go off into Penn Avenue, go in through Oakland, and then get back onto the Parkway down from the ramp from the Boulevard of the Allies, essentially is how that's going to be working. So the bad news is, while PRT is not going to be doing its work there, the work that they're doing on Presby is still going to be going on. So that section of Fifth Avenue is going to be down to from 4 lanes down to just 2.
So good luck by McGee Hospital and in and around there. Yeah. It's just going to be a total zoo by like where the old playhouse was, the children's playhouse.
Correct.
Good luck.
But the good news is that if you're like me and you would get onto the Parkway, you could get onto Squirrel Hill, that exit's going to be open again. And the exit for people who need to get off Edgewood Swissvale, that's going to be open for local traffic. So you are going to be able to use parts of the Parkway, even though they're technically part of the they're not recommended as part of the overall detour. If you're still going to be able to access them, so that's going to ease some of that traffic as well. People being able to get on through Squirrel Hill and so on.
What other projects are on their big board coming up this summer that may affect a lot of people?
Well, they're going to start doing some work on the Route 2230 interchange with the Parkway West. This is going to take several years because they're going to start doing work. And by the time it's done, they're going to have what's known as a diverging diamond interchange.
Oh, yeah. We know about those.
You do?
No. What are those?
It's really hard to explain. And the way I understand it is it's like basically going to be almost like the types of corrals that they take cows in around. And so you're going to be getting onto the highway, but you're not. You're going to be going over it and getting onto that, depending on which direction you're trying to go. And to get rid of some of these ramps down there, the reconstruction of the ramps. So there's going to be closures and detours of interchange ramps, closure and detour of 2230 for bridge demolition and erection of new bridges, long-term lane shifts on I-376, and long-term single-lane restrictions on Route 2230.
Did anybody ask the people from PennDOT why they don't do more work overnight?
Well, some of them they are.
Some of them, not all of them.
Yes. Well, sometimes they don't want the work to be done at night. For example, remember last year when they were doing that work on the Commercial Street Bridge, people were complaining about how noisy it was, so they had to take it. They weren't able to sleep. The sounds were so bad, so that's why they moved that construction to I think 8 to 4, 6 to 2, something last year.
Okay. Did anybody ask why they decided to clean up the road today during rush hour or thereabouts? Because that happened, and the Parkway was backed way up out to the airport.
We didn't get into that today.
No. That was that was kind of off limits today.
No, the other thing that they're going to be doing is start looking for single lane closures on the bathtub section for the people who are going from the eastbound part to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. So there's going to be a single lane restriction that will begin there, and then next year, there will be an 11-day closure of that section.
Well, I'll put that on my schedule. On the bathtub. Okay.
Because that affects a lot of people, because what they're going to end up doing is what a lot of people do right now anyway when it gets backed up, is a lot of people just get off in the Grant Street exit, get onto Fort Duke, whatever that boulevard is, and then get onto the Fort Pitt Bridge that way.
Yeah, and kind of wiggle around that way. All right. Do you find this is going to frustrate a lot of people, this 25-day closure or whatever it is with the Parkway?
Right.
I think that there are a lot of people who are just going to take heed and not plan on coming into the city. And not plan on coming in from the east, David.
Right. That's why they were encouraging people to take vacation around then, too. And so July does tend to see a little bit less traffic because of vacations and so on as well. So maybe that will help make things less of a problem than people are fearing.
What else did you find out today from PennDOT? Anything exciting?
Oh, man. I guess it all depends on your point of view. I know there's some people who work here will be really excited about the I-79 910 Wexford interchange because they're going to continue doing work on that.
Oh yeah, that's a big project right there by Sorgels.
Yeah.
What's the status of that? What's going on with that? Because that is a big project.
Right. It's going to be done by the end of fall 2027. So this year, traffic impacts. 3 lanes of traffic in each direction during peak travel times are expected, as well as temporary ramps to maintain access for most of the project. Short-term lane and shoulder closures will be utilized. Beams for the new structures will be set during overnight traffic stoppages on I-79 northbound.
There you go. Not going to wake anybody up out there, and if it is, too bad. That is a big thing, though, right there where Sorgels is, Children's North. There's a Children's Hospital satellite kind of right there. That whole intersection, now that's going to all be revamped. It's going to be easier on, easier off, I guess, and more lanes when you get onto 910.
Yeah, exactly. The way it's going to work is like you'll almost be going over the highway if you're not going to take that exit. So it'll be a big improvement whenever it's done. The area just has grown so much over the last several years that whenever they built I-279 and so on back in the 80s, they didn't see that type of population growth that led to what you see each day as you're going home for afternoon rush hour, where the traffic is just backed up onto that ramp because of the light down below.
And because of Mars and because of Pine Ridgeland School District and places in throughout there.
Right.
It's just like you said, it grew exponentially, and it just grew so fast that it can't handle all that traffic. You know, the one thing about PennDOT between me and you and the people listening is this: I like to get mad at them, and I like to say, but their PR people are so nice that it's kind of like tough to. Have you experienced that same thing?
Yeah, and their engineers are very nice as well. I mean, they'll come over and answer your questions. And I said, well, I think I need to talk to somebody about 910. So they would brought somebody over. I wanted to talk to John Myler again about Commercial Street. And they're all very accessible and very easy to talk to, and will provide answers to the questions that you have.
What's going on in your world, David? Are you excited for this draft? No. Here we go. You are. You're a big draft hater because you live in the city and it's going to screw up your commute.
No, it really shouldn't, because I have to go double check what shifts I'm working those days. I do have a dentist appointment during one of those days as well, so I know that's going to be an issue. But my dentist luckily is down off of Boyce Road in the South Hills, so it shouldn't be affected by that.
You live in Shadyside and your dentist is off of Boyce Road? There's nobody closer?
Well, he was a former rugby teammate of mine, so I go to him. So
okay, I guess he gets a lot of work if he works on all these rugby guys, right?
I guess.
Knock your tooth out. Well, good stuff. So the main project, though, is the Parkway East situation.
Yeah.
And it's right around the Independence Day holiday, and it'll close in through there for about a month.
Right. And they'll be wrapping up that wrong way detection system on 28 as well. That should be finally completed by fall of this year as well.
Good stuff, David. Thank you for the traffic update. Man, you might be sliding into a new role, traffic guy, huh? Speaking of that, PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Continuing to see lane stack on the Parkway East outbound from the Oakland on-ramp as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Taking a look at those other major roadways, starting to see some congestion on 28 inbound, right between the 40th Street Bridge and the 31st Street Bridge as you make your way towards the city, and lane stack on the Parkway West inbound around Green Tree Hill. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops. The draft is right around the corner, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your pro football destination. Prospects, team needs, and pick-by-pick coverage of draft weekend.
Heed the Call covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here. Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We're rolling along. I'm making Margot happy. She said, make this the fastest show ever because it's my Friday. She's fired up to go to the home opener tomorrow, Margot is. And I'm excited for her. Speaking of the Los Buccos, we'll talk to Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette, top of the hour. Double shot of Bucco questions. We talked to Jeff Hathorn at the beginning of the show. We'll talk to Noah coming up just past about 4:05 or so. Now, I got a question about NASA in the 5 o'clock hour. I got a bunch of other things to talk about. Man, seriously, I'm excited about all this. I just am. Big show in front of us. So, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Motorcycle riders, chime in now at that number, 866-391-1020. On my way to work today, it is misting, drizzling, raining slightly. All that is sort of synonymous, right? Coming down McKnight Road, and there's a guy on one of those, and it's not like a BMW like touring bike, but it's not like, it's kind of like that. I didn't even catch what kind it was, but it was a bit of a smaller one like that. And the guy has on, he's all suited up. He's ready to go. But he does not have on rain gear. Okay? And it doesn't look like he's in it for the long haul. This isn't like some Zen in the art of motorcycle maintenance stuff. He's not going long distance. He's not making a big, long trip. He's just, going down McKnight Road. And it hit me because I was in the middle lane. He was in the left lane on this motorcycle. And it started raining pretty decent to where I had to put my windshield wipers on at a decent clip. But so there was a big long line of traffic. I get up to the motorcycle guy, and there must be 20 cars behind him, and he has free and clear in front of him for at least 1,000 yards, if not more. I.e., he's holding up traffic. Okay? And I'm thinking it's probably largely to do with the fact that it's raining and he's on a motorcycle. Now, I don't want to dog the guy. Maybe he doesn't have another mode of transportation. It is what it is. But it did hit me as I was driving past him. He was going ultra slow. How safe really is it to ride a motorcycle in the rain? Really? And I've never driven a motorcycle, like mini bike, dirt bike, yeah. But not a motorcycle on the road. I've never done it. Never ridden a Harley or what, like a moped here and there, but like on vacation. Not on a main road like that. How safe is that endeavor? I started thinking, because what happened was I get past the guy, and I'm not rooting for this at all, but I'm thinking about it. I'm watching him in my side mirror and in my rearview mirror thinking, this guy's going to go down. At some point, he is going to fall. And I'm thinking it's going to happen. You know, he's going to get the wobbly handlebars, then they're going to kind of cross, then he's just going to put it down. But I don't know anything about this. Sometimes you'll catch that act of those sort of kind of touring bikes, like the ones I described, like those BMWs or those big ones that are on the highway when it's really raining, and plus you get all that mist. And I'm thinking, when I see those, same thing. How safe is this endeavor? How how skilled do you have to be? Not necessarily athletic, but how skilled do you have to be to pull off this whole maneuver? I was, in a way today, was kind of frightened for the guy, kind of worried about the guy. Then there were all kind of thoughts that were, crawling through my head. At some point, if you ride a motorcycle, especially if you ride in the rain, would you have invariably had to put it down at some point? Would you have had to have wrecked at some point? Was the guy going slow because that's how all the fast that it would go? That was the safe speed. He kind of really didn't want to be on the motorcycle. So much was happening. Was it a better option to pull over and wait? Did he have to be somewhere? I don't know. But it looked like a painstaking endeavor to be on McKnight Road on this motorcycle. Where did he have to be? I wanted to ask him. Like, you couldn't wait 10 minutes, buddy? You had to keep going? Jeez, I hope there's not an emergent situation you're getting to, and that's why you're not pulled over. But all the way into work then. And then I made it past, I don't even know where I was, a little bit down past that Starbucks that they put there. That's, I don't know, across from McKnight Siebert. So I start going, and I didn't see him in the rear view anymore. So I don't know if he turned off, if he was still going straight, or what. But the whole time then into work, and pretty much a decent portion of the day, I kept thinking, I wonder what became of the guy going ultra slow on his motorcycle today on McKnight Road. And I also thought of this. At what point in your motorcycle riding do you decide you're comfortable enough to take that thing out in the rain? Is that something you learn on? Is that something when you take your motorcycle safety course that they school you on wet terrain? How does that all work? Or is that one of those, hey, I've been on this thing for a couple years, I'm good now in the rain? I had so many questions. So many. And, of course, you can't pull over and ask the guy. I've never ridden a motorcycle, operated a motorcycle like that. So I didn't know any of the answers. But it just didn't sit right with me. And it certainly didn't sit right with the 20 cars or so that he was holding up. Although the crazy part is he was probably going closer to the speed limit than they would have gone had they been able to pass him, because they were probably going to zoom by and go really, really fast. I didn't know whether to feel bad for the guy or whether to look at him and go, this guy's doing exactly what he wants to do, and he's being safe here. It's a weird, weird vortex, that motorcycle stuff, if you're not in it. I don't know any rules of it. So anyway, I hope he got to where he was going okay. Noah Hiles, top of the hour. I'll talk to him. So much to get into in the 4 o'clock hour and throughout the rest of the show. We will talk, that is for sure. Let's hit news first, top of the hour. KDK.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I never thought of myself as the type to settle down. Never knew where the team's next lunch was coming from. But then I met you, Easy Cater.
Workplaces everywhere are saying, I do want delicious food at work. And they're ordering from beloved restaurants with Easy Cater.
You were reliable. You had great options for every budget, even when marketing ops did keto again. We got through that together. With you, it's just so easy. Easy Cater, will you keep showing up at my workplace forever?
Find love at first lunch. Order at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly sunny and 79 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General. She's being replaced, at least temporarily, by Todd Blanche, who until today had been the Deputy Attorney General, and before that, defense attorney in a number of criminal cases for a private citizen, Donald Trump. In a True Social post today, President Trump said Bondi would be transitioning to a much-needed important new job in the private sector that would be announced in the near future. Critics of Bondi's tenure as head of the Justice Department, among them former federal prosecutor Scott Frederickson, accused Bondi of turning the Justice Department into a private law firm for the president.
This is the first time basically in the history of the Department of Justice that the president has essentially taken over the department and issued his demands for people to be prosecuted in investigations. That doesn't happen in all of our history.
Westmoreland County District Attorney Nicole Zigarelli has determined the use of force in the February officer-involved shooting in Lower Burrell was justified. Lower Burrell police responded to Rogers Drive for reported gunfire. They found 29-year-old Jordan Lindner with a gun. He had pointed the gun at himself and then at officers. After Lindner fired one round toward the officers, they deployed gas to force him out of his house. Lindner fired another round toward officers. They returned fire and wounded him. Lindner is facing 2 counts of attempted homicide, 2 counts of assault of a law enforcement agent, and several other charges. After the DA's office completed an extensive review of the incident, they determined the use of force was justified and proper under the circumstances. It's going to be a very busy construction season. PennDOT's Jason Zhang says here in Pittsburgh, there's 58 projects going out for bid this year, worth nearly $380 million.
In construction, there will be 110 projects in 2026. So not only are we letting new projects out, but we are also continuing projects that have been in construction.
The big project is the Commercial Street Bridge replacement, which will lead to a 25-day closure of the Parkway East. Plus, they'll begin work on $58 million renovation of the Parkway West 2230 interchange. Other ongoing projects include work on 51 from Coal Valley Road to Lebanon Church Road, work on Lebanon Church Road, and to the north, the I-79-910 Wexford interchange. For the second time this week, Mayor O'Connor is announcing a new partnership to help with major city needs. Both Pirate Charities and the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council are working with the city to make improvements to youth baseball fields around Pittsburgh. They gathered at Herschel Field in Elliott to announce the partnership. Pirates Chairman Bob Nutting says it's nothing compared to those who make the programs run.
I also know that to make a great baseball program, it takes a group of committed volunteers active day after day after day.
The Laborers donated $300,000 to help replace approximately 10 scoreboards at various ball fields. O'Connor says this and the preceding partnership announcements came about for a reason.
I also know that to make a great baseball program, it takes a group of committed volunteers active day after day after day.
On Monday, Pitt announced a 5-year, $5 million donation for parks, Main Street business districts, and public safety. And, of course, we do know that the opener is set for the Pirates tomorrow. And, according to reports, Connor Griffin not only being called up, he is now signing a record-breaking deal with the Pirates. Right now, we're hearing 9 years and $140 million.
Curveball swung on, hit high in the air, deep to left field. Davis back, turning around, and Connor Griffin has hit another home run. The 19-year-old Pirates shortstop has homered.
And again, this just in, according to reports, Connor Griffin signing a record-breaking deal with the Pirates, 9 years, $140 million to the number one prospect in all of baseball. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 116 points. The NASDAQ down 22. The S&P 500 down 5 points. KDKA Sports, well, the biggest news we just told you, Connor Griffin not only being called up today to be here for opening day tomorrow at home, but also a 9-year, $140 million contract. Penguins at the Tampa Bay Lightning tonight, puck drop at 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time, 4:03. Our next update at 4:30. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
All right, Margo's got you covered. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margo.
All righty, thanks, Colin. Looking at those major roadways, getting a report for an accident on the Parkway West inbound right before the exit towards Green Tree and Mount Lebanon. This is causing a shoulder to be closed, and on top of rush hour delays already backing that route up, seeing some brake lights back you up all the way from Carnegie as you make your way towards the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly sunny with a thunderstorm in spots the rest of this afternoon, a high near 80. Partly cloudy tonight with a passing shower, low 65. And still warm tomorrow. It'll be breezy with more clouds and sun, maybe an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, so how about this? I was supposed to have Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette. We're having great luck with guests today. I was supposed to have Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette. He texted me, and it's understandable, man. I've been in his shoes. He says, hey, I got to cancel. I got to chase down this news. And, yeah, more power to him. And the news is Connor Griffin's deal, Buster Olney reports from ESPN, 9 years, $140 million. So not bad. All they had to do was call him up, see? And then he was going to sign a long-term deal. Anyhow, so there's that. 9 years, $140 million. That's being reported multiple places. We'll see what's up. And we'll be down there tomorrow, and that should certainly enhance the buzz, if you will, for everything that's going on with the Connor Griffin situation. But 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Lots more to get into. By the way, listen for The Drive at 5. The stories driving the news every single day at 5. Brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand that yellow van. Brian's in Bethel. Hi, Brian.
How you doing today, Colin?
I've never been better. How are you? Thank you for asking.
Excellent. Thank you. I just wanted to comment on motorcycle riding, street riding specifically, getting caught in the rain. I've been riding street for the past 30 years, and I would say 90% of us riders would never intentionally ride in the rain. You take that risk based on the chance of showers, and you accept that risk. When it happens, when you get caught in the rain, the feeling is like being stung by bees. And the faster you're going, the more it hurts. So it's not a good feeling. And it's just an added layer of danger being on that bike, assuming you have the right equipment, assuming you have good tires. The worst time to ride on the street is when it first starts raining because you have the oil from the road coming up, and that's when the roads are the slickest. And once that washes down, it's a little bit less dangerous, but still, you need to have the right equipment on your person and on your bike. But it's still a dangerous situation, and I don't know anyone that would intentionally set out to go riding in the rain. It's not enjoyable.
That guy today, I didn't know whether to feel bad or whether I was just like, I'm just feeling bad because I don't understand it all. But, man, he had a line of traffic behind him, Brian. Had to be 20 cars long.
He was probably enjoying his day off, and he got caught in the rain, and he was taking every precaution, going slow. I would have pulled off and looked for an underpass or something, but, holding up traffic certainly not the way to go. But it can be scary because just a little bit of water under those tires, and that bike's out from underneath you. I've witnessed it happen.
Oh, thank you for the call. See, I love this job in so much as if you don't know something, you ask the questions, and generally, there's somebody listening who can answer them. Good stuff. Appreciate that. 866-391-1020 is that number. Oh, you remember that situation from Yawk a couple days ago? Tuck Me In group, where people were going to call and ask for rides and this and that, and you sent a text. There's a big update to that, a gigantic update to that, which we'll get to a little later on in this hour. Lou is in Aspinwall. Lou, you ever rode a motorcycle?
No way.
How come?
Too dangerous for me, my man.
You seem like a man of danger, though, which is, I thought it would fit you pretty well.
Well, I'll tell you what, you got to have a lot of guts. I'm not going to take my life for granted, and especially not wear a helmet. That's not going to save you if you crash. You're going to probably get hurt bad or die.
You know what? You got a good perspective on this, Lou. What's been going on in your world today?
Just painting my bathroom, not even listening to the show. I'm listening to music. I'm outside right now, just enjoying the scenery and the animals and the birds and just enjoying life. That's all.
Well, you're getting high on life. I like that. That's better than a former Lou.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I got a new girlfriend.
What? How you got a new girlfriend? Yeah. What, is it the one from the South Hills?
No, she lives in Mount Lebanon.
Well, that is the South Hills. But anyway, how did this all come to be?
I met her at the meetings.
Wait, you said you told me about her a couple weeks ago.
You're confused. You're confused. You're not listening.
Is this the one that has a couple kids and one that's like a senior in high school or something?
Right.
Well, then I'm not confused.
The other one was a drinker.
Yeah, I know that.
So
you had to get rid of her. She was a bad influence on you.
Absolutely.
So
I'm taking my time. I have to wait till the kid graduates and goes to college. I'm in no hurry for this. No hurry for a relationship. We're just taking our time.
Yeah, what's her story? Is she work and everything? What's she got going on?
She works with kids and she walks dogs too for a living.
Oh, does she have any dogs?
She has one.
What kind?
I'm not sure.
Do you like it?
Well, like I said, she's a nice girl. She has a good heart.
No, not her, the dog.
Pardon me?
Do you like the dog?
I never met the dog yet.
Oh, well, you know what? That might be a big step, Lou.
Like I said, we're in no hurry, brother, for nothing.
No, I get that. What if you meet the dog and it falls in love with you?
I don't know what's going to happen. I can't predict the future. Can you?
Sometimes. What if you meet the dog and it bites you? Is she off the list?
No, it's not a mean dog. Why would she have a dog that bites?
But I know some dogs that aren't mean and they bit just to, they got a little frightened.
Oh, well.
What if you meet the dog and it humps your leg?
Wow, I don't know about that one.
I'm serious. Wow. What would you do then? What would you do? Would you be embarrassed?
I don't know. I've had dogs do that to me. There's something wrong with them.
No, I don't know. Wait, you've had dogs do this to you? When? Where?
It was a few times at friends' houses, and the dog come up. There's something wrong with the dog humping me.
Well, how did you separate it from your leg?
I just pushed it away, kept coming back. I'm like, you know what? I gotta go. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I know. That's tough. That's a tough situation. It's sort of embarrassing for all parties, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, how much more painting do you have to do today?
I'm about 50%, and I'm going to go rake the yard. I'm having some company over. We're going to have a party.
Nice. No drinking?
Absolutely not. People from the meetings.
Gotcha. Lou's got it all planned out. He's got his life figured out. I like it. Whew. Man, he got to meet that dog pretty soon. They say, people that have dogs, I do not have one, but people who have dogs, they say, if I meet somebody and I start dating them and the dog doesn't take to them, that's like a big sign. It just is. If the dog does take to them, that's also a big sign in the positive direction. There's a lot that hinges on this. Lou was trying to kind of laugh it off some, but there is a lot there with Lou meeting this dog. Lou did tell me I'm not crazy. He told me about this lady months ago, or at least a month ago, this new one that he was talking to. I'll take your calls, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. A bunch of people have calls about these motorcycles, and I do want to take them. So there's that. Top of the hour, I want to talk about NASA some and this trip to the moon. And before we're out of here today, do you remember this Tuck Me In group where there were adults that have volunteered to make sure that kids get a ride home safe after they've been drinking? Major movement in that story. We talked about it earlier in the week. We'll dive into it, and hold tight. I'll grab your calls if you're on the line. Traffic right now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Continuing to look at an accident on the Parkway West inbound. That's right before the exit towards Green Tree and Mount Lebanon. This is causing the shoulder to be closed, so some brake lights will back you up on that route. Taking a look also at an accident on the 1500 block of Freeport Road in Harrison Township. The other major roadways are looking at their normal afternoon rush hour delays with some extra brake lights on 28 inbound a little bit after the 40th Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
I'm feeling the taste of a chocolate-covered peanut butter egg, potato chip egg, caramel pecan egg. Oh, wait, maybe a fruit and nut egg. Now that I have your attention, hi, it's Nan Cohen for Dorothy's Candies. When it comes to the Easter holiday, it has to be Dorothy's. Visit the store in White Oak, shop online at dorothy'scandies.com, or call 412-678-2723. One bite and you'll know it's Dorothy's Candies. Dorothy'sCandies.com.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
UPMC Health Plan, your partners in care.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. After a sharp sell-off earlier in the day, stocks recover ever so slightly. The Dow at the end was down 61 points. The Nasdaq, though, up by 38. S&P up 7 points. The world's most important price for real-world oil barrels surged above $140 today, the highest since 2008. Dated Brent reached $141.37, surpassing levels seen when Russia invaded Ukraine, according to S&P Global. Amazon will start charging sellers who use its shipping services a 3.5% fuel and logistics surcharge this month. The fees take effect April 17th for customers of the company's Fulfillment by Amazon service, which is used by many of the independent sellers who list their products on Amazon's retail sites. Items shipped by Amazon on behalf of merchants who sell on their own sites or at other retailers will carry the surcharge beginning May 2nd. And Bloomberg has learned that SpaceX has boosted its target IPO valuation above $2 trillion. Matt Piper, Bloomberg Radio.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
$140 million is pretty good, especially before you played one Major League Baseball game. I mean, really, not a bad gig. Listen for The Drive at 5. The stories driving the news every single day at 5, brought to you by ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. Yeah, I sent something to Margo. Crazy situation I'll get into in just a little bit, involving that whole Tuck Me In group that I talked about a little earlier this week. John's in Ross. Hi, John.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hey, you caught me eating a pork chop and a sweet pepper sandwich here. Anyway, I've been riding a motorcycle for 51 years. A lot of great comments with the guys are calling in at. And I started with my first motorcycle was a 1975 Kawasaki 900. And then I still have a shovelhead, but a 1980 shovelhead today.
Yeah, what's that have to do? I just asked a simple question about if it's tough or what this guy's situation was. I don't need an autobiography. No offense, but, you know.
I just want to tell you I have a lot of experience, especially in the rain, which you were talking about. If you're going down a hill, let's say 45, 50 miles an hour, you only have those small disc brakes on those wheels. And you can lose your grip on your brake, on that caliper, on the pads, on the rotor. You have to be very careful in the rain, especially with braking. And the other thing is you have to be a very defensive driver. You have to know who's in front of you, who's behind you. If somebody's going to pass you, are you going to accelerate? Are you going to brake? You have to be really on your toes.
Yeah, that guy was today. Thank you for the call and for the insight. I think that other caller was probably right. That guy on a motorcycle today got caught out in the rain. He thought it was going to be a nice day. He was driving ultra slow. Now I feel really bad for him that he didn't do that by design. You know who I never feel bad for because he's got the greatest life going? Jack in Mount Lebanon. Jack, how are you?
Hi, Colin. Thank you. How's the family?
Fantastic, exciting. Everything's good. Pirate season tomorrow. Pirate home opener tomorrow. The season's already started.
Yeah, I know. Margot will be there.
She will. She's going to have a good time. You know what? Margot works so hard. I'm excited that she gets to have a day off and enjoy it and walk around and have a wonderful day.
Well, the way I look at it, you're always taking days off. It's about time she does it.
Get out of here. You know why I take all those days off?
You have things to do.
No, because I get them. That's why.
Oh.
I mean, that's how the contract works.
I understand.
Uh-huh.
I understand.
When's the last home opener you've been to?
1976, I believe.
Wow. 1976. That's the year I was born.
They were playing the St. Louis Cardinals.
Okay. Did they win?
I can't remember, but I stood right above the Cardinals bullpen watching their starting pitcher warm up before the game. I remember that.
Any beers involved that day?
Probably.
Yeah.
They're not as expensive as they are now.
I know. Gotcha. You ever ride a motorcycle?
I rode a dirt bike once, crashed it, wrecked it. That was it.
Where was this located?
I can't remember. I was in the service, or after the service, visiting a guy I was in the service with.
Oh, okay. Last thing before I let you go, did you hear about this contract that this shortstop's going to sign?
Yeah. Like you said earlier, he hasn't played a single play in Major League history at $140 million.
Not bad.
No,
Not bad at all. Thank you, Jack. Call tomorrow, 2 to 4, short show. Excited to do it out in front of the stadium. Coming up next, we have an update. Tell me if you think these people are mad, if they're pulling the plug too early, if they had a good thing and actually screwed it up, or if they realize they're a bunch of knuckleheads. Because all those are potential answers. We'll dive into that in just a little bit. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. All lanes are now open on the Parkway West inbound. That's because an earlier accident had caused the shoulder to be closed right around exit 67 towards Green Tree and Mount Lebanon, but it should be all good to go now. Looking at those other major roadways, starting to see a bit of congestion on the Parkway North. That's after Route 19 as you head in the southbound lane, so I guess it's towards Route 19. Also looking at a few brake lights on 28 inbound and getting a report of an accident on the 200 block of the Tarentum Bridge in Tarentum Borough. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly sunny and 79 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvements with no interest financing. If you need it, trust PJ.com. The breaking news earlier was that Connor Griffin was going to be brought up from AAA Indianapolis to be a part of the Pirates for opening day tomorrow against Baltimore. Many people thought that that might be involved with a extended contract being offered to Connor Griffin, and it turns out Buster Olney from ESPN said that is exactly the case. Connor Griffin expected to sign a record-breaking deal with the Pirates, 9 years, $140 million. This will be the richest deal in Pirate history, surpassing the Brian Reynolds $100 million deal from a few years ago. Griffin will also become one of the few position players to make it to the show as a teenager. The last was Juan Soto with the Nationals in 2018. Bryce Harper in 2012, also with the Nationals, and Mike Trout back in 2011. That was with the Angels. And like Griffin, they were all 19 years of age. For the second time this week, Mayor O'Connor is announcing a new partnership to help with major city needs. Both Pirate Charities and the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council are working with the city to make improvements to youth baseball fields around the city. They gathered at Herschel Field in Elliott to announce the partnership. Pirates Chairman Bob Nutting says it's nothing compared to those who make the programs run.
I also know that to make a great baseball program, it takes a group of committed volunteers active day after day after day.
The laborers donated $300,000 to help replace approximately 10 scoreboards at various fields.
There's no reason why our scoreboards can't be up and running. And I think that's something important to us. When our kids play all-star baseball and they travel outside of the city of Pittsburgh and every other place has a scoreboard that works, that doesn't help us grow Pittsburgh.
On Monday, Pitt announced a 5-year, $5 million donation for parks, Main Street business districts, and public safety. Two sons of the area will headline the NFL Draft Entertainment Series. The league announced Wiz Khalifa and Bret Michaels will be performing the weekend of the draft. The report from Billboard says Khalifa will perform on Friday evening before rounds 2 and 3, as will Michaels. Khalifa said, "The city raised me, and the energy here is different." Michaels said he cannot be more honored and excited or fired up. As a Pittsburgh native and a diehard fan of the Steelers, this is a dream come true. All of the performances will take place at the theater right next to Acrisure Stadium. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 61 points, and NASDAQ up 38, the S&P 500 up 7 points. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. And obviously, the big news of the day, Connor Griffin not only called up to be a part of opening day at home for the Pirates tomorrow, he is on the verge of a 9-year, $140 million contract signing. Penguins in action tonight on the road in Tampa Bay. Puck drop at 7. KDK Radio News Time, 4:32. Our next update at 5. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio,
KDKA.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Listen here, gonna be warm before you know it. Get that ride for summertime. How about that convertible, that Mustang? Yep. Or you may be going on a trip. You need that Expedition. You need that Explorer. You need that room. You sure do. So, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Get there. Get that ride for your summer vacation. It'll be here before you know it. Or go to SchultzFord.com.
Today's the final day of our two-day sale. Thursday, April 2nd at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, all natural St. Louis style spare ribs, $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, extra large mangoes are 5 for $5. In the deli, John F. Martin & Sons ham off the bone, $4.99 a pound. And Wise potato chips, cheese doodles, or popcorn, 5 to 8.7 ounce bags, $1.88 each.
It's happening at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
When it's happening, News Radio KDKA is telling you about it.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell.
To the Rooney family, to Art, to Jim Rooney, to now young Dan Rooney, they define Pittsburgh in so many ways. They represent that city in every which way with pride. And I think this draft is something that is really important to all of them and to the Steelers in general.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Getting a report of an accident on the Parkway North inbound. That is right before the exit 5 towards Perrysville Avenue. It is causing a traffic disruption, so some bumper-to-bumper traffic will back you up as you move inbound on that route. Taking a look at the other major roadways. Seeing some congestion back up 28 inbound from the 40th Street Bridge as you make your way towards the city. The Parkway West inbound continuing to look at some delays around the middle of Green Tree Hill as you head towards the city. And both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel are also stacked as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Times of clouds and sunshine through the rest of this afternoon. It will be quite warm with a thunderstorm in spots, high near 80. And a warm night tonight with a shower around, low 65. And still warm with an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow, high 77. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10. The Big K Morning Show will get you ready for a very big weekend and opening day for the Bucks on a Good Friday.
Yeah, here we go. 866-391-1020 is that number. I do in the 5 o'clock hour want to touch on NASA a little bit in this space mission. Are there still flat earthers out there that think this is fake? Honestly, I'd love to talk to somebody like that or somebody who knows somebody like that. Is this all a bit? That'd be fantastic to talk to somebody who feels that way or knows somebody who feels that way. Anyway, okay, so we went over this earlier in the week, and there were a bunch of calls on this and a bunch of social media feedback on this. So this was out there. It was sent to me by a bunch of people, and it was a local school district. And I don't know if I identified it or not. I think I did. It was York, which just had a terrible tragedy. Yeah, I identified it because I remember saying it had a terrible tragedy. So they put this out there, some people did, who largely remained anonymous. It was called the Tuck Me In Group. And it was very real. I vetted this. I checked through a few different people, and this was a very real thing that they were going to institute as soon as right now. The Tuck Me In group is live. We're a group of adults who have volunteered to make sure you get to a safe bed. If you or your ride is unable to drive, please reach out. We're not saying it's okay to do anything you shouldn't do, which is limited by age. That's a conversation for you and your parents, so no judging or lecturing. If need be, we'll explain to your parents that you made a mature decision to come home safe. All members of the group have the understanding they will not discuss any transportation. And then in this memorandum that they sent out to people in the community, they listed here's how it works. You create a contact on your phone titled Tuck Me In. Then you text this number. You'll receive a list of numbers to save under Tuck Me In. You call these numbers when needed. No names are saved. This is anonymous. We as the group will add your number only to our contact list, so when you call, Tuck Me In appears. There's just one rule. You call all the numbers until you get an answer. And we talked about that earlier in the week and said, is this a good idea? Is this a bad idea? Is it enabling? Is it being responsible? And remember, and I don't know if there was any alcohol involved, this is a community that just went through terrible strife with 4 young people who were killed. So we talked about it. Now, I put it on my social media as well. I got some scathing direct messages from, in particular, one woman who said, I'm going to sue you for slander. Why did you talk about that? Why did you put it out there? It was private. And I pretty much said, hey, someone sent it to me. And don't put things on social media that you don't want to be, are you ready for this? Social. Okay? Because that's how it found me. Well, it feels like they had a reverse of course. Or, at the very least, the people are mad that some people questioned it. Again, this was in the Yawk School District. Here's an update from earlier today. Tuck Me In is canceled. What about insurance? What about clearances? Guess we stopped sending them to school because those don't matter. What about this? What about that? And then in all caps, what about a child making it home safely? What about the sober person in the group not wanting to get friends in trouble by calling parents? Just let them get in a car that's unsafe. Yep. Everyone will say, oh, yeah, it was a good idea. No one will mention about volunteers being threatened or the poor volunteer who was accosted today at her job in public because of this. That will have an attitude because we stated we would not be threatened. Uber drivers have been arrested for drinking and driving and don't have the child clearances, but is that better? Let's just sit back, do nothing, and wait for the next tragedy. Misspelled, by the way. I will inform the students that did make contact that the community has run it into the ground. So there we go. So with a scathing update, this Tuck Me In is canceled. This feels like, I don't know any other way to put it. It kind of feels like some people who didn't do full research now mad that some other people called them out, that there were some holes in their idea. I never really gave an opinion one way or the other. I put it out there and said, was this a good idea? Was this a bad idea? And, you know, the feedback was about 50-50. But the people who questioned them pretty heavily. And they said, I don't know if I want a drunk teenager in the car with a sober adult, considering there could be some really weird things that could happen. And apparently the people who run this thing or were thinking about running it, they don't take too kindly to being questioned. I get it that their heart may have been in the right place, but it fails me to understand how they don't understand that some people could say, hey, this is a weird thing, especially in the year 2026. You know, the other thing, too, in looking at all of this, there should probably be more energy into saying, hey, you probably just don't want to drink. Like, that's a bad choice. It's not going to come out on the other end and be something that is a good deal. And let's concentrate on that as opposed to we're going to throw up our hands. We know you're going to drink, and we're going to try to deal with this as best as possible. That doesn't seem to be a great solution. But now they're all in a huff. They're mad. People didn't like their idea, and they're going to blame them for not liking their idea whenever it was really kind of half put together. Anyway, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Josh is in Shady Side. Hi, Josh.
Hey, all right, so with the flat earth, like, say you're back in high school, right, and you have to do, like, a science experiment. Like, science is, like, something that can be, like, recreated over and over again. You know, like you put, like, a, match to a gas, it's going to have a flame, right? How would you get water to stick to a ball and not fall off? Like, if you were back in science class, how would you do that?
Wait, run this past me again? How would I, if I were...
The Earth is a ball, right? Like a sphere. Like, that's what we believe.
Yeah.
And it's covered with water, right? The oceans.
Well, yeah.
So how does that... They say it's gravity that it sticks to the ball, but, like, you couldn't... how would you recreate that if you were in, like, high school, like, science class?
Well, aren't the oceans sort of dug out a little bit where there's sort of a hole dug out, too?
Well, then here's the other way to look at it. Like, so the ocean is flat, right? Like, if you're standing at the beach, like, you're looking at the horizon, it's flat. Like, name one flat body of water, like a lake or a bathtub, that isn't enclosed somehow. Like, something has to hold the water in so it can lay flat. So what is holding the water in? You know what I'm saying?
So you're telling me you think the Earth is flat?
I think the oceans are flat. I mean, I don't think we have any idea what this realm, like where it ends or whatever. But I mean, the ocean is flat. I couldn't tell you where it ends.
It's because the water level is flat.
Well, they say that the flat earthers say that we're surrounded by an ice wall. That's like the container that holds all this water in. And that's why they won't let you go to Antarctica to explore, because it's not Antarctica's not an island. It's actually like a giant wall. But I mean, again, that's all pure speculation. But just if you think about any body of water that's flat, a lake, a cup of water, it's enclosed. So, and the other thing is, there's no way to recreate a ball with water on it where the water doesn't, if you put water on a basketball, what's going to happen to it? it's going to fall off. There's nothing holding it in.
So you don't believe that these astronauts are really flying around right now?
Well, I mean, they have all sorts of stuff that, anti-gravity. It's not like a rocket is the only way I think we've invented to, get up in the air. When we had, balloons before we had airplanes. So,
what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
I'm an architect.
Oh, wow. Wow. Have you told anybody else these beliefs that you have?
Not if I can help it.
Oh, well, I'm glad you made it known on the radio. Jeez. So, you didn't watch this NASA liftoff thing?
No, but I actually saw the space shuttle take off at night, with my own eyes. My father took me to Cape Canaveral, and I saw. So, I mean, obviously something went up in the air. I mean, I was standing right there. I was 12 or something. It was a night launch. So, I mean, that was real. But I don't know, where it went. It just disappeared into the sky. I don't know. That's why they say the Bermuda Triangle, that's what they do, is they shoot them off of Cape Canaveral, and then they all, drop into the ocean.
Huh. Man. I wish I had more for him. I think that guy might be super intelligent. Super, super intelligent. And I'm still trying to grasp the stuff about the water. I just think the water level's flat at the top. I know by no means believe what he's saying. But, man, I'm at a loss. Maybe I need to smoke some weed. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. All lanes are now open on the Parkway North inbound after an earlier accident continues causing a few brake lights as you head towards the exit towards Route 19. Taking a look at those other major roadways, getting a report of a vehicle fire on the 4500 block of Liberty Way in Lincoln Borough, and the other major roadways have normal rush hour delays for an afternoon. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Paul's got you covered. Goldberg, Persky, White, pioneers in asbestos litigation news desk. A look at what's happening top of the hour. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Colin, great news if you're trying to sell a ticket for the opening day for the Pirates at home tomorrow. Bad news if you're looking for a ticket. Prices have gone up. Why? We'll tell you. Top of the hour right here. The voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Oh, Margo, jump on real quick. Did you end up getting those tickets from Ticket Nick in, we're not going to say the section again. We gave people one chance. If they picked it up, they did. I don't need you signing a bunch of autographs. Did you get your tickets delivered?
Yes, they're in my Apple Wallet.
Oh, that's
a young kid's thing, is an Apple.
No,
I'm
I
just
get
kidding.
Apple Wallet. All my tickets go on Apple Wallet and my airline tickets. And when we go to
you don't even have to print your boarding pass anymore.
Nope.
It's convenient, I will say.
Nope. And for whenever I go to Broadway or whenever I go to, like I said, go on an airplane or whenever I go around here, Apple. I'm very in tune with Apple Wallet. I enjoy Apple Wallet a lot. The one thing about Apple Wallet is you have to go through. I always turn off the notifications because you don't want 5,000 notifications in like the hour before your show or your game or whatever.
Yeah, or when you have it up in line, then all of a sudden your phone turns off, and then you look like that person who didn't have it ready because you have to scan your face and whatnot.
Also, you need to clear it out after that event is over.
Yeah.
Because they stay in there. Now, this is the reason that I ask, because in about in about 2 hours' time, some of the tickets at PNC Park today tripled after they announced tripled after they announced that Connor Griffin was coming up. Are you tempted at all to sell those tickets?
Heck no.
Ooh.
The thing is, when I was looking, some of them were up to astronomical levels, and I just
like
don't know.
$600 a seat.
Even more.
Oh, wow.
I was bamboozled, but I really want to watch this game. And I don't know. Experience means more than money.
100%. At this point in my life, if somebody offered to buy me this good or that good or this car or this shirt or this, I am all about experiences and not material stuff.
I agree. And maybe people should have had a little more faith and bought their tickets earlier. Now they're just going up just because Connor Griffin's playing. I don't know.
Look at you. Look at
Maybe
you.
buy them earlier. Have some faith in the Pirates.
Nice. Now, is it hokey or is it a good move? Can Marty Griffin buy a Connor Griffin jersey and have Griffin on the back? Is that a good move or a bad move?
Good move. If I had Rensel, if there was a Rensel playing, I'd totally get that jersey.
You would get the Rensel jersey?
Of course.
Okay.
But I don't even know anyone that has the last name Rensel.
No.
Let alone Dunlap. I've never even heard of a Dunlap either.
There's a lot. King Dunlap. He was no relation. He used to play in the NFL. Yeah, there's some.
Dang.
For sure. But so what if Marty Griffin should get a Connor Griffin jersey?
Yeah, he should.
And it doubles as, himself.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm proud of you for staying the course and not selling.
Yeah.
I like that move by you a lot. Good stuff.
I don't even think that there's any more tickets left in my section.
Wow. Now, the boss, PJ, he said, have Margot drop by and just jump on the mic for just a little bit tomorrow. So not like a whole segment.
I'm not jumping on the mic.
Yes, you are.
I am not.
Yes, you are.
I'll say hello, and you can say Margot's standing in front of me, but I am not hopping on the mic.
Why? Will you be? What if
you will not hear me
a breathalyzer
tomorrow on KDKA radio.
Are you afraid he may say something that you shouldn't?
No, I'm not hopping on the mic.
When you're off, you're off?
When I'm off, I'm off.
Good. You know what? I appreciate that.
Yeah. I took a lesson out of your book. When I'm off, I'm off.
Okay. What time are you getting down there?
I'm thinking noon or 1.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah, that's good. That works. That works. That's not terrible. All right, top of the hour. I do want to talk NASA a little bit and get into it. I'm failing to... Can somebody enlighten me? Is all of this money and all of this attention to the space program, is it worth it? That's a fundamental question. And I want to dive into that at the top of the hour. Let's hit traffic right now. Yeah. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, taking a look at those major roadways. Still seeing some brake lights on the Parkway West outbound starting from 2nd Avenue as you make your way through the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper from the bend at Bates heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel as well. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com. T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly sunny and 80 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. According to reports, Connor Griffin is signing a record-breaking deal with the Pirates, a 9-year deal worth $140 million. This will be the richest deal in Pirate history, surpassing the deal that Brian Reynolds sold a few years ago at $100 million. Griffin will also become one of the few position players to make it to the big leagues as a teenager. Last was Juan Soto with the Nationals in 2018. Bryce Harper broke in with the Nationals in 2012. And it was Mike Trout with the Angels in 2011. Just to name a few, like Griffin, they were all 19 years old. Griffin was called up today to be a part of the home opener tomorrow against the Baltimore Orioles, first pitch at 4:12. Mayor O'Connor announces another team effort to help address city needs. Pirate Charities and the Laborers District Council are working up with the city to begin providing major upgrades to about 20 different youth baseball fields. The contributions include $300,000 for the laborers to replace up to 10 scoreboards.
There's no reason why our scoreboards can't be up and running. And I think that's something important to us. When our kids play all-star baseball and they travel outside of the city of Pittsburgh and every other place has a scoreboard that works, that doesn't help us grow Pittsburgh.
Pirate Charities is helping out by upgrading 20 fields and also providing the same type of laser grading equipment used at PNC Park. Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General. Bondi, she's being replaced, at least temporarily, by Todd Blanche, who until today had been the Deputy Attorney General. Before that, defense attorney in a number of criminal cases for private citizen Donald Trump. In a Truth Social post today, President Trump said Bondi would be transitioning to a much-needed important new job in the private sector that would be announced in the near future. Critics of Bondi's tenure as head of the Justice Department says she allowed the Justice Department to act as a private law firm for the president, pursuing criminal investigations and prosecutions of his political foes and blocking timely releases of the full Epstein files. CBS News Justice correspondent Nicole Skanga tells us how Blanche began his career in government service and later as defense attorney for private citizen Trump in multiple cases.
Former federal prosecutor in the Southern District of New York, he later became a white-collar defense attorney. He really rose to national prominence as President Trump's personal criminal defense attorney, the lead attorney in that New York hush money criminal trial, a key lawyer in the classified documents and election-related cases that were brought against the president when he was no longer in office.
For now, it's widely thought the president will nominate Lee Zeldin, administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, to become the next attorney general. Westmoreland County District Attorney Nicole Zigarelli has determined the use of force in the February officer-involved shooting in Lower Borough was justified. Lower Borough police responded to Rogers Drive for reported gunfire. They found 29-year-old Jordan Lindner with a gun in his hand. He had pointed the gun at himself and then at the officers. After Lindner fired a round toward the officers, they deployed gas to force him outside. Lindner then fired another round toward the officers. They returned fire and wounded him. Lindner is facing 2 counts of attempted homicide, 2 counts of assault of a law enforcement agent, as well as other charges. After the DA's office completed an extensive review of the incident, they determined the use of force was justified and proper under those circumstances. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 61 points, the Nasdaq up 38, the S&P 500 up 7 points. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. It was a busy off day for the Pirates as they reportedly signed Connor Griffin to a 9-year, $140 million deal. They will play their home opener tomorrow against Baltimore at 4:12. Penguins on the road tonight. They'll be at Tampa Bay to take on the Lightning at 7. KDK Radio News Time 5:03. Time to call Metropolitan Windows. Save 20% off their exclusive Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows. 412-655-8411. Right now, mostly sunny and 80 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Here we go. By the way, Noah Heil's going to join now in just a moment or so. But first, from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margo.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting a report of an accident on 79 southbound. That is on right around Marshall Township off of Wexford Bain Road. Taking a look at the other major roadways, continuing to see normal rush hour delays, especially on the Parkway West outbound. That is starting from 2nd Avenue, and the Parkway East outbound also giving you a few brake lights starting around the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be some clouds around tonight. It will be a warm night with a passing shower, low 65. Breezy and warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. Then very warm Saturday with some sun, high 82. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Fire doesn't wait, and neither should you. When disaster strikes, call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, if you worked in journalism, particularly sports journalism, you've been there. Days rolling along. Yeah, I'll do this. Yeah, I'll do that. Wait. Drop everything. I got to do this. I've been on that side of it, and I experienced it with trying to talk to somebody earlier today who was on that side of it. We were scheduled to talk about an hour ago, then the Connor Griffin news came. Let me talk to Noah Heils from the Post-Gazette, who had to not take a breath, but had to get to work at about 4 o'clock. Hi, Noah. How are you?
I'm all right, Colin. How are you?
Head spinning, I'm sure. Breaking news, you drop everything and get it done. So tell me what you know, what the details are, and how it came to be, and what will happen in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, so what I know right now is Connor Griffin's going to be the starting shortstop for the Pirates tomorrow for their home opener. He's the number one prospect in baseball, and is a very highly anticipated major leaguer in the making. This is going to be a very special player, and it sounds like soon there's a chance that he could also be a very highly paid individual, although nothing right now is official.
Would one have to be involved if the other one was, i.e., would they call him up? Would he agree? I don't want to say agree to be called up, but would the call-up happen only if there was a contract that was pending?
I can't say that with certainty. All I can say is this. If the Pirates promote Connor Griffin before April 9th, and he goes on to win Rookie of the Year this year or earns a top 3 MVP finish in one of his next 3 seasons, they could win a draft pick. They get awarded a draft pick. So he's promoted to the major leagues. Now, if he signs an extension before he plays his first Major League Baseball game, he's no longer eligible to put them in the running to get that draft pick if he wins any of those awards. So, hypothetically, it would be in the best interest of the Pirates for Connor Griffin to play a Major League game tomorrow and then sign a deal. That way, they could get the draft. They could be in line to get a draft pick should he win said awards. Now, no one can officially say that's the case because it would be tipping their hand. But in order for him, if he signed the extension now before playing Friday, the Pirates would lose eligibility to get that TPI draft pick.
All right, well, let me ask you this. We're talking to Noah Hiles, Post-Gazette. Is there an aggression right now or a thrust for teams to sign younger players, high-dollar players, because of a potential anticipation of a salary cap in the future? And if you get it in right now, they're grandfathered in.
Without question. That's 100% the mentality. I think you see it around baseball. 2 of the top 50 prospects in the major leagues, 2 guys who aren't even in the major leagues yet, just signed multi-year extensions, so they're taken care of regardless of what the financial structure of this game looks like under the new CBA. And I think that's part of the incentive here for the Pirates as well. You don't know what it's going to look like, but why not take fate out of the equation? Just nail it down now. That way, if you lose a year of baseball next year, and if the financial landscape changes, you still know that you have this guy secured long-term.
Noah Hiles joining Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Connor Griffin, potential contract, definite call-up, and home opener tomorrow. If he does sign, are you surprised? Not necessarily because, like you said, of that situation, but are you still surprised that agents let young players play ball long-term contract-wise before the age of, 21?
No, I'm not surprised for this one, Colin, because if you look at it, I mean, if this deal does get finalized, Connor Griffin will have guaranteed himself a 9-figure payday before he turns 20 years old. And when this deal expires, he'll hit free agency and still be in position to get another 9-figure payday before he turns 30 years old. There's only one other player who's been in that role, and that's Juan Soto. And I don't think he got a 9-figure payday the first time. So this honestly puts Connor Griffin on track, or at least gives him the potential to be one of the highest earners in the history of professional sports, should his career go on the track that some people are projecting it to go. I don't think that second contract, which would come, in his late 20s, that's probably not coming from the Pirates. But the Pirates won't be bothered by that because they will have got him for nearly a decade of his career, and a lot of that's going to be his prime. So it's beneficial for the Pirates to lock this guy up now, to make him their highest paid player in franchise history, which, again, I want to remind everyone, has not happened yet. There is no deal that's official. And it's beneficial for Connor Griffin because he has this guaranteed money now if the deal does get done, and he still has probably 8 or 9 years to play after this contract if he can stay healthy and be a productive ball player.
Tomorrow's tomorrow. The home opener is the home opener. There's always going to be a crowd. What does this do for walk-ups? What does this do for ticket sales and a general buzz for games, home games, 2, 3, 4, 5, and thereafter?
Oh, well, it's funny you brought that up. I did an off-season drawing for my podcast, Bucko Territory, where we gave away 2 free tickets. And I bought those tickets for the winner today at 8 a.m. And I'm so thankful I bought those tickets, which was for the Monday game at 8 a.m., because the prices have skyrocketed, Colin. I mean, I know Friday's sold out. I wouldn't be shocked if the whole first weekend sells out. And, I mean, it's going to be probably one of the highest attended home opening series in the history of this ballpark, probably since it opened in 2001. So there's going to be a lot of foot traffic on the North Shore. It's going to be a really good time.
Now, with that podcast, do you have the stipulation the person has to use them? What if you give them away and that person flips them and sells them?
Hey, they won the contest. I'm not a cop. They can do whatever they want.
Okay. All right. Now, day one, he plays shortstop. Where does he hit in the order?
I think they probably bat him in the bottom third. I mean, this is a kid who's still 19 years old. He was very hit or miss in spring training. He led the team in home runs, but struggled to catch up with fastball velocity toward the back end of spring training when you saw major league pitchers kind of getting their legs underneath them. And you don't want to put too much pressure on him. I don't think he's up here to be a difference maker at the plate. He's going to have highs and lows, but where he's going to contribute most, Colin, is in the field. He is the best infield he's the best true shortstop in this entire organization. He's the best base runner in this entire organization. You combine that with a 6'5", 230-pound frame who can hit home runs every now and then. You have a really solid player now, one who's going to develop into a superstar more likely than not. But right now, it's just going to be a guy who probably hits 7th through 9th, and his job's going to be to get on base and steal bases and get in scoring position for when guys like Brandon Lau, O'Neal Cruz, and Ryan O'Hearn come up at the top of the order.
Last thing for you, I talked about this a little bit before. It's hard for your face of the franchise to be a pitcher because they're only out there every 5th day. Yep. Skeens undoubtedly is the face of the franchise. Can Connor Griffin become and backfill into what Andrew McCutchen was and be the guy that sells the most jerseys, that's the most visible, that is the one that all the kids want to have his shirt? Can that happen?
This kid's potential is bigger than Andrew McCutchen. It just is. And I'm fully aware of how big McCutchen was in this town, having grown up when he debuted and having covered him during his second tour here in Pittsburgh. This kid's ceiling of potential is so much higher than that. He could be the biggest Pirates player since Stargell or Clemente.
Huh. Big stuff before he even plays an inning. I'll catch you down there tomorrow. Noah, I appreciate it. As always, I appreciate you skewing your schedule around. We'll catch up tomorrow. Thanks again.
Sounds good, Colin. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Noah Heil. Those are big words. Man, I mean, I've seen all the debuts. I generally err on the side of caution. I saw Kutch. I saw Alvarez. Saw Garrett Cole. Saw Skeens. I'm going to do the same here. I'm going to let it play out some. I can't use Clemente and Stargell and stuff yet. Noah can. I just can't yet, but we'll see how it goes. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Not much has changed on those major roadways, just seeing some heavy congestion on the Parkway East outbound from the bend at Bates and through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel towards Edgewood Swissvale. Also a few extra brake lights backing up 28 inbound from the 40th Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg with your KFC Weekend Weather Update. On Saturday, expect mainly cloudy skies with warm temperatures reaching a high of 80 degrees, approaching the record high of 83 set back in 1882. The Colonel made irrationally delicious chicken. He also made irrationally irresponsible decisions about prices. That's why the KFC $7 box feast comes with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink, all for just $7. Prices and participation may vary.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old.
She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Here at 93.7 The Fan, we know a thing or two about winning an award, so I've got to congratulate my friends at Precision Pointing for winning the Best of the Best award from the Trib as the top masonry company in the region. I've known this for a while and have been telling you as much, but now everyone knows. So as you get on your spring to-do list with tax rebate season right around the corner, get to the long-delayed masonry projects on your home. The schedule, it's filling up fast. Chimneys, retaining walls, brick pointing, they do it all at Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
At EasyCater, we believe every workday gets better with great food. The 9 a.m. staff meeting? How about breakfast burritos and lots of coffee? Big client presentation at noon? Let's do Mediterranean bowls. Accounting's gotta work late. Keep them pepped up with spicy noodles. With EasyCater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with EasyCater. Start an order at easycater.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead what's happening 5:30. Paul.
Calling a couple of Pittsburgh's own will headline some of the draft entertainment right by Acrisure Stadium. We'll tell you who coming up, bottom of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks reversed sharp declines to close higher. The Dow lost 61. The Nasdaq, though, gained 38 points. S&P was up by 7. A federal agency has issued final approval for the White House ballroom project despite a court order halting construction earlier this week. The commission, which is chaired by a White House staffer, voted 9-1 to approve the design. The White House announced its intent to build a ballroom in July at a cost of $200 million. The privately financed endeavor's price tag has since doubled. Starbucks is dangling bonuses for hourly employees. The coffee giant wants to woo baristas to be friendlier and speedier with the potential to earn an additional $1,200 a year. Starbucks is also adding an option for people to tip by credit and debit card while using the app or paying at the register. Topps will issue NFL trading cards for the first time since 2016 after Fanatics Collectibles reached a multi-year deal with the league and NFL Players Association. Matt Piper, Bloomberg Radio.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Here we are. Hello to you. At the ballpark tomorrow, 2 to 4. Show is short tomorrow because of the 4-1-2 first pitch. Big thanks to Noah Hiles for joining. I appreciate him circling back. He didn't have to do that. That was super nice, super kind of him, and it's very much appreciated. So I'll catch up with Michael Bartley before we're out of here today, right before we're on our way out of here. I'm intrigued by this. I am. Intrigued is probably the right word.
The things that had to line up to make it successful have occurred in the last 24 hours or so, and that is basically there have been no major problems with the Orion spacecraft. Remember, it is flying for the very first time, and so there are a lot of things that are being used in space for the very first time.
Yeah, this Artemis stuff here.
They've had a couple of glitches, some communications problems here and there. The toilet had a problem, but that's pretty much been fixed. They had a cabin temperature problem where they were a bit cold, but they seem to be okay with the way it works.
Yeah, and a little bit more.
I did more than 60 space shuttle flights. I've done the commercial crew for SpaceX and Boeing. But, these astronauts are actually going somewhere, as Captain Kirk once said, out there.
CBS News' Peter King. All right, fill me in here at 866-391-1020. Artemis 2 astronauts, they got that okay. First humans to head there to the moon, 1972 or whatever. So tell me, because I'm lost, or because I'm not schooled in this, or because I'm a dummy, tell me what you think the accomplishment for NASA is, and if you think it's worth it. Do Americans see it as worth it? Now, federal taxpayers foot the bill for about $24.5 billion each year. That's in the budget right now for NASA. What's the end game? I get satellites. I get that there's even some medical advancements, right? But when we say space travel or travel to the moon or astronauts, and we see these people, there's no question, as some of the brightest, smartest, most advanced people on this earth. They're just real sharp people, all of them. You can't be a dummy and be an astronaut. It just doesn't work like that. But do they advance mankind to the point in which you go, all right, it's worth that expenditure and that risk? Or is it just something neat? I mean that. Now, with the ability to have satellites and communicate and things like that, it's made our life easier, for sure. But does it feel like it's going to yield anything, especially when measured up against both the risk and the cost? I haven't arrived at a conclusion because I don't know. I'm not smart in this field. I don't pay attention to it. If there were 5 space launches a week that were manned, or there were none the rest of my lifetime, it wouldn't change my interest in this at all. I'm not a grump by any means. I just don't have an interest in this. If I was on the Space Coast, like on Daytona or somewhere like that, or on that side of it, and there was a launch, I'd stop and watch and go, wow, that's pretty neat. But that's like where it ends for me. I'm not somebody that is in that world. I'm not a science head. I'm not I don't have a big interest in it. But if it all went away tomorrow, would we be worse for it? If we put more money into it, would we be better for it? I honestly don't know the answer to these questions. All I know is it looks neat. And what will it potentially yield? What is the end game, I guess, is the best way to ask. 866-391-1020 is that number. Also, there is a beef brewing, and I'm here to tell you it's the stupidest beef going from both sides of it. I'll let you in on that in just a little bit. Demand that yellow van. Yep. Warmer weather rolls through Pittsburgh. Storms, they can hit fast. You know that. We get those warnings, those watches, all of that from the National Weather Service. Well, they bring heavy rain, strong winds, sudden damage. Bang. Before you know it, there's a hole in your roof. There's a tree that went right through your window. Demand that yellow van. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, immediately give them a call. When I say immediately, 24/7, 365, that means all the time, right? Demand that yellow van. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. Number's easy to remember. 412-RECOVER. 412-RECOVER. The best and only call that you can make. The best and only call to make. 412-RECOVER. Demand that yellow van. Traffic time with Margot. Here we are. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. I'm getting a report of an accident on the Parkway West inbound side. That's right around the airport. So it might start to create some traffic around that area. The other major roadways are looking at their normal rush hour delays with some heavy congestion on the Parkway East outbound starting from the bend at Bates, and 28 outbound is starting to see some congestion around the 40th Street Bridge as you head towards the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, Swack Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, You get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Who says vaping is safer than cigarettes? Science does not support that belief. Vapes can contain a variety of chemicals, flavoring agents, cancer-causing elements, and other harmful substances. High levels of nicotine in some vapes can be more likely to lead to addiction, and chemical ingredients are not always listed accurately on vaping packages. Vaping can also damage your DNA, your heart, your lungs, and even your smile. Enough with the puff. Learn more at ul.org/vaping.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
Now that I'm retired, I'm worried about making ends meet. Food, medicine, and rent cost more every day. And that's why I used benefitscheckup.org. It connected me to an extra $1,000 a month. Benefitscheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. In a few clicks, older adults like me can see if they might qualify for money-saving programs. If you're on a fixed income, benefitscheckup.org might help you too. For free. Visit today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 80 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For all your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. And by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. Lawmakers are praising and criticizing Pam Bondi now that President Trump has ousted her as Attorney General. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes reports.
I'm Allison Keyes in Washington. Kentucky Republican Representative Thomas Massey says on social media that he supports the firing of Pam Bondi, and he hopes that the next Attorney General will release all the Epstein files according to the law. The top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin, says Bondi's legacy will be the weaponization of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency for Donald Trump's personal benefit.
Bondi is facing a subpoena to appear before the House Oversight Committee on April 14th over the DOJ's handling of the Epstein files. Mayor O'Connor announcing another new partnership with another Pittsburgh institution. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
Pirates Charities and the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council are teaming up with the city to provide major upgrades to 20 ball fields around town. Pirates Chairman Bob Nutting says he and the mayor have been talking for some time.
And this partnership grew out of those discussions. And I strongly believe it's just the beginning of what we're going to be able to do working together.
The partnership will include upgrading fields and buying laser grading equipment just like they use at PNC Park. The fields haven't all been identified yet. Former Little Leaguer and Pony Leaguer O'Connor says it doesn't help grow Pittsburgh if teams travel outside the city and see every other park has working scoreboards. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
Two native sons of the area will headline the NFL Draft Entertainment Series. The league announced Wiz Khalifa and Bret Michaels will both be performing the weekend of the draft. A report from Billboard says Khalifa will perform on Friday evening before rounds 2 and 3, as will Michaels. Khalifa said, "This city raised me, and the energy here is different." Michaels said he cannot be more honored, excited, or fired up. As a Pittsburgh native and a diehard fan of the Steelers, this is a dream come true. All of the performances will take place at the theater next to Acrisure Stadium. One of the largest parcels of the Monroeville Mall property is for sale. A 3-story office building has been listed for sale through Oxford Development. Built in the early 80s as the Monroeville Expo Mart, the structure was converted to office space in 2009. It's now occupied by CVS Health. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 61 points. The Nasdaq up 38. The S&P 500 up 7 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The big news started this morning with Connor Griffin being called up to the Pirates, the Major League club from AAA Indianapolis, and then moments ago, or a little while ago, it has been reported that Griffin is going to sign a 9-year, $140 million deal. Pirates open the home portion of their season tomorrow, 4-12 at PNC Park. Also tonight, Penguins on the road at Tampa Bay to take on the Lightning. Puck drop at 7. KDK Radio News Time, 5:32. Our next update at 6. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
You just ain't started with my kind of party. We're sitting in a console. All right, now what y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at some congestion on those major roadways. The Parkway East outbound continues to have you slowed down from the bend at Bates as you leave the city. The Parkway East inbound also seeing a bit of congestion right around the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And the Parkway West inbound is looking at some brake lights around Robinson Town Center. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm tonight. There will be a passing shower, low 65. Then breezy and very warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. Still a thunderstorm around tomorrow night, low 61. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10, the Big K Morning Show. We'll get you ready for a very big weekend and opening day for the Bucks on a Good Friday.
Yeah, home opener for the Bucks. Man. By the way, I haven't had a chance to... I had a chance to see it. There's a bunch of audio. I've not had a chance to listen to it. There's now big body cam footage from Tiger Woods' arrest. See how that all shakes out. It's really terrible, crazy situation. Irresponsible if he was driving under the influence, which is what he's charged with. So there's that. We'll check in with Michael Bartley in just a little bit to find out what he's got going on his show. Again, programming note, I'll be doing the show starting at 2 tomorrow. I'll have Pirates president Travis Williams to start the show. That'll be at about 2:05 tomorrow. I'll be on Federal Street, so I'll do the show from down there 2 until 4. And then I don't know what I'm going to do, if I'm going to go to the game or if I'm going to skedaddle home and watch the game from home. So that is yet to be determined, but I know I'll have a 2-hour show, and then the Pirates sort of will take over, even though Michael Bartley will be doing a show. So there's that. We'll be on Federal Street. We'll have a good time. All right. You know, one of those things, they do like a tail of the tape in boxing, or they'll say, all right, we've got to have a winner and a loser in every situation. I'm here to tell you that this situation is dumb all the way around. And in our race to always have a winner and a loser, sometimes you can walk away from a situation and go, there is no winner, there is no loser, neither person benefits. And frankly, I think they kind of both look stupid in this situation. And you know what situation it is? This one.
On stage in Minneapolis, Bruce Springsteen said, America is now
in the hands of a corrupt, incompetent, racist, reckless, and treasonous administration.
He asked the crowd to choose unity over division and peace over war. The president firing back on social media today, calling Springsteen a bad and boring singer with Trump derangement syndrome. He urged Americans to boycott his concerts. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
Both of these guys look like fools for continually being embroiled in this. From the Springsteen angle, there's this. It becomes a pep rally for all things non-Donald Trump. And you know what? You better have full-on proof when you call somebody a racist, especially in public like that. You better have full-on concrete examples that people were denied opportunity or suffered because somebody did something because of their race. That's a big, healthy claim. You could make all the opinion you want, call him a jerk, this, that. You better have proof. That's a big bridge to cross. Racist gets thrown out a lot. That's one I cringe. But anyway, do people really pay, and I guess maybe people do now, a bunch of money to go hear an anti-Donald Trump pep rally? Or do they go and pay money to hear the songs? That's the part where I'm confused. All right. That's from the Bruce Springsteen standpoint. He has now turned his act into an anti-political figure, or at least speaking out against a political figure, as opposed to play the songs, the audience is here to hear them, entertain, and go. He's an activist now. So if he wants to get into that game, whether he does or he doesn't, he's in it. I don't know if that benefits him. Frankly, I don't think it does. From the other side, Trump is anybody who is a political figure, particularly one who leads a country, particularly this country, is going to have detractors. That's just the way that it is. Whenever you hyper-focus in on a few or one or just a couple or even one that feels the need to continually come after you, you kind of are wasting your time. And Trump, if we've learned anything during his him being in office or running for office, it's this. He takes the bait really easily. And he holds a grudge forever. Everybody knows he doesn't like Bruce Springsteen because Bruce Springsteen doesn't like him. That's kind of the way that it is. But to continue to waste your time making sure to speak out against Bruce Springsteen is something that doesn't make any sense in a presidential capacity. And to call on people to boycott his shows, they're going to make the decision they want. They're going to go or they're not going to go. And I don't think there's going to be one person. This is why it's a waste of breath from Trump's standpoint. There's not one person, I don't think, on this earth who says, you know, I was going to go to the Bruce Springsteen concert. Then I heard the president say, boycott his show. I changed my mind. I am now going to boycott. I'm now not going to go to Springsteen concert. I'm now out because Donald Trump told me not to. This is a silly case of a tug of war between what has become, not necessarily in totality, but in this realm, two guys who look like idiots whenever they address each other. We get it. You don't like each other. We get it. You both have big platforms. We get it. You each have people whose heels are dug in on both of your sides. Nothing's going to change. Not one thing is. No one's switching teams in the Bruce Springsteen v. Donald Trump. The play for Trump, I think, is actually this. Totally ignoring him or being smart alecky about it. The next time Springsteen goes wild and says, Trump sucks, he's a racist, he's a Nazi, whatever he calls him, Trump would actually do well to say, never heard of him. Now, I never heard of the guy. I listen to this person, that person, and deadpan it. That's a better move than trying to go shot for shot with him. Because all that does is elongate it, and then the people who can't stand Trump say he's unhinged, he's too short-tempered to run the country, all that kind of stuff. And then Springsteen takes another shot. My play is, honestly, a big move. It's just more stupid infighting, and then other countries or other people look at it and go, this is two of the most high-profile people in that country, and they take public shots at each other. It's stupid. I'm telling you, if I was advising Trump, he wouldn't listen. He doesn't listen to anybody. The move is, man, I know a lot about music. I've never heard of this guy. See, he sings now? That would be a big play, as opposed to going back and forth with him. All right, we'll talk to Michael Bartley in just a couple minutes. I'm excited to talk to him, find out what he's got going on in his show. And, man, I'm excited for Margot. She's already fired up for tomorrow. I think she might be going straight from here to the home opener. Anyway, from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Continuing to look at some brake lights on those major roadways. Both sides of the Liberty Tunnel are slowing you down. The Parkway West outbound. Also looking at brake lights right before the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. The Parkway East outbound also looking at some bumper-to-bumper traffic right before the bend at Bates around the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Margo's got you. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Oh, that's the wrong one. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Forget I said that before. This is Paul.
Thank you, Colin. By definition, the police shooting was justified. We'll explain when we come back. Top of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Michael Bartley's in. He's got a show.
You're making me laugh. Do you know how many times I do that? It's supposed to be Margot and I go to Paul. It's supposed to be Paul, I go to Margot.
There's all these.
I think it's the music jingle thing is so similar. I don't know.
No, you're right. And but I should know. There's all these big sheets in front of us that we need to read.
I know. People think this is like easy. There's a lot to it.
There's a lot of people who could do it for one day.
People think that we just come on here and start talking.
I have a question. I don't know enough about this. I haven't researched it. What's the story with Arts Landing, and is it going to be nice?
I think it's going to be. This is interesting. That's funny. I can't believe you just said that.
Because somebody mentioned it today, and I've said, there's one thing I haven't done is research that enough. Now, it's where the old Goodyear was.
Yeah, and it's beautifully remodeled. You can't get in there and see it yet, but I believe there's a stage, and I can't believe you said it because just today, on the Saturday of the draft, which would be the 25th?
Yeah.
Yeah, Saturday the 25th. I'm doing my show 2 to 5 at Arts Landing because there's a lot of draft stuff there. And the Pitt Panthers are doing their stuff there. But it's going to be like just a lot of different activities. There'll be food trucks, all that type stuff. But it's a public space where you can have outdoor. There's a stage, I think. I don't know the exact
it's not like
specifics.
Being unveiled. Does it now? But it doesn't go across Fort Duquesne. It stays
No. It's on that side. Yeah, it just stays on that side. Where that Goodyear, I can't believe you said that Goodyear. Yeah,
I was there forever.
I know. So that's Arts Landing is going to be fun. The other one that I can't wait to see too, Colin, since you brought that up, is, and I had Mr. Nicholas on the other day, Nicholas Coffey in Market Square. What's that going to look like?
That I don't know. It's still all sort of bracketed off with fences.
It is.
Things, right?
You can't even look in there because those giant boards are so high you'd have to jump up.
Huh.
It's going to be interesting. And it better all be done by the draft.
Well, that's one thing I'm skeptical of, is that if there's an expeditious nature with which they're doing it. Luckily, they're getting some nice days of weather now, but I just hope it's all safe, it's all done, it's all good.
I drove past Acroshore. Was that yesterday? And that stage is going up. Don't worry, the NFL will that'll be done. Don't you kid yourself.
I was trying to get a beat on that, and I was looking at it, and I was looking at I wonder if that big truss that's going across, if they're going to make it yellow to mock a bridge.
I don't. Oh, that's interesting.
Because you could see how the outline is.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like a big sort of. It looks like a shell of an amphitheater almost.
Yeah, okay.
Like an arch. And I wonder if they're going to make it, because it looks like it could be if they made it yellow, it could mock one of our sister bridges.
Okay, can I just say this, and I don't want to be negative in any way, and I love the fact that Acrisure is behind it.
Right.
Because there you'll have the drone
spun
shots.
around the other way.
The drone oh, you know exactly what I was going to say. The drone shots and the aerial shots. I thought if the main stage, the NFL, where Roger Goodell comes out and says the Kansas City Chiefs and the number 8 pick take so-and-so and so-and-so.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that the aerial shots, that stage would be looking toward almost the north side so that the aerial shots would go over that stage to downtown our skyline.
I'm going to reserve judgment for now.
Me too.
I'll say this. If it looks as if what's happening is going to happen, I think that the live shots are going to grossly underutilize our skyline.
I'm worried about that, but I don't know that I think so because Paul Alexander had this story about Wiz Khalifa and who else is going to be at that stage.
Yeah, Brett Michaels.
Okay, but that stage is the one at Point State Park, right?
Mm-hmm. And Kane Brown.
Okay, so when it's the first night of the draft, and you and I have watched it every year, and when it was in Green Bay, Detroit, Chicago, and they'll say, okay, so and they do all the pregame stuff and all that type of stuff, and then when there's in between each pick, they're filling time, and they'll say, okay, let's go over to the NFL stage, whatever it is, and that would be an aerial shot to Point State Park.
That was whenever they had it in Vegas. They had it in the middle of the Bellagio fountains.
And that's right. So maybe I'm going to reserve judgment too. But I don't know. I can't believe you brought that up. I thought that stage would be how many degrees that the skyline would be behind it.
Yeah.
We'll see. You know that we want.
This is why I don't want to go.
You know,
people. I don't want to go. I want to sit at home and watch our city be showcased on television.
I'm taping everything. You know that you and I love Sunday night football and Monday night football. You and I have talked about this. I want our skyline, which is second to none.
Right.
I want it seen all over the place.
Now, when you tape it, or is it VHS or beta? How do you tape it, Michael?
VHS. What are you kidding?
Yeah.
What are you, stupid?
Did anybody ever have beta, really? Or did everybody have...
I don't. VHS was great.
I know. Why did people even... was beta even... Like, who even had beta video
Colin,
tapes?
excuse me. In my basement, I have boxes of VHS tapes of, stuff, That's what we did. That's what we had.
All right, what are you talking about tonight?
I'm going to have Paul Alexander on first because I want to talk about this.
Connor Griffin.
Yeah. And you had somebody on...
Noah Hiles.
Yeah, he said that tomorrow's probably could be the largest home opener crowd in the history of... Did he say that, or did I dream that?
No, people have said that.
He said it. I know. And I just think this feels different now this year. And I just want to talk about... Do you think so?
I agree. We'll find out tomorrow. I'll be there.
Yep.
I'll talk
right.
to you down the line. Michael Bartley Show coming up in just a moment here. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Looking at some brake lights on the Parkway East inbound. Around the Wilkinsburg interchange, those start as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The outbound lane is backed up from the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020. and KDKA-radio.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Light rain and 79 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com.
Curveball swung on, hit high in the air, deep to left field. Davis back, turning around, and Connor Griffin has hit another home run. The 19-year-old Pirates shortstop has homered.
And he hit a home run with a soon-to-be contract of 9 years, $140 million. It was already learned today that Connor Griffin was called up from AAA Indianapolis after just a couple of games. He had 17 at-bats, had 7 hits, 4 doubles in those at-bats. But now he's going to be available and probably be your starting shortstop tomorrow when the Pirates host the Orioles in their home opener at 4/12. Griffin also becomes one of the few position players to make it to the show as a teenager. The last one was Juan Soto. That was with the Nationals in 2018. Bryce Harper was 19 in 2012 when he came up with the Nationals. And Mike Trout way back in 2011 when he came up with the Angels. Also, like Griffin, all 3 of those guys were 19 years old. For the second time this week, Mayor O'Connor is announcing a new partnership to help with the major city needs. Both Pirate Charities and the Pennsylvania Labor's District Council are working with the city to make improvements to youth baseball fields around Pittsburgh. They gathered at Herschel Field in Elliott to announce the partnership. Pirates Chairman Bob Nutting says it's nothing compared to those who make the programs run.
I also know that to make a great baseball program, it takes a group of committed volunteers active day after day after day.
The Labor's donated $300,000 to help replace approximately 10 scoreboards at various ball fields. O'Connor says this and the preceding partnership announcements came about for a reason. On Monday, Pitt announced a 5-year, $5 million donation for parks, Main Street business districts, and public safety. Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General. She's being replaced, at least temporarily, by Todd Blanche, who until today had been the Deputy Attorney General, and before that, defense attorney in a number of criminal cases for private citizen Donald Trump. In a True Social post today, President Trump said Bondi would be transitioning to a much-needed, important new job in the private sector that would be announced in the near future. Critics of Bondi's tenure as a head of the Justice Department, among them former federal prosecutor Scott Frederickson, accusing Bondi of turning the Justice Department into a private law firm for the president.
This is the first time basically in the history of the Department of Justice that the president has essentially taken over the department and issued his demands for people to be prosecuted in investigations. That doesn't happen in all of our history.
And we will continue to follow these big news stories coming out of Washington. PennDOT is previewing our very busy construction year in Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has details.
110 projects in total will be in construction or going out for bids. 1,200 miles of roads will see improvements, and 43 bridges will be improved or replaced. The Commercial Street Bridge is the big one, leading up to a 25-day closure of the Parkway in July. That's a preview of an 11-day closure of the bathtub section next year. PennDOT's Jason Zhang explains there will be single-lane closures as work begins this year.
We're basically adding 5 feet to the flood wall elevation. Okay, so right now the bathtub floods at a 25-foot flood stage. This will get us 5 more feet.
Other new 2026 work includes starting a new 3-year, $58 million project to reconfigure the 2230 Parkway West interchange. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 61 points, the NASDAQ up 38, the S&P 500 up 7 points. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. We told you all about Connor Griffin. He'll be available for the opener tomorrow. We'll give you more details when that big contract is signed. Also tonight, Penguins in action. They're in Tampa taking on the Lightning. Puck drop at 7. KDKA Radio News Time 6:03. Right now, light rain and 79 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. But recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
It is 6:05 on a Thursday evening from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot. Hi, Margot.
All right. Hey, Michael. Looking at 3 problem spots on those major roadways. The Parkway West inbound through Robinson Town Center, the Parkway East inbound from the Wilkinsburg interchange, and the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue. As rush hour delays are starting to die down. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be some clouds around tonight. It will be a warm night with a passing shower, low 65. Breezy and warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. Then very warm Saturday with some sun, high 82. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh, Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Michael Bartley for the middle of the road. That's what we do. We go for the middle. on a Thursday night. Welcome back. Great to be with you. Thursday night, I'll be here till 10 o'clock, 866-391-1020. Okay, I'm just gonna lay it out. Maybe you think I'm crazy. Maybe you don't. It just feels different this year. I'm no sportscaster. I've been a news guy for decades. But I got to tell you something. At all costs, I promote Pittsburgh and our region. I can't help it. I love it here. I want us to be the best. Today's top story in the Berg sort of, to me, transcends sports. It's about our economy. It's about our confidence. It's about our hopes. It's about our successes. Is it possible today, after what happened, that the Pittsburgh Pirates are in it now to win it? You know, with this Connor Griffin business, the Pirates shelling out multi-million-dollar contract for $140 million for this guy, it just feels different this year. With opening day tomorrow in Pittsburgh, Griffin and the other stars of this team now on the roster, it just feels different. So much so, tongue-in-cheek, I get it. Here's what the mayor said at a news conference today with Pirates owner Bob Nutting standing right behind him.
I thought that they were going to ask me to play shortstop this year, but they obviously made the announcement that Connor Griffin will be up here tomorrow for the home opener. But I did already tell Bob one thing, and, you know, as mayor, I can say this, he can't. October 28th, because I'm a huge Pirate fan, we have already closed, I got a city permit already, to close the Boulevard of the Allies and Grant Street for a World Series celebration this year. So I am being very optimistic. If I'm allowed, I should be.
You're allowed. I am too. I can't help it. Listen. Let me lay it out. I'm a news journalist, but there are people who do news and who've done sports journalism for decades. One of whom, my main man, Paul Alexander. I appreciate you staying over with me after the news, Paul. Okay, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here. You tell me if I'm crazy or not. It just feels different now.
It's very different. And the sad part is, and again, the journalist coming out in me, every offseason you wait for the Pirates to do something after a disappointing, last year they won 71 games. The year before that they won 76. You keep waiting for them to make a big splash in free agency and go out and get better players so you can get the fans excited, get you excited, get everybody excited that they're going to be better. They're going to do things differently. This past offseason, that's exactly what they did. They went out and got 3 really good bats that have already, these young guys, these new guys that they brought in are already in home runs. The Pirates right now, as we speak right now, they lead the National League in home runs.
Really?
With 10.
There, see?
Yeah, so that's why it feels different. And here's the beauty. We were getting a little tired of, the same old, same old.
Yeah.
I mean, over the last 40 years, we've had a total of 6 winning seasons or something, absurd like that. That's just not okay. It's not. But
Paul.
Connor Griffin, who's going to be, I believe, a generational talent, and that's why you would offer someone like that 9 years and $140 million. He's never taken a major league at bat before, and you're going to offer him that kind of money. That's this 19-year-old special. There's no question. But he was the 9th pick in the draft a couple years ago. The 9th pick. So let's give let's give the Pirate scouts and their general manager credit for finding this kind of talent, not with the 1st overall pick, not the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, the 9th overall pick in the draft. They get this superstar in Connor Griffin, which is fantastic.
And is it in your mind? And you can be blunt and just say,
I always am.
I know you are, and that's why I love you. That's why we're friends. I'm blunt with you. Are they are spending the money?
Yes, they went out and they signed.
Paul, last year, you know how many games I went to? I told you this.
Oh, yeah.
When I was lamenting it, I'd come back and say, "Oh my God, every game I go to, they chant sell that team, and people. Did the owner get that message? Because it seems like the money's being spent.
Well, they're spending a little more, and you can't fault. I remember when Mark Cuban was asked if he would buy the Pirates. And, he had no interest, and he said, "Well, what about the way that everyone hates Bob Nutting and they scream and they yell, they sell the team?" And one of the funniest things that ever happened, he was talking to a young fan during an interview. And the young fan had a T-shirt on that said "Sell the team." I mean,
it was like an 8-year-old kid or something.
Remember that? I was like, oh, geez, this is really getting bad. But like Cuban said, if I was making the kind of money that Bob Nutting was making, you could line up and yell at me and tell me how much you hate me because I wouldn't care. I mean, the TV contracts are so generous and so over the top. And then these teams like the Dodgers and the Yankees, they spend so much money that they are then taxed for spending over whatever their limit is.
Aren't the Dodgers spending more than $400 million or something?
Yeah, I mean, it's absurd.
It's crazy.
So when they spend that much, you know what they have to do? They have to send a kickback to the teams that don't spend. So not only was he not spending money, he was getting paid handsomely by the teams that were spending money.
Okay, the biggest superstar in I don't know how many years, Paul Skeens, at the end of last year, Paul.
Yeah.
Alexander. He made a comment after the season about getting this team together or making it more competitive, all of that type stuff.
He said we need to do better.
He was blunt.
Oh, he called out ownership.
I know.
And you know what? When you have a guy that in his first year wins Rookie of the Year, in his second year in the big leagues, he's the National League Cy Young Award winner.
The whole country's talking about him.
So when he talks... And here's a guy that's perfect because his work ethic, his overall character, he's like a military guy. He is the most unbelievable representative of your city, your team, your sport, your country, whatever you want it to be. He's that guy. When he tells ownership, you better do better, guess what? They're going to listen.
Hey, Paul.
And they did.
Hey, Paul, I go to all the Steeler games, you know that, but I'm going to tell you, and it's not about me, but I'm just saying that for perspective. Do you remember years ago, and I grew up here, and in the 70s, as a kid, going to a Pirates game when they are competitive.
Unbelievable.
Is the greatest thing Pittsburgh. I'm sorry. And I love the Penguins, and I know I love it, but, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about it, what it could do to our economy. I think I want it. It feels different. I just hope I'm not saying it in my head that that's what I want and it's not real. But what I'm getting from you, a guy who knows sports, you're a sportscaster, at the core. This is going on now.
Yeah. Keep in mind, it's a marathon. 162 games. They've played 6. So a lot can happen. Injuries can happen. Slumps can happen. But great things can happen.
All right.
The beauty of sports to me, people are all into this reality TV nonsense. Reality TV is the most scripted nonsense in the world. They shoot it until they get what they want. Sports still is absolutely unscripted.
Of course.
And true reality TV. And I am just so hopeful that gorgeous ballpark and these outstanding fans, we have great baseball fans.
The Bucco fans are the greatest.
This is a baseball town. It always has been.
All right, then.
So let it happen. Let's just let it happen.
And I'm going to leave you with one last thing.
All right.
Ready?
Sure.
You and I have heard so many times over the years, you ready? That, and Pirates fans have walked away, that he won't put a team on the field. Guess what? In my view, I think you're going to answer in the affirmative too. I'll ask you point blank, on the record, is he putting a team on the field? I say yes, indeed.
So far, so good.
All right. Okay.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. All right. That's a sportscaster. Paul Alexander, my man. He'll have news at the bottom of the hour. Paul, thanks. I really appreciate it. Okay.
My pleasure, Michael.
You bet. My man. 6:15. We better check traffic on a busy Thursday. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
All right. Thanks, Michael. Getting a report of an accident on West Steuben Street in Crafton Borough. That's right off of Walsh Road and Foster Avenue. Looking at those other major roadways, rush hour delays are starting to die down. Just seeing some delays continue to back you up on the Parkway East inbound from the Wilkinsburg interchange. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-960-3377. That's 800-960-3377. 800-960-3377.
File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction or your money back. File in the Credit Karma app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look ahead at the 6:30 news. Paul.
Thank you very much, Michael. Big reaction in Washington, D.C. A lot of heads rolling. Details coming up. Bottom of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks ending better than how they started. While the Dow did lose 61, the Nasdaq gained 38. S&P was up 7 points. Amazon will start charging sellers who use its shipping services a 3.5% fuel and logistics surcharge this month. The fees take effect April 17th for customers of the company's Fulfillment by Amazon service, which is used by many of the independent sellers who list their products on Amazon's retail sites. Items shipped by Amazon on behalf of merchants who sell on their own sites or at other retailers will carry the surcharge beginning May 2nd. The Trump administration will maintain 50% tariffs on many imported steel, aluminum, and copper products while simplifying duties for goods made with negligible amounts of the metals. Under the new structure, goods with total steel, aluminum, or copper content below 15% will be effectively exempted from the metals tariffs. The shift follows months of lobbying by companies that said they were unfairly hit by previous duties targeting metals imports. Matt Piper, Bloomberg Radio.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. I'll be here till 10 o'clock. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Does it feel differently for you? Like it does for me. It feels differently for me with Skeens and Griffin and spending more money. Blah, 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 blah. And look, This is a bigger story than just baseball. Do you understand? This is a huge economic impact. Let's say, for example, okay, last year, the city I used to live in, Milwaukee, they were in the playoffs. They added $3 million for each game economic impact of that city. Milwaukee last year had 2.5 million home attendance. And the bigger the home attendance, the more hotels, the more restaurants, the more economic impact. The Buccos had 1.5 million, and they did not make the playoffs, as you know. 1.5 million. Do you understand? Okay? So it's big. The Brewers in the last 20 years added $2.5 billion in new revenue, economic impact for that city. Huge. And they've had very good teams. We have not. And so I'm just saying this is tomorrow. And then, Colin had a guest from one of his buddies from the Post-Gazette, sports guy, who said that, tomorrow at opening day, it looks to be the biggest opening day attendance in the last many, many years. Since PNC Park was opened. Yeah. It's fascinating, isn't it? What a team can do. Yeah. Margot, you're going tomorrow?
I am.
Are you excited?
I am pumped.
Have you ever gone to opening day?
I've never gone to opening day.
Oh.
I've gone to random cheap Tuesday night games.
What made you go opening? You taking off tomorrow?
I am. I won't be on KDK Radio tomorrow.
Oh, and I'll be here tomorrow. You're going to be down there drinking beer and getting all sloshed up.
Stop.
Wait, are you going to have some beer and some hot dogs and stuff?
I mean, it's a baseball game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I've never been to an opening day of any sport.
Oh, you're going to love it.
I am so excited.
Okay, the pitch it starts at 4, whatever, right after 4 o'clock. What time are you going to get there?
I think I'm heading down around noon or 1 o'clock.
Oh, man, you're going to be tanked.
Stop.
Yes. You're going to be there 4 hours before?
Yeah, is that crazy?
You're going to be so banged up by the first pitch. I'll be like, Margot, how's it going down there? Michael, who is this?
Oh, my God.
Wait, where are you going to park? How are you getting there?
I'm Ubering.
Oh, that's really smart.
And I'm going with some friends.
Well, the Uber, it's not going to drive right in there. You're going to Uber and walk across the bridge, maybe?
I'll probably put the location as the Science Center.
Yeah.
Or somewhere, or even the casino or something like that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's easy.
Since I went to Pitt, I know that whole area like the back of my hand.
Yeah.
I've walked to every lot. I've been dropped off in downtown and made it all the way to the furthest point.
Yeah.
I know my way around.
Oh, you're going to have a blast. It's going to be so fun. And you're going to see this excited. Connor Griffin. I mean, this is going to be something else.
Yeah.
I mean, oh, man. All right, have a blast. Wait, we have to do traffic, don't we?
Not at 25, at 35.
All right. Okay, wait a minute, Margot. Where are you sitting tomorrow?
In the top sections, middle.
Let me tell you something.
Like nosebleeds middle.
You already. So what? You already know this. There's no bad seat at PNC.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
No bad seat whatsoever. Are your friends all pumped up? Have they been to PNC Park before?
They are, but my sister's boyfriend is coming, and he's a huge baseball guy. Never been to PNC Park.
Wait, where does he live in Pittsburgh?
No, he lives in Philadelphia.
Oh, so he's driving over here. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. And he's got to be excited. I have friends who have come and they'll text me. They're like, Bartley, I'm going to be in Pittsburgh, let's have dinner, whatever. And I'm like, what are you doing in Pittsburgh? You're here on business? No, I'm here to see PNC Park.
Oh,
it's such a big thing. Don't you think so?
I absolutely agree. I made sure to get us a good view of the city tickets.
Oh, good.
We're high up, but it's
so what?
Smack dab staring at the city.
So what?
So that's just what I want, because people are always shocked at how beautiful it is.
So gorgeous.
I was the first time I went.
It's so gorgeous, Margot. You know what PNC Park has? They have really good food, I think.
Yeah. What should I get? They have new food now.
They have new food. Yeah. What do they have? They have some kind of.
Well, Tamara liked the empanado, and she did a taste.
What'd she say about that?
She said it was delish.
Don't they have some new pierogi thing or something too? I don't know.
I feel like they always have a new pierogi thing.
I know. They put pierogies on salad and stuff, whatever. I know.
I just go straight for the hot dog.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Me too. What do you put on your hot dog?
Anything. But last year I got a hot dog that was had sauerkraut.
Oh, I love that. Do you like mustard? No.
Yeah.
Me too.
Chuck anything on there. I can eat it plain. I can eat it with anything on there.
Me too.
When I'm staring at a baseball field, I need a hot dog in my hand.
Wow. All right, Margot, enjoy yourself. Have a blast.
Thank you.
You have so much fun. All right, listen, 866-391-1020. Does it feel different for you? Does it? I just want this to be great for the city. And last year they kept going, oh, sell that team, sell that team, sell that team. People were just so upset. And in my view, he's putting a team on the field this year. I think so. I do. And I'm no sportscaster, so don't call and try to give me all that sportscaster stuff. You can listen to the fan for all I care. But I want, listen, if you're from Pittsburgh, you can't, some people have, I get it. But I want the Pirates to be good. I do. And I just think after what happened today with this Griffin young man, and putting hitters on the field, and we have everyone touting our pitching. You tell me. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, KDKA News coming up.
When a medical injury, misdiagnosis, or neglect in a nursing home turns your life upside down, your family deserves attorneys with decades of complex trial experience. At Massa Law Group, local Pittsburgh attorneys concentrate their practice to helping medical and nursing home injury victims. Their team listens, lays out your options clearly, and will pursue the justice your family deserves. Licensed in PA, Ohio, and West Virginia, visit massalawgroup.com or call 412-338-1800.
Fire doesn't wait, and neither should you. When disaster strikes, call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Fire damage? Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call Service Master. When it's happening, News Radio KDKA is telling you about it.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell.
To the Rooney family, to Art, to Jim Rooney, to now young Dan Rooney, they define Pittsburgh in so many ways. They represent that city in every which way with pride. And I think this draft is something that is really important to all of them and to the Steelers in general.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 78 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Mayor O'Connor announcing another new partnership with another Pittsburgh institution. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
Pirates Charities and the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council are teaming up with the city to provide major upgrades to 20 ball fields around town. Pirates Chairman Bob Betting says he and the mayor have been talking for some time.
And this partnership grew out of those discussions, and I strongly believe it's just the beginning of what we're going to be able to do working together.
The partnership will include upgrading fields and buying laser grading equipment just like they use at PNC Park. The fields haven't all been identified yet. Former Little Leaguer and Pony Leaguer O'Connor says it doesn't help grow Pittsburgh if teams travel outside the city and see every other park has working scoreboards. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
One of the largest parcels of Monroeville Mall's property is for sale. Three-story office building has been listed for sale through Oxford Development. Built in the early 80s as the Monroeville Expo Mart, the structure was converted to office space in 2009, and now it's occupied by CVS Health. Lawmakers are praising and criticizing Pam Bondi now the President Trump has ousted her as the Attorney General. News correspondent Allison Keyes reports.
I'm Allison Keyes in Washington. Kentucky Republican Representative Thomas Massey says on social media that he supports the firing of Pam Bondi, and he hopes that the next Attorney General will release all the Epstein files according to the law. The top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin, says Bondi's legacy will be the weaponization of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency for Donald Trump's personal benefit.
Bondi is facing a subpoena to appear before the House Oversight Committee on April 14th over the DOJ's handling of the Epstein files. You know that vaccine they give to dogs to prevent Lyme disease? Well, now they're working on a potential vaccine for humans. Dr. Mike says this is exciting news, especially for our region.
Years ago, they used the whole bacteria to make a Lyme vaccine. They tried it in some people and some dogs, and there was a lot of reactions to it. Now they use one outer surface protein on the top of the bacteria. They don't use the whole bacteria. And so it's wonderful. They don't create a lot of reactions in the body, but they help protect. I think it's going to be a good thing, and I'm probably going to get it myself.
No word on when this vaccine will be available on the market, but Dr. Mike says as soon as it is, he'll be taking it. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 61 points. The NASDAQ up 38. The S&P 500 up 7 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. In case you missed it, Connor Griffin, the 19-year-old phenom, has been called up by the Pirates to be available for their opener at home against Baltimore tomorrow. There's also reports that he's signing a nine-year, $140 million deal that goes along with his call-up. Pirates and Baltimore Orioles tomorrow at 4:12. Also tonight, Penguins at home, or not at home, they're on the road at Tampa Bay to take on the Lightning. Puck drop at 7. KDK Radio News time is 6:32. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. Our next update at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
The iPhone 17 has been a big hit in China. Counterpoint Research reports that iPhone sales jumped 23% during the first 9 weeks of 2026, despite overall smartphone sales declining in China. The report says Apple benefited from e-commerce discounts and iPhone 17 subsidies. Apple and Huawei are expected to be the most likely smartphone makers to expand their market share in 2026. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
It is 6:35 on this Thursday evening from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's go, Margot.
All right. Thanks, Michael. Taking a look at those major roadways, still looking at an accident on West Steuben Street in Crafton Borough, right around Foster Avenue. Also looking at some leftover brake lights on the Parkway East inbound around Wilkinsburg as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also, PennDOT is reporting that the Parkway East is going to have an overnight lane restriction that is as you head eastbound right around in Allegheny County. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm tonight. There will be a passing shower, low 65. Then breezy and very warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. Still a thunderstorm around tomorrow night, low 61. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10. The Big K Morning Show will get you ready for a very big weekend and opening day for the Bucks on a Good Friday.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okie dokie, you know. Yeah, Larry Richard just mentioned it is opening day tomorrow. You know, I was teasing Margot, who's going to opening day, teasing her about getting all banged up and drunky wonky tomorrow. You know, it's interesting that this is the truth, the contrast. I've never seen a drunk person at a Pirates game. Not that they're maybe not there. I've never seen a drunk person at a Penguins game. Never. Now, I go to the Steelers home games, and the drunky wonkies are everywhere. It's just a different dynamic, I guess. I remember being in the club seats, and it was last year. It was before the game started, and it was a 1:00 game. I felt so badly. I went and got a security guard. I didn't get the guy in trouble. I wanted him to get home. He was staggering so badly that it was. I thought he was maybe going to just fall over and get really badly hurt. But you know, and I was just thinking out loud about that. You know, the reports this week, you know, Penn Brewery filed for bankruptcy, but they're going to be fine. They're just, you know, reorganizing stuff. And then Fatheads on the south side shutting their doors. Boy, I used to get takeout there. Speaking of Steeler games, when I went to noon mass on a Sunday, if it was a 1:00 game, I ordered ahead of time. Best cheesesteak. Wow. Woo. And chicken wings for a Sunday game in the winter, phenomenal. And you know, if you talk to bar owners, it's just I know people go and sit with friends and drink beer on a Friday night or something and have drinks, and who cares? That's your business, and that's great, fine. And you know, it's economic vibrancy. But you know, it's interesting that years ago, and those days I think are gone. People don't. There were. It was men, but you know, and that maybe it's generational. I don't know. But people, I don't think and I'm not saying I see it. I don't go. I'm too old to go to bars now and all that type of stuff. Those days are long gone. But I don't think people sit in bars on a daily basis like they used to. And I think it's mainly because I think it's scary for them. You know, they're probably afraid to drive, number one. They could do Uber or Lyft or whatever it might be. Ride-sharing business, that's fine. But coupled with that, and maybe people see this in bars if they go to them. First of all, I think guys got away with going to a bar every night years ago. That That's not tolerated anymore. That's over. I think. I don't know how it would exist. But, and I was just teasing Margot. She's, but tomorrow I'm sure there'll be drunky wonky people at the game because it's opening day and they tailgate and all that type of stuff. And God love them. Have a blast. Who cares? I'm not passing judgment on anybody. But what I'm saying is, it ain't cool to be drunk in public anymore. It used to be nobody would care. Now, forget it. Hey, listen, you're drunk at a company party. You're drunk with clients. Your job's in jeopardy. Listen, there used to be people would have 2 or 3 martinis at lunch years ago. At lunch. Go back to the office drunk. When I started out in TV news, in the mid '80s, we'd have drunk anchors on the news at night. They go out to dinner and come back and do the news tipsy whipsy. That ain't it. That's been long gone. But there used to be social acceptance, and I'm just saying, it's a challenge for people who own bars, but they'll tell you that. With rideshare and everything else, you can get home safe. But I used to see drunk people in restaurants years ago. I was one of them, before dinner, all that type of stuff. I don't see drunk people in restaurants anymore. I don't any longer. I don't see that. Don't see it. But, I can see the challenge that bars and restaurants have with people who are afraid to come there and drink alcohol. And you could totally go and drink alcohol, not to excess, and as long as you're okay getting home. You understand? But, it's interesting. I mean, I'm not talking about young folks. They're down on Carson Street drunky wonky on Friday, Saturday night, please, and in Oakland. And in other places, they're college kids. We all did that. I'm talking about all the rest of the people. People used to go to bars every single day for a couple beers. I don't know if that's true anymore. I don't know if people do that. Do they? Do you? Did you get in trouble when you get home? I don't know. But I'm telling you, it used to be very common. When we were younger, all the fathers used to be after work having beers in their bars and all that type of stuff. I don't think that happens anymore, honestly. But I don't know why that entered into my head. I think because of tomorrow being opening day, I think the opening day crowd will be tipsy whipsy and drunky wonky, maybe. I don't know. But I've never seen a drunk person at PNC Park. When I was there for opening day, I was upstairs, so I didn't have access to see if there were. But honestly, that's not why I love the Pirates games. I do. I just don't see drunk people there. So, yeah, I don't know. All right, 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, it's great to be here till 10 o'clock. Oh, we have lots to talk about tonight. Don't worry. We'll get to the nitty-gritty topics. Don't you kid yourself. All right, it's now 6:45. And we do get an NFL draft update. Here's Paul.
Time now for an update from the KDKA Draft Information Desk, powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. Yes, we are getting closer, T-minus 22 days and counting as we get set for the NFL draft experience. It is going to be absolutely unbelievable. You have to figure out, though, what you really want to see. Do you want to see the actual draft, when the players are selected and what team's going to take who, that kind of stuff? You better get yourself near Acrisure Stadium. That's where that happens. That's where the big stage will be. That's where a lot of the entertainment will be. That's where you want to be. Also, a little tidbit that was just released today, Friday, which is the second day of the draft. Right before the second and third rounds, Wiz Khalifa Taylor Alderdice's own, and Brett Michaels, the big Steeler guy. They will be two of the performers at the stage right by Acrisure. Now, if you want to be an active participant, Point State Park is where you need to be. You're able to throw the football, run the 40-yard dash. There's going to be former NFL legends, current NFL players, all there to sign autographs and hang out with you, get a couple of pictures. And no matter where you go, there's going to be some great Pittsburgh food. Now, parking and all that stuff, I'm going to leave that up to you. Just figure it out, because one thing that's cool, though, thanks to our friends at Sheets, all the T-rides during the draft are free. Paul Alexander live at the KDK Draft Information Desk.
Leave the parking up to us, Paul. Yes, indeed. All right. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margo.
All right. Thanks, Michael. Getting a report for an accident on the Parkway North outbound. That is inbound. Sorry about that. That's right before the exit 4 towards Venture Street. This is causing a shoulder to be closed, but there isn't any rush hour delays backing you up, so hopefully that will not cause too much congestion. With AAA traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Okay, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look ahead at the 7 o'clock news with Paul Alexander. Paul?
Well, Michael, some more good news, some more money and activity coming toward the city of Pittsburgh thanks to some hard work from the mayor. Details coming up, top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks reversed sharp declines to close higher. The Dow did lose 61, but the Nasdaq gained 38 points, S&P up by 7. OpenAI might be coming to a talk show near you. OpenAI has acquired the online technology talk show TBPN to drive the conversation around AI. The show will sit within its strategy org and maintain editorial independence. The acquisition is seen as an unusual purchase for the AI firm to foster a conversation around the changes that AI is bringing about. It would be the biggest ever market debut. Bloomberg has learned that SpaceX has boosted its target IPO valuation above $2 trillion. Billionaire Elon Musk's rocket, satellite, and AI company and its advisors are floating the figure to prospective investors in its initial public offering ahead of meetings in the coming weeks. Ford's first quarter sales were lower as the automaker contends with changing industry dynamics. Total vehicle sales declined 8.8% to 457,000. Matt Piper, Bloomberg Radio.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Michael Bartley with you. I'll be here till 10 o'clock. You know, the one of the news items that Paul had, and was the Shapiro administration a few hours ago, whatever it was earlier today. They announced the $380 million in transportation investments in the Pittsburgh region. I'm like, oh, okay, unless I'm not all here, doesn't it feel like every single road in Pittsburgh is being worked on? Am I not? I don't know where you live, but everywhere I go, there's this, a street now is like stop, go to the right, and the flagger has to get you through, all that type stuff. It's crazy, but they announced $380 million in projects that are going to be bid, and and are you ready for that Parkway East deal? So in the transportation. Department of Transportation guy said that, that Commercial Street Bridge replacement on the other side of the Squirrel Hill tunnels, outbound, inbound, all that. The parkway is going to be closed outright in July. Are you ready for that? Woo! But they said today that parkway business that we're going to have to deal with, in the highlight, which is going to be right in the middle of the construction season, is just the tip of the iceberg. That there's going to be so many projects going on, you can't believe it. One after the other. And okay, I'm good with it and everything. I understand. But it's water replacement, gas line replacement, so many, it's not just road replacement stuff, repaving, all that you run into right now. Have you driven through Oakland lately? It's crazy with one lane down on Fifth Avenue, continuing down to the Birmingham Bridge. Same in some spots on Forbes Avenue. All throughout the city of Pittsburgh, that's for sure. And a lot of suburban roads, same thing. And this construction season now is going to be really interesting. Now, I bring that up because that's crying for your patience in terms of driving. And by the way, the south side between Carson and the river, all those streets, it seems like every other block is closed with projects going on. Honestly. So, now, I know I harp about putting our best foot forward for the draft. I know that, and it should be for every day. I get it. I'm not, getting crazy. But can you please, with $380 million, can you please grab a couple of million and fill in the potholes? Just set aside, okay, out of $380 million, can't you grab $5-6 million? I don't care if you have to do cold patch. And I'm talking every neighborhood. And don't pretend the suburbs are any better, because I've driven through them, especially the South Hills and the North Hills. And I've hit major potholes. Do you think the potholes here, do you think other cities, and I know it's in the Northeast and in the Midwest because they have the same weather we do, I guess they have, and I used to live in Wisconsin. I don't remember potholes as bad as they are here. I'm not, I don't rip on Pittsburgh on purpose. I love it here. This is my place. This is my city. But I just feel like, I don't know. I just feel like that the potholes are just so bad. Just grab a couple $1 million, set it aside, and just go do it and do cold. I don't care what you have to do. I really don't. But I tell you, the potholes are just amazing. We had a rough winter. We did. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not saying, You know, we're not doing the work. We're doing the work. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying it's bad. And it is. It's bad. Come on. It is. All right. Now that I got that off my chest, and wait till that parkway's closed. Oh, my heavens. Wait till that's closed. Okay. Thursday night, Michael Bartley for the middle of the road. Speaking of roads, I'm an advocate for the middle of the road politics. The middle. Yes. The extremists on the left make me crazy. The extremists on the right make me crazy. I think more and more people are coming to the middle. I do. All right, we have some things to talk about. 7 o'clock coming up. 866-391-1020. Did you watch Donald Trump's speech last night? Boy, did it get panned last night and today. Wow. Woo! I want to know what you thought. I do. I'll have a few observations myself. Yeah. And who called it? Who called it? I called it. I called it. And if you need me to look up the recording of this program, I will. I called it. The last time Pam Bondi acted up was that February in the House Judiciary Committee. And before that, the Senate Judiciary Committee, she was disgustingly arrogant. And I mean terribly arrogant. Who called it? I called it. I said Trump was going to get rid of her. I said he was going to get rid of her. She's become a political albatross for him. And today it happened. We'll get into that too. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
We're only 21 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly sunny and 76 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com.
Curveball swung on, hit high in the air, deep to left field. Davis back, turning around, and Connor Griffin has hit another home run. The 19-year-old Pirates shortstop has homered.
And now that 19-year-old Pirates shortstop has been called up to the big club. He will be here tomorrow as the Pirates open their home portion of their season against Baltimore tomorrow at 4:12. Also reports that he'll be signing a record-breaking deal, 9 years, $140 million. It'll be the richest deal in Pirate history. Griffin will also become one of the few position players ever to make it to the show as a teenager. The last was Juan Soto with the Nationals in 2018. Bryce Harper in 2012 came up as a 19-year-old with the Nationals. Mike Trout with the Angels in 2011. To name a few, like Griffin, they were all 19 years of age. For the second time this week, Mayor O'Connor is announcing a new partnership to help with major city needs. Both Pirate Charities and the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council are working with the city to make improvements to youth baseball fields around the city. They gathered at Herschel Field in Elliott to announce the partnership. Pirates Chairman Bob Nutting says it's nothing compared to the work those that run programs put in.
I also know that to make a great baseball program, it takes a group of committed volunteers active day after day after day.
The laborers donated $300,000 to help replace approximately 10 scoreboards at various ball fields. O'Connor says this and the preceding partnership announcements came about for a reason. And on Monday, Pitt announced a 5-year, $5 million donation for parks, Main Street business districts, and public safety. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi has been fired from her position. She was fired today. While President Trump publicly praised Bondi's work, sources tell CBS News his support for her had been eroding for months. Tensions appeared to rise inside the White House over Bondi's handling of the Epstein files. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche will serve as acting Attorney General in her place. CBS's Aaron Navarro has more on Blanche and other possible Attorney General candidates.
He is someone that has been elevated as a public face for the Department of Justice, but other names out there that could end up serving as the Attorney General in the long term include EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, whose name has also been floated. He did not take questions during a public event about potentially becoming the next U.S. Attorney General. And Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Harmeet Dillon has been floated online by many of Trump's allies as a potential successor.
Last month, the House Oversight Committee subpoenaed Bondi to appear for a closed-door interview about the Epstein files on April 14th. At this point, it isn't clear if she will comply. Cones and barrels will be a common sight this year. News Radio KDKA's David Bottlerado has more on PennDOT's big plans for 2026.
The big one you've been hearing about for a year is the 25-day closure of the Parkway East to replace the Commercial Street Bridge. But the $380 million worth of work this year covers over 100 projects. They'll begin work on the bathtub section of the Parkway East, which will bring single-lane restrictions. That leads up to an 11-day closure next year. And on the Parkway West, overhauling the 2230 interchange. PennDOT's Jason Zhang says it's getting a new diverging diamond interchange.
The road above the Parkway will crisscross, and there will be traffic lights to control those movements, but you're typically riding down the right side of the road with a barrier on your left. You're gonna cross over. If you want to go inbound, you'll cross over before you even get to that ramp, and you'll just make a left turn.
Also expect more work on 51 in the Pleasant Hills area, the 910-79 Wexford interchange, and continued work on the Liberty Tunnel roof replacement project. David Bottlerado, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Sports. Pirates play their home opener tomorrow with Connor Griffin on the ball club. I'm sure he'll be the starting shortstop tomorrow. That would be crazy if not. Also, the Penguins in action tonight. They're going to get underway any moment. They're in Tampa Bay taking on the Lightning. Right now it is partly sunny and 79 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Paul Alexander. Our next update at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be some clouds around tonight. It will be a warm night with a passing shower, low 65. Breezy and warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. Then very warm Saturday with some sun, high 82. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss Easter traditions and ham and lamb recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Every week, I deliver an editorial message addressing issues of importance to the community. But this one is different. It's personal. It is a tribute to one of the greatest men I have ever known, Gary Kenneth Bowser. An icon in the automotive business, Gary died last weekend at the age of 81. He founded Bowser Automotive in 1983, and the wildly successful business grew to employ over 450 people and become one of the largest and most well-respected auto groups in the Pittsburgh area. Besides building a business from the ground up, Gary Bowser was an incredible family man who married his high school sweetheart, Barb. He lived a life of community service, especially in support of the Stanley M. Marks Blood Cancer Research Fund. Personally, Mr. B treated my wife and kids like his own family at every turn and in every moment of our lives. We will miss him more than words can ever express. Pittsburgh has lost a once-in-a-lifetime guy who will never be forgotten. And so, to his family, Barb, Gary Jr., Kurt, and all his grandchildren, we send our love and thanks for sharing him with all of us.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to KDKARadio.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh, Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Boss. I love The Boss. All right, it's after 7. Let's get into it. 866-391-1020. Let's get into it. I gotcha. We have a blast. You know. Don't kid yourself. Here we go. Joanne in Point Breeze. I don't think you've ever been the first caller.
Oh, okay, Michael. How you doing?
Good. How you doing? It was a gorgeous day today.
Oh, my goodness, was it ever?
I was sitting outside. I met some friends. I was sitting on a park bench down by the river on the south side. It was wonderful. The Gateway Clipper went by, and I was thinking, man, this is spring, and spring is here in the Berg. Are we going to get some cold days yet? Yes. And it gets chilly, really quite chilly at night in April, doesn't it? But today was gorgeous, Joanne. Wow.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I had to do my taxes yesterday, and it took me, between all the close offs, and it took me almost an hour to get over to Southside.
Okay. So you know what I'm talking about. Did you go through Oakland?
Oh, no. I thought I'd have to go through Oakland, but I made a turn and turned right into some of those flags.
Yeah.
And then you have to go all the way around. It's just awful.
Oh, wait. And then, so you went to the south side, but listen, did you hear what I said? And I don't know why. I don't remember in my lifetime, almost every single road is parts of it closed. You have to go one lane, and then the flagger tells you where to go. I mean, it's nonstop. And then the governor today releases that $380 million for all these road projects, the construction season, including closing of the Parkway in July, for whatever how much time. But it's crazy out there right now.
Oh my goodness, yes. And you know, the other day I was going to Monroeville, and I go through like Penn Hills because I do want to make a stop. Instead of these guys putting a sign up all the way close to as you get ready to go down the road, they let you go all the way down about a half a block from where you usually turn off to get on Rhode Island Road.
Yeah.
And now you have to go find a way to go through all the little neighborhoods to get around to go back where you came. Oh my goodness, it's just crazy.
And I got to tell you something, Joanne. I did get scared, and I'm very patient, but I got scared because, you know where Carlo is? Carlo University up on top of the hill. All right, okay. So I was up near there, up in, Cardiac Hill there, up near Pitt.
Right.
In the hospitals, and I came down past Carlo, and you make that left to go down to Forbes, where if you made a right, you're going down to the Birmingham Bridge. You know where that is? Okay.
Right.
Okay, so I went down that hill, and then to make the right. But, there's lanes of traffic coming from Oakland down. That's not Forbes. That's Fifth Avenue. I'm sorry. That's Fifth Avenue. Okay. So because of the construction, I made the right to get onto Fifth. And I went through a stop sign. They put a brand new stop sign there to stop you because oncoming traffic. But it's temporary. It was never there before. And so I could have been killed, because there's buses. There was always a separate lane there, but it's not.
Oh,
because,
what a loss, Michael!
Because Joanne, every lane's under construction, and then from there down to almost downtown on Fifth Avenue, it's single lane, and the traffic is unbelievable. It's crazy.
It is. The other thing that really bothers me, these people that get these jobs, these projects, why don't we know about them? We know about some of them. But the neighborhoods, we know nothing until we get there.
It's interesting.
There's no signs.
It's interesting you say that, because some neighbors, I've heard them belly aching, saying, "What are they doing there?" And I'm like, I don't know. We don't know what they're doing,
Exactly.
We don't know if it's not, it's something underground, and I guess that I'm sure there's, that has to be, but I just feel like I don't remember it being so many roads and projects torn up, and Joanne, it went on in the winter too.
Yes, it's been going on, and then every nice day when it's not snowing or raining or something, they're out there. So
I know. I know.
Well, Michael, to move on quickly, I am going to be voting for Fetterman. I don't care what these people say. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's as good as anybody else they try to put in. And these, they're not going to tell me who to vote for.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay with John Fetterman. I know it's the socialists and the extreme left wing that get mad at me and you for doing it, but I'm going to be fine with that. And, and it was the extremist right wing crazy people who went after Mitt Romney and all that type stuff, and so you can't extremists, you can't please them. I'm always trying to get in the middle, and but Joanne, look, Fetterman voted a few times and everyone's been out of shape. I'm okay with him.
Yeah, I mean, who do they think they are going to try to tell you who to vote? I hope people. There's not much common sense out here.
I don't think. I'm sort of calling it. I'm not sure John Fetterman's going to run again.
Oh, you don't think so? Who are they talking about running? Is it some lady they said?
Yeah, that congresswoman from Lehigh Valley and a number of other. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just saying I don't know if John Fetterman's going to run again. I don't know. He doesn't seem very happy. I don't know. I just don't see the thrill in his eyes like you used to, you know?
Oh, yeah, when he first started. Well, I didn't even listen to your boy.
Who, Trump?
The loose cannon, yeah.
I was going to ask you. You didn't even watch. I watched every minute of it.
I didn't want to because he was supposed to come on at 9. I think I turned KDKA on again about 10:15. He was still going, so I didn't listen to him because it's the same old. If they're not lies, I'm so wonderful. I don't know. I just can't. I can't take him. But what are you gonna do?
I tell you, he looked really tired. It was a campaign speech again, and it was. He'd say one thing, and then the next, and he says Barack Hussein Obama made that deal in Iran, and then, that it was I pulled us out of that. It's the worst deal in the history of the world. And then he intimates that he wants to make a deal with Iran. So I don't know. I can't follow him. I just can't. He's running scared. He's running scared. He's screwing up a lot. It's no good.
There's people that think that Iran are fools. Those people are not fools over there, and we're going to get the brunt.
I don't want our kids over there. I just don't. Look, and then Trump says, we did this and we did that and we won the war and we did it in so many words, and then we're going to blow them into the Middle Ages where they belong. So he's not pulling our troops out. And then he said he obliterated way back when he obliterated, and then he says, we're going to make sure they don't have nuclear capability, this and that, and then some of the experts say they don't. I can't follow this guy. I can't.
Well, I hope if he tries to put a draft in, those what do they call them? Like to call them, those ones that voted for him and thinks he's so wonderful, suit up. And those ones that had children that didn't go, because I wonder how many people are sending funds in for the Vietnam vets that have struggled ever since they've been here.
And the Iraqi war vets and the Afghanistan war vets.
Right.
And the Korean war vets.
All of them.
I know. I know.
They keep talking about how patriotic they are. There shouldn't be anybody over there begging money because people are not helping them, but they have a lot to say about what's wrong. Mm-hmm. So you need to, your people need to get ready to suit up because you can't run nowhere. Canada's going to block you from coming over. So,
Joanne, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Okay,
have a good evening. Have a good evening. I'll be here tomorrow at 4 o'clock, actually. Did you watch President Trump last night? What did you think? 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Crowded waiting rooms. 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So, I don't know about you, but I did watch the president last night. I sure did. And he's getting clobbered today. And last night he did too. Clobbered. And let's maybe Fox News. I don't know. I don't watch Fox News, but this was... the speech was billed as... that he was going to tear into our allies and leave NATO. I didn't hear anything about that. He backed away from that. Maybe some of his cabinet people are coming to their senses. I don't know. Who knows? But he's not, because his speech was crazy again. And that he was going to put a timeline on an off-ramp to get out. He didn't do that either. He again caused confusion with the American people. Did himself no good. Not at all. Probably, I think, made it worse. At least in my standpoint. You know, this was billed to present a clear strategy, and it just ended up being another Donald Trump display of contradictions and confusions. Repetition of past claims. That's it. Deepening of doubts about the true meaning of the, or, state of the conflict. It's crazy. He not only failed to persuade the American people, the American public about this war, but he triggered this. Again, this tidal wave of political media economic reactions worldwide, not just here. So in the media yesterday during the day, because the Trump administration had, leaked out what he was going to do, there must have been some major last minute changes. Unless I didn't think he went off script, but maybe he did. I don't know. I don't get him at all, but some of you do. But it was reported that the speech was designed to suggest the war is, nearing its end, to showcase military achievements. God love our troops. And then he offered nothing but repeated his usual claims. And so nobody got it. And that's what it was. He said, quote unquote, our enemies are losing. And we are close to fully achieving military objectives. And then he quickly announced that attacks would come over the next 2 or 3 weeks. Another contradiction. At least one U.S. senator said, if we've won, why are we still engaged? Why are we still there? What's the next step? So, and that was sort of a consistency in reaction to this speech. By the way, Donald Trump looked really tired last night. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. I just don't. And you could tell, the Democrats are going to come after you, just like the Republicans did against Biden or Obama, whatever it is. Chuck Schumer called that speech the most disconnected and incoherent wartime addresses in history. stressing, he said, Trump failed to define clear objectives while imposing heavy costs on the American people. At least one moderate U.S. senator said he seems stuck. He said nothing new and tried to justify the war by promising it would end soon. On and on and on and on. On and on and on. You know, one of the things that really struck me, too, was he went on about that because of drill, baby, drill, we don't need anyone else's oil. What did he say? We have more oil. We're producing more oil than Saudi Arabia and Iran combined. Was it Iran, the second one? And Russia, and Saudi Arabia and Russia combined, I think is what he said. I think. I'll have to look that up. I think. So, why is he obsessed with the Strait of Hormuz then? So we have our own oil. Of course he was being hyperbolic again. Of course. And again, I need a translator. I can't get this guy. You know, it's insanity. It just is. And on and on and on. And he said so clearly, we've won the war. We've won the war. And then he said, in the coming weeks, we're going to bomb them into the Stone Age. You tell me. This just sows more confusion for the American people. He makes things worse. He does. I think I'm unless I'm not getting something here. And there was no talk of an off-ramp. It alluded to a couple more weeks. You know, that's not going to happen. I don't know. But that was one of the that was another confusing address the nation speeches that Trump has and has had and will have again. I didn't even understand the purpose of it. I just didn't. 866-391-1020. Taking your calls right after the break. Paul has news.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Partly sunny and 75 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. There's more body cam video now of golf star Tiger Woods being arrested after a crash last week in Florida. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes has more.
Look down my phone,
and all of a sudden, boom.
That's Tiger Woods speaking with a Martin County Sheriff's Office deputy after crashing his SUV last week. He told them he was looking at his phone and that he takes prescription medications. Woods pleaded not guilty to charges including driving under the influence and says he's taking a leave to prioritize his well-being. He also took a leave of absence in 2009 after a crash. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Woods says he is stepping away to seek treatment and he will miss his second straight Masters. Cones and barrels will be a common sight this year. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more on PennDOT's big plans for 2026 and beyond.
The big one you've been hearing about for a year is the 25-day closure of the Parkway East to replace the Commercial Street Bridge. But the $380 million worth of work this year covers over 100 projects. They'll begin work on the bathtub section of the Parkway East, which will bring single-lane restrictions. That leads up to an 11-day closure next year. And on the Parkway West, overhauling the 2230 interchange. PennDOT's Jason Zhang says it's getting a new diverging diamond interchange.
The road above the parkway will crisscross, and there will be traffic lights that control those movements. But you're typically riding down the right side of the road with a barrier on your left. You're gonna cross over. If you want to go inbound, you'll cross over before you even get to that ramp, and you'll just make a left turn.
Also expect more work on 51 in the Pleasant Hills area, the 910-79 Wexford interchange, and continued work on the Liberty Tunnel roof replacement project. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
Mayor O'Connor announces another team effort to help address city needs. Pirate Charities and the Labor's District Council are working up to the city to begin providing major upgrades to about 20 different youth baseball fields. Both are contributing $300 each. The laborers are going to replace up to 10 scoreboards.
There's no reason why our scoreboards can't be up and running. And I think that's something important to us. When our kids play all-star baseball and they travel outside of the city of Pittsburgh and every other place has a scoreboard that works, that doesn't help us grow Pittsburgh.
Pirate Charities is providing another $300,000, helping out by upgrading 20 fields and also providing the same type of laser grading equipment that they use at PNC Park. KDKA Sports, as we all know, it is a big, big day for Connor Griffin, who has been called up to join the club for the home opener tomorrow against Baltimore. It's also reported that he is going to sign a 9-year, $140 million deal before he's ever swung a Major League bat in a Major League game. Also tonight, the Penguins and Tampa Bay Lightning, they are tied at 1 with 8:40 left to go in the first period in Tampa. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
Trying to find a needle in a haystack? Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm tonight. There will be a passing shower, low 65. Then breezy and very warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. Still a thunderstorm around tomorrow night, low 61. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10. The Big K Morning Show will get you ready for a very big weekend and opening day for the Bucks on a Good Friday.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. I watched every bit of the speech, and I thought it was another disaster. I don't know. This was on condition of anonymity, but someone in the Trump administration, I'm sure they're trying to find out who said this to a conservative media outlet. Somebody in the Trump administration anonymously said, "It reminded me of listening to Joe Biden speak." Whoa! Whoa! Wow. Oh, man, I bet you Trump wants to know who that is. Wow. Some people think that this war is starting to break Trump, break him down. You know, and the Joe Biden reference, I don't know what, I'm sure you'll agree, Trump looks, well, he's going to be 80 years old in a few months. Doesn't it hit you that, can't we get a younger president? Man, what was Biden when he retired, when he left? 81, right? Trump will be what? Almost 83? No, 80, well, 80, probably 80, whatever, 82. Maybe 83 when he's finished. Wow. Can you believe it? But anyway, Trump looked so tired last night. He looked incredibly tired. Wow. All right. To the phones we go. 866-391-1020. Cynthia in Florida. Hi, Cynthia.
Hey, how you doing? I'm going to start with some good news.
All right.
In my opinion. Russia just blocked their ship in Cuba to bring them oil and food and medicine, and Trump couldn't stop it. And I don't know if that's been on the news or not, but that happened. People, all over different places of the world, were protesting against this war. In Bahrain, in Syria, we'll maybe get rid of that ISIS, Al-Qaeda new president that we helped install. People were protesting in Israel. They do not support this war. And I saw a poll today. 60% of the Jewish people in this country don't support this war either.
There's a new poll out. There's a new poll out today. Since you brought it up, there's a new poll out today. Okay. Donald Trump's new approval rating is 31%. Just a few days ago, it was 35%. Now it's 31%. And after last night, I don't think he did himself any favors at all.
No. And when I was watching this, I tuned into different countries. And as this was going on, Iran, who he said was defenseless, is firing off hypersonic missiles all over the place. So he's just a liar, and he's angry because Iran is making $138 million.
I don't think he expected the pushback, and now the Houthis are involved. All this type stuff.
Right.
He wants total control of the messaging and content, and he wants to force this like it's we're so great, we can't stand ourselves, we're so wonderful, and we've won this, and we can't stop winning. That's what he says all the time.
Yeah,
and he wants it to continue, but guess what? He can't. It's not working. He's the most unpopular president in history. He just can't. He wants to keep forcing this.
Iran is making $138 million. I think it was a day, because but Trump can't get that. And he said, "I got Venezuela's oil. I'm going to take their oil." Well, he's not taking their oil. And there's something. Oh, and you mentioned the Houthis. Well, the Chechens, who have fought with Russia, some of the worst leaders, the most extremists, were killed, and so they have ended up siding with Russia. Grozny's beautiful now. They are going into Iran. These people are not to be played with. And I want people to look up an old article. And I have files of stuff. And this article was written 21 years ago. And it's called Chechens, American Friends. And these same neocons that have started these wars all over the place encouraged the Chechens to rise up against the Russian government, and they got crushed. So these people went into Ukraine. And I have two videos, when they were telling the Ukrainians, people have used you, and just like we were used in Russia. And, so this divide and conquer thing is not going to continue to work. But one thing that I did, because I had to walk away from him a couple times last night, but what I heard today, when he said he was going to turn Iran into the Stone Age, for all you people out there who think we were doing this to save the people, free the people, we are killing them. He just said he wanted to turn the place in the Stone Age. And here's the difference. Israel and the United States, they're hitting their civilian facilities, hospitals, universities, schools, etc. Iran, when they have bombed Israel and Bahrain and United Arab Emirates, they got business interest. They got military interest. They didn't bomb a school. They didn't bomb a synagogue. They didn't bomb any hospitals. They went after military facilities, not civilians. That's the difference between how this war, us and Israel are waging this war, and another thing. Benjamin Netanyahu was mad with his Mossad head. His name is David Bernea. Because it was his crackpot idea that you could go in and arm these people, and then they would rise up against the government. Well, that didn't happen. And then he thought, well, we'll kill all their leaders, and they'd rise up against the government. Well, that didn't happen. But Trump was stupid enough to go along with this stupid idea, and we look like fools. So this is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and he also, I mentioned that he said we're producing more oil than.
Oh, we are the largest oil producer.
I know we are. I know.
We have to answer that if we can use it and process it, because he mentioned something about something.
And I just wanted to mention, he falsely suggested the U.S. became the number one producer of oil and gas on the planet because of his leadership. The U.S. became the top. The U.S. became the top producer of both natural gas and petroleum, which includes crude oil, even before Trump's first term as president, and we all know that. So I think people are. I asked somebody today, Did you watch President Trump's And to be fair, this person was a Democrat and probably is not. I don't know. I don't know, but I know a lot of Democrats who voted for Trump. But I think she doesn't. I said, "Did you watch President Trump last night?" And she said, "No, because I already knew what he was going to say." And I said, "What's that?" And she said he was going to say, "We're the greatest. We're doing everything great. We won the war. Blah 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 blah." And then
Nothing like it.
right? And he but anything wrong, anything bad, he blames on his predecessors. Do you understand?
Yeah, but he also lost a lot of his MAGA base because they
yes, I agree. I agree,
so,
and
it's not just me criticizing him.
What's that crazy guy's name? That got sued and went bankrupt because of his.
Alex Jones.
Yes, that's him. Yeah. Okay, Alex Jones is in conservative media.
The Sandy Hook guy.
Yeah, the Sandy Hook guy. Yesterday and today, Alex Jones went after Trump, but I didn't see it, but went on and on about how bad Trump looks and his swollen ankles and so forth, and that he's losing it and he's gone in so many words. And I'm thinking, if Donald Trump loses a lunatic like Alex Jones, he's in trouble. You know what I mean?
His base is furious with him.
I know.
I see some of these people online, and they're like,
Listen, as unpopular as he is, a 35% disapproval rating sort of maintains his hardcore, and now that's down to 31. Guess what? He's losing his hardcore.
Yeah. And that's a good thing.
It's chipping away and chipping away. Because, the one thing, it was Trump himself who, you can't have it both ways. It was Trump himself who said, we're not going to get in, be the world's policeman and get into these quote unquote stupid wars. And now he's in it, and it's breaking him, I think.
And it's breaking us too.
It's breaking us too, of course.
And globally, this is a mess. Would be wild if Iran said, okay, because I told you about this before, because we put sanctions on Russia, and that's where Europe was getting their fuel, and it was cheaper. And it would be wild if Iran said, okay, Brits, you can come through and you can pay.
Yeah, I mean. This is what. Hey, before you go, what do you think of Pam Bondi? I told you he was going to fire her.
I was thrilled. But what after everything she did, I compared her to that chick in the.
Well, but he wants justice to be completely political. He wants. Jerome Powell and, to be prosecuted, Adam Schiff, all of them. He wants his enemies. He thinks justice is his personal law firm.
After everything she did to try to hide the Epstein files, and he still burned her. We knew this was going to happen.
But I think she burned herself in a lot of ways, because what a flippant, dismissive, rude, and repugnant human being she is.
Well, is she still talking about the Dow?
Oh, yeah. Remember that? She answered the question. Exactly. And she said, President Trump is the greatest. Have you looked at the Dow lately? As if that was the measure. So I have recently looked at it. Yeah. Jeez. My, oh, my. Cynthia, I always enjoy the call. I always enjoy the call. Thank you so much.
Good night.
All right. 866-391-1020. I want to hear. I love hearing your view of what you saw. I was kind of fired up. Thinking, all right, he's going to get himself out of this. He's going to pull them home. No. Nope. He looked. I think Iran's breaking him. I do. All right, what say you? 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, Michael Bartley with you, 866-391-1020. I see several of you are calling in to talk, but let me get a few things out of my mouth here yet. And then Phil and Bernie and Bill, all the rest, we're going to get there. Don't just hang loose. But I just wanted to make some clarifications that this is what Trump's being hit with today. So, and the problem is, I maybe I expected something new, but there was not. I don't know what was new. I don't think anything. And then everyone's going on today about we've already corrected this guy. But I think he just wants to keep pushing to make us think a different way. But it's not going to happen. Again, Trump said the U.S. totally obliterated 3 nuclear facilities sites in Iran last June. Experts in a classified U.S. intelligence report said the sites were damaged and Iran's uranium enrichment program was set back, but the sites and the country's nuclear capabilities weren't completely destroyed. Hey, listen, don't get me wrong. You know those Ayatollahs that were killed? Look, they were bums. And, they treat their people like garbage. It's a theocracy. I have no sympathy for whoever was in leadership there. None. I can't help it. Sorry. No. All right. Last night, the president said Iran was right at the doorstep of a nuclear bomb. Arms control experts have said again that there's a lack of evidence that Iran was rebuilding its nuclear program before the U.S.-Israeli military operation, and that a nuclear weapon by Iran was not imminent. Trump claimed that before the U.S. attacked, Iran would have had missiles that could reach the American homeland. Armed control experts, military experts, intelligence experts today completely and utterly disputed that claim. Trump criticized an Obama-era agreement, you remember that one, when he said Barack Hussein Obama, which is his name. I like how he says that now. I mean, I know he says Hussein thinking Obama would be offended by it. He wouldn't be. Anyway, Trump criticized the Obama agreement, saying that it would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran if Trump hadn't ended it in his first term. Arms control groups, military experts and intelligence experts have estimated Trump's withdrawal from the agreement sped up the time it would take for Iran to produce weapons-grade uranium. Yeah. Trump falsely claimed again to have turned a dead and crippled economy into the strongest in history. Many economists measure the health of an economy by the rate of growth in real gross domestic product, which was lower in the U.S. in 2025 than it was the year before Trump started his second term. And our economy, many believe, is faltering big time right now. Big time. And by the way, today is a one-year anniversary of when Donald Trump stood at a lectern in the Rose Garden, held up that big booklet of trade barriers, and told a crowd of people that jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country. And you see it happening already, meaning the tariffs that he was imposing. Well, today, the economists report that jobs and factories that he was talking about have not materialized. Manufacturing payrolls have actually declined slightly over the last year since the tariffs, with 98,000 fewer jobs year over year based on the most recent data from the Labor Department. There are 29,900 fewer auto manufacturing jobs since Trump started his tariff campaign. 18,000 fewer wood manufacturing jobs, both sectors, mind you, that the president has tried to protect with his trade barriers. Higher tariffs on steel and aluminum have hindered the construction of factories in America. Yep. Nick Iacovella, Executive Vice President at the Coalition for a Prosperous America, a conservative group, said, the effort is there, the action is there, but it is actually accomplishing the goal they set out to do. And that he represents, it's a very pro-tariff group. He said, quote, I think in that respect, there is still a lot of work left to do. So Trump continues to fail with what he wants to do. And vis-a-vis, his approval ratings are the lowest of any president in our history since we've been doing polling. Okay, Paul's got news coming up, 866-391-1020. Oh, I see my whole board. I see a bunch of you want to talk. I'll get to you coming up.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss Easter traditions and ham and lamb recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill? Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly cloudy and 73 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander.
Curveball swung on, hit high in the air, deep to left field. Davis back, turning around, and Connor Griffin has hit another home run. The 19-year-old Pirates shortstop has homered.
And that 19-year-old shortstop has been called up to the big club. He will be there for the home opener tomorrow against Baltimore. And the additional report is that he is also reportedly ready to sign a 9-year, $140 million deal that would make it the richest deal in Pirate history. Griffin will also become one of the few position players ever to make it to the show as a teenager. The last player to do so, Juan Soto with the Nationals in 2018. Bryce Harper in 2012 also made it with the Nationals. Mike Trout, he broke in with the Angels in 2011. All three of those guys, much like Griffin, or exactly like Griffin, were 19. For the second time this week, Mayor O'Connor is announcing a new partnership to help with the major city needs. Both Pirate Charities and the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council are working with the city to make improvements to youth baseball fields around Pittsburgh. They gathered at Herschel Field in Elliott to announce the partnership. Pirates Chairman Bob Nutting says it's nothing compared to the work that those that run the programs put in.
I also know that to make a great baseball program, it takes a group of committed volunteers active day after day after day.
The laborers donated $300,000 to help replace approximately 10 scoreboards at various ball fields. O'Connor says that this and the preceding partnership announcements have come about for a reason. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi was fired from her position Thursday. While President Trump publicly praised Bondi's work, sources tell CBS News his support for her had been eroding over the last few months. Tensions appeared to rise inside the White House over Bondi's handling of the Epstein files. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, he will be the acting Attorney General in her place. CBS's Aaron Navarro has more on Blanche and others that might be possible candidates.
He is someone that has been elevated as a public face for the Department of Justice, but other names out there that could end up serving as the Attorney General in the long term include EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, whose name has also been floated. He did not take questions during a public event about potentially becoming the next U.S. Attorney General. And Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Harmeet Dillon has been floated online by many of Trump's allies as a potential successor.
Last month, the House Oversight Committee subpoenaed Bondi to appear for a closed-door interview about the Epstein files on April 14th. At this point, it isn't clear if she will comply. Two sons of the area will headline the NFL Draft Entertainment Series. The league announced Wiz Khalifa and Bret Michaels will be performing the weekend of the draft. A report from Billboard says Khalifa will perform on Friday evening before rounds 2 and 3, as will Michaels. Khalifa said, "This city raised me, and the energy here is different." Michael said he cannot be more honored, excited, and fired up. As a Pittsburgh native and a diehard fan of the Steelers, this is a dream come true. All of the performances will take place at the theater next to Acrisure Stadium. KDKA Sports, we talked about Connor Griffin being called up for the Pirates, ready to go for the home opener tomorrow against Baltimore. First pitch at 4:12. And right now, the Penguins on a bit of a tear. They lead Tampa by the score of 2-1 after the first period. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412 500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be some clouds around tonight. It will be a warm night with a passing shower, low 65. Breezy and warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. Then very warm Saturday with some sun, high 82. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh, Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, I'm going to shut it up. I'm going to let you talk. But I'm going to bring up Pam Bondi in the 9 o'clock hour. Don't forget. Okay, I want to let you talk. 866-391-10. 391-1020. Phil in Homewood. Hello, Phil. Good evening.
Yes, sir. How are you doing today?
Fine. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
Good.
I just want to say this. If you watch Fox News, you understand why he has support from even 31% of the people. Because if you swallow what they're feeding you, then you deserve to be disillusioned. It's just not natural. And the things that they say, the lies that flow out of their mouths so easily, it's really beyond belief. If you're just a regular person just listening to them talk and looking what's happening around you, like everything's all right. The war is going to come to an end. The gas prices aren't $4.19 a gallon in Pittsburgh. Food prices aren't up in Pittsburgh. That's all an illusion. The unemployment rate is fine. Everything is the Democrats, the evil Democrats. And he sounded
They find their way to blame it on Joe Biden. And look, and they get mad and start crying when we criticize Trump. Do you remember how they treated Joe Biden? I'm taking a page out of their book. They're way better at hating people. I don't hate anybody, but I mean, what they did to Joe Biden and Barack Obama was pitiful. And if you think I'm going to give up criticizing this president, you got another thing coming.
And the thing about it is that they do it with such hate. And that's what really bothers me, that where is this hate coming from? And these are the Christian right, supposed to be in love with Jesus. But he never taught us to hate anyone. But that's what they do because they're not true. But they're not followers.
Oh, and listen, and everything Trump, all the lying, all the this, all the that, saying that, speaking of a great Attorney General, Robert Mueller, who was a great American, a war hero, a Purple Heart. Okay, Bob Mueller, phenomenal prosecutor, phenomenal attorney, and he dies, and Donald Trump says, "Good, I'm glad he's dead," and the extreme religious right, Christian religious right, they don't come forward and say that was the most abominable thing I've ever heard. How could the president say that? No. So then, what do I take from that, Phil? I take that's. They think that that's their Jesus would be okay with that. That's how I take it, I guess.
Yeah.
But not my Jesus.
J.
Not my Jesus, my man. Not mine.
Their Jesus got a small J.
Not my Jesus, my man.
Not mine.
No.
And so what? This is the scary thing about it, and I pray about this often. And it bothers me that when they're standing in line, and when the book is open. They don't need to wonder why their name is not written in the Lamb's Book of Life. They'll already know. And they'll be standing there and he'll be saying, I never knew you. And if you can't take that back, it's much too late.
I'm with you on that. I am. Phil, what kind of dog do you have?
He's all the way across the street. It's a German Shepherd, but I have a little beagle. He's not a beagle. He's a mutt.
Wait. I knew that, but that's not your dog, the German Shepherd?
No, he's about 3 houses away.
No way.
He's a big rascal. I watched him grow up from a puppy.
I knew that was a German Shepherd bark. Is he friendly?
Yeah, for the most part. I don't go over there bothering him.
Yeah, no. I can't. Yeah,
he's a big rascal.
I totally heard. I heard him like he was right next to you. Anyway,
Yeah,
hey Phil. Go ahead.
His brother lives down the street.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
He's probably barking it in. They're probably talking. Hey, Phil.
They're probably talking. Where's dinner?
Yeah, hey, Phil. And I, did you watch the entire speech? I did.
I couldn't.
Did you? So you just turned it off?
I fell asleep.
A lot of people, and I don't know, I'm not like that, but I know a lot of people, the Trumpers. Yeah. I know a lot of Trumpers and right-wingers who would never watch a speech by Joe Biden. And I know a lot of left-wingers and all that would never watch a speech by Donald Trump. I always watch a president of the United States speech. I can't help it. I watch the State of the Union. But the problem with Trump's speech is I can't name a speech that he's done that was memorable in the sense that he didn't make it a campaign speech. And that includes State of the Union. And
then he repeats the same thing
over and over. Joe Biden wasn't the best speaker, but he didn't do that. Every speech had certain meaning. And when I'm thinking of, Trump looks terribly uncomfortable.
He looked bad.
He looked really bad. He looks very uncomfortable. And the last one he did was even, I think, worse. He was rushing and screaming, and maybe last night he practiced, but the speech was terrible. But that President Reagan, when I think of Reagan, I thought Obama was a really good speaker. I thought Bill Clinton was a good speaker. I thought Lyndon Johnson was an okay speaker. I know people would think I'm crazy on that.
Right.
But
yeah, they would.
And all those presidential speeches, Trump's like, I can't describe to you. It's just like watching a campaign speech and just this speech where everything good he takes credit for, everything bad he blames his predecessors, even though he's been our president for more than a year. It's time. It's time he needs to understand, and his supporters need to understand, hey, he owns it now, baby. He owns it. Don't you think so?
Yeah, he does. And so we're going to find out when all is said and done, nothing's going to change.
I wonder. But I'll tell you something. Last night, he didn't do himself any favors by not having, by not giving an off ramp in terms of getting out of this thing, and all that type of stuff. I just don't get him. I don't.
But you said we need a younger president?
Well, I tell you what, this guy's going to be 80. He looks so, and I'm not making fun of old people because I am one. I'm just saying, don't you think we need to kind of, we've had the last two presidents are in their, we're done in their 80s.
I'm looking at J.D. Spritzer, or what is it? I know his name is Spritzer. I might have said J.D.
Yeah, the governor of Illinois.
Yes, most definitely.
Yeah, what about him?
Because I'm looking at him to run.
Oh, I think he's going to run. He's a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, ain't that something?
Yeah, I know. You wouldn't know it by, I don't know why. I never I just found that out kind of recently. He's a very wealthy man. His name is J.D. Pritzker. J.D. Pritzker, yeah.
Yeah.
You like him?
I think that I think that Newsom just a little bit too pretty.
I'll tell you what, though. I saw a picture of him with his gorgeous wife and his gorgeous kids, and it almost looked like an ad for something, like they were models. But I don't know. I tell you who I like. Andy Bashir, who's the governor of Kentucky. I like him. I like Josh Shapiro. I don't know. I do. I like Josh Shapiro.
I just looked at his picture. I really like him.
And I hate to say this. I was thinking about this when Trump was talking last night. I hate to say this. I do. I don't. And it frustrates me because, and I'm not, this is just one factor. I'm not blaming women, but women won't vote for another successful woman. Not all. I'm not saying that. But I know a lot of women who wouldn't vote for Hillary or Kamala. And I'm saying, I don't know if we can go through that again. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah,
I mean, I like Gretchen Whitmer. I like Gretchen Whitmer a lot. I wouldn't rule it out. I'd be in favor of it, but I just
we're not going to have a woman president anytime soon.
I don't think in the next few cycles. I think we have to. I think we have to take a step back. Sadly enough, and it breaks my heart. It does. At this juncture, I don't think Kamala Harris would be as unpopular as this guy is.
Oh, no, she can win this time.
And this guy, and a year into his presidency, his popularity is just in the toilet and circling the bowl, believe me.
Oh, most definitely. He's going to take them down with him now.
Yep. We're going to see. We're going to see what happens. And I'm going to tell you something. James Carville, you remember him? A couple days ago, James Carville said after the midterms, he's predicting, because Trump won't be able to handle it, that Trump will resign. Because if there's that much opposition, he'll resign.
Yeah, he'll resign because he can't admit defeat in any way.
So we'll see what happens. Phil, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
All right, have a great day.
You too.
Time.
Back to the phones when we get back. Michael Bartley, for the compromised middle. Stop this extremism, both of you, on the left and on the right. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org. Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. To the phones, 866-391-1020. Did you watch Trumpy last night? I don't know, man. Woo, boy. All right, Bill and Irwin. Bill, welcome back.
Hey there, Michael.
How you doing, Billy?
Hey, I'll tell you what, I'm sitting outside here watching the clouds roll in, watching the American flag blowing in the wind.
Beautiful.
I'll tell you what, man, we're living the dream.
Hey, it's a gorgeous night, isn't it?
Not bad. Looks like it's going to rain, though, but, hey, we can't have everything.
I knew can't have everything. Today was a beautiful, beautiful day, Bill. No question about it. No doubt.
No. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Your show.
Go ahead.
Your show, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm with you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey. But what you need to do is change the name of your show to the Demonic Democratic Party Hate America Show.
Hey, you need to change.
Like it?
Hey, no. It's Michael for the middle. Listen, you need to change. You need to say, I'm sorry for how I treated Joe Biden. How many cocktails do you have tonight, by the way?
Are you serious?
That's what you need to do.
I just started. Not enough.
Oh, quit lying. You know you had.
What are you going to
You're sitting on the porch. You're sitting on the porch.
I'm watching the cars go by.
What are you drinking? What are you drinking?
Everybody's what?
What are you drinking?
Paying $3.95 for a gallon of gas. When 5 years ago, when gas was almost $5.50, nobody knew why. Nobody could understand why. I'll tell you why.
Oh, because when Trump at the end of Trump's term? Oh, I got you. Boy, you're really anti. You're really anti-Trump tonight.
Yeah, right. Hey, no, I'd rather watch a demented 82-year-old man sitting in a lawn chair on a beach, and he spent a lot of time on the beach because it's probably a blessing in hindsight. But he was out of the White House over a quarter of his time. It might have been a blessing. God only knows who was running the country at the time. But it was sort of like a plane, and the pilot and the co-pilot both had heart attacks at the same time. I know, hey, and you want to talk about haters?
Bill.
You want to talk about haters?
Yeah, Billy. Billy, you were so nice. You were so nice. You were so nice to Joe Biden and Barack Obama, weren't you?
Oh, yeah. I love seeing the gray hair sticking out of his man boobs on a.
What? You are drunk as a skunk.
And then trying to walk through the sand, and his little cold up old toes were like burning.
Bill, I love when you call.
America was so great back then.
Hey, Billy.
Oh, it was fantastic.
Billy.
And Obama.
Hey. Guess what?
Hey,
Guess
Obama,
what? Guess what? Guess what?
He can hit them 3-pointers.
Oh yeah, he could.
Come on, man.
Bill. I love when you call. I do. You're sitting on the porch watching.
I love talking to you.
You're counting the cars go by. Listen, get in there and pour yourself a cup of coffee.
Yeah, right. Hey, what if you? What? Hey. And you had enough of nerve to bring up your Jesus. I'm sure your Jesus loves the abortion. The abortion rules, the abortion laws in this country.
Billy.
Baby killers. Baby killers.
Billy, my man.
Baby killers.
Billy.
Hey, be proud of yourself, Mike.
Oh, Bill, come on, Billy.
How many babies did you people throw today?
Billy. Enjoy your night. Get in there and get a cup of coffee. I told you. I love when Bill calls, and you know what he's honest about. I said, but he wasn't honest about how many he had tonight. I said, Bill, because it's nighttime. He sits on the porch and have some cocktails, and he never denies that he's drinking. So I respect that. I do. Never denies it. Do you know when you were listening to me earlier today? By the way, Greg in Mount Washington, you were next. Where'd you go? Get back on the phone. And then we have to go to Jackie. Bishop's on hold. Don't worry, we're going to get there. Greg in Mount Washington, you were next. Get back on the phone. Anyway, I love Bill from R1. I love when he calls. Hey, listen. But you know what I was saying earlier? But he's sitting on his porch drinking his beer. So what? He's not harming anyone. But I said earlier, you don't see people drunk in public anymore. You just hear them on the phone on the Michael Bartley show. Yeah. Bill's fun, though. At least he's fun. He doesn't get mad. I love the fact that I don't get mad at the Trumpers, and the Trumpers don't get mad at me. You know? I wonder who gets more mad, the left-wing nuts or the right-wing nuts? Huh? Well, they all hate me because I'm for the middle. Michael Bartley for the middle. That's right. But I'll tell you what, us middle-of-the-road people, I think we're increasing in numbers. We've had it. Without a voice. Uh-huh. Yeah. Hey, those socialists in the city get under my skin as bad as the right-wing religious zealot Trumper crazies. Yes, they do. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. CBS Radio News coming right up. I'll be right back.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Baseball is finally back, and the Pirates are set to open their season at home against the Baltimore Orioles April 3rd through the 5th for opening weekend presented by Giant Eagle. It all starts on Friday, April 3rd when the Bucks take on the Birds for the home opener. Plus, all fans that day take home a 2026 magnetic schedule. Then Saturday, the Pirates take on the Orioles for Game 2 of the series at 4:05. Then we close out opening weekend with some Sunday afternoon baseball at 1:35. Get your tickets now at Pirates.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery, CORE, in celebrating National Donate Life Month and is encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 7,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April, help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core.org/register.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. The Artemis 2 astronauts are rocketing toward the moon after a successful engine blast and leaving Earth's orbit. CBS's Peter King on what's next.
It's a coast to the moon for the next several days. They don't actually get into the moon's sphere of influence until early Monday morning, so it's kind of an uphill climb for them right now.
Pam Bondi is fired as Attorney General and Todd Blanche becomes acting AG. More from CBS's Aaron Navarro.
Bondi has said the transition from her to Blanche will take up the next couple of weeks, so that does give the president, the White House, a bit of a runway for them to pick a long-term nominee.
President Trump, during last night's primetime address, said the war with Iran will still take weeks. CBS's Holly Williams with Iran's response to the president's remarks.
The two sides often give starkly different narratives in this conflict. Trump has repeatedly claimed that Iran's leaders are eager to do a deal to end the war, while Iran has denied that it is negotiating at all.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-960-3377. That's 800-960-3377. 800-960-3377.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. Get your start started. It's my kind of party. We're sitting in a console. All right, now what y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready? You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm tonight. There will be a passing shower, low 65, then breezy and very warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. Still a thunderstorm around tomorrow night, low 61. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So, there's word tonight Trump's not finished firing cabinet members. I'll get to that in the 9 o'clock hour. Okay, back to the phones. I appreciate you holding. Callers, 866-391-1020. Jackie in Clairton. Jackie, you're on KDKA. Thanks for calling.
Hi.
Hi.
I comment you said a couple minutes ago about why women did not vote for Kamala or Hillary.
Yeah.
If there would have been a viable, competent candidate, we would have. I've worked with all men. I have no problem supporting successful women. So as a man, I don't think you have a right to decide that women just can't vote for other or support.
That's not what I said.
That's women, because that's wrong.
Know what, Jackie? That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You said you don't understand why women cannot support other successful women. That's what you said.
I said I can't understand why some women can't vote for other women. Is what I said. That's right. I said some. I said some twice.
Most of us would have. Most of us.
And I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it.
Most of us would have.
However, when you look at the polling, the post-election polling, it just is mind-boggling to a lot of political analysts that the numbers and percentages of women who won't vote for a woman is no slam dunk for a woman candidate. Is my point. That's all. I'm not. You can vote. You can vote for whoever you want to, wherever you want to. Jackie.
It should not be a slam dunk just because it's a woman.
I agree.
I'm
totally.
not supposed to just vote for a woman.
I totally
agree.
Who
they polled. I don't know who they polled, but I don't know any women in my 58 years that could even reasonably say that they would not vote for a woman because it's a woman.
And I get you. I got you. And I got you. I do. I got you on that. I do. Believe me.
Again, not viable candidates, not competent candidates.
Mm-hmm. And I
many
say,
other women
and I
that
say,
they could have chosen
and I say the same thing about men candidates. Yes. And
right.
and ethnicity and all of it. Absolutely. No question. And race and all of it. Yeah. Nobody should pigeonhole somebody for what sex they are, what sexual orientation they are, what race they are, what religion they are, in terms of who they have a right to vote for. I get it. I do. I get it.
Right. And the best possible scenario we could ever have is if they could somehow find a way to just put the candidates up. We don't know who they are.
Let me ask you something.
What they are.
Yeah.
Go
I
on
agree.
their policies.
Agree.
Go
Kathy.
on their policies, and everything would be 100% different.
Jackie, let me ask you something. Is there a woman who exists right now who you would vote for president?
I would lean towards Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, interesting.
Condoleezza Rice has been talked about. I would have possibly went there.
Mm-hmm.
Off the top of my head, I'm not drawing a blank on it.
So you're in the Trump camp, obviously.
I am. Well, no, not in the Trump camp. I'm in the conservative camp.
Mm-hmm.
But I voted for Clinton. I voted for Obama because at that point I didn't pay attention. I was just supposed to vote Democrat.
You sound like me. I vote. I voted for Republicans. I voted for Democrats. Tell me what did you think of? Did you watch Trump's speech?
I did not. I was on my way to work, and by the time I got in, he was already done.
Everyone's dog is barking tonight. What kind of dog do you have?
I don't know. She's some kind of a terrier mix. She's a wackadoodle, we call her.
Oh, she sounds so adorable. Listen, Jackie, thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it, and I'm glad you made me clarify what I said. I think you heard me wrong, but if I offended anybody, I apologize. I would never want to do that. But thanks for the call. Hey.
All right, thank you.
Hey, you made a lot of sense to me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, you made a lot of sense to me. Hey, listen. Look. No. Whether you're a woman, a man, whatever your sexual orientation, whatever your race, whatever your religion, I don't care what. I don't care what. You vote for who you want to vote for. You do. Maybe I did say that wrong about women. I didn't mean to think that or say that. But no, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Believe it. Yes, indeed. Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. All I said was, because someone else brought up who's going to, in 2028 is going to be fascinating. What we're going to do, I wonder what the layout's going to be. If the Democrats pick up the House and the Senate this fall, look out. Look out. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? It's going to be really interesting, isn't it? Yeah. And J.D. Vance will run. He's out there. I think he's already out there laying the groundwork. I think he is. Without question, he is. Yeah. And then you got a lot of the Democrats out there. Gavin Newsom's, they're laying the groundwork. It's going to be interesting. And there'll be women in there. We'll see. We'll see how, we'll see. Now that Jackie, she wasn't going to vote for Harris or Clinton because she likes... She was pretty clear. Tulsi Gabbard is who she'd vote for. Maybe Tulsi Gabbard would be maybe she'd be nominated. But I doubt it, but we'll see. I don't know. Maybe the Republicans would be smart to... You know who I kind of like? That lady from... what's her name? From South Carolina, North Carolina. Maybe the Republicans would nominate a woman. But I don't know. After the last couple, I just don't know if I see it happening. I don't know. But I like Gretchen Whitmer. I think she could get in there. I do. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't know, guys. But I know one thing. Trump's popularity is circling the bowl right now. Wow. Woo. Last night made it worse. And I think in his head, he thinks he's making it better. And he just continues to make it worse. He just does. And he's tough to listen to. And that person I asked about, did you watch? And she said no. Because she knew exactly what he was going to say. Everything's the greatest, and he's the greatest, and we're in the greatest, most wonderful place we could ever be in the history of our lives, and we all know that's not true. We all know that's not true. And he wants to shove that down our throat. Some people believe that. They believe what he says. But I just get the feeling fewer and fewer of them are believing it. Last night being a clear-cut, vivid example that after last night, his favorability rating went down a few points. That's correct. Because people can't, I just don't know. People just don't have the patience for it anymore. They just don't. And when you see, the cost of a roll of aluminum foil and a tank of gas and everything else, no, you blamed it on Biden. We blame it on Trump. He owns it now. He owns it big time with his tariffs, and they've done nothing. Nope. No, we lost jobs, didn't gain them. We're paying more, not less. We're getting crushed. The average family's getting crushed. And he can pretend that this war was a good idea all he wants. And he can make speeches left and right. And last night he did another one, and it made it worse. I'm telling you, we're on to him. Can't do it. Can't do it. And all you little crybaby Trumpers, oh, you picking on my president. We know what you said about Joe Biden and Barack Obama. We know what you said. We know. You said it out loud. You did. You did. Yes, you did. So quit your belly aching and crying and grabbing your bat and glove and ball and running home crying, laying down on the bed and crying. Because we know exactly how you acted when there was the Democratic president. We know exactly. We're not that stupid. All right, back to the phones when I get back. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. We're going to continue this conversation, and then I want to make some comments about Pam Bondi after a while, too. All right? Don't you worry. We're going to talk. Believe it. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley for the middle of the road. Yeah. Okay, back to the phones. Thanks so much, callers, for being so patient. Look who it is, Bishop in Denora. Hello, Bishop.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm okay.
You doing all right?
Yeah, you going to opening day tomorrow?
No, I got to see my son. I might have to go up to Cleveland tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm not a Pirate fan, but I do like the Pirates.
You do a lot of driving.
No, I do like them. I've always been a Cincinnati Reds Yankee guy, more so Cincinnati. But I like the Pirates, and I like for them to do well, to be honest with you. I just think Manning and them are not good owners, and if they would have sold it to Mark Cuban, it would have been a better team and probably would have won a World Series by now. But that being said, it does bring in dollars to the city. And look, I don't know what the NFL draft is going to bring in unsurmountable money to the city, no doubt. But I think the transportation is a nightmare. Just what I predicted it was going to be, and I don't think they have that settled yet. My thing with the NFL is, I'm glad they came to Pittsburgh. I'm glad they're going to boost the economy in Pittsburgh and the surrounding areas, but they're not doing enough to help the black community or the suburban communities who have a lot of people to go to those Steelers games and come into Pittsburgh and spend money. A lot of them is not going to be able to get into Pittsburgh because of the traffic and because of the pure numbers. All right? Now, they need to put up and put money into some of these communities and put in what you call the big screen TVs, so a lot of these kids and other folks can watch the draft. Because they're not going to be able to get down there, Brother Barley. It's not humanly possible, in my opinion.
I think they are going to get to be down there.
Well, no, they're not going to, Brother Barley. They're going to put up 2 screens, and I was just down there at the waterfront, and they're going to have functions down at the waterfront. And it's going to be congested down the waterfront. Now, let me tell you, because I was told the buses are going to run every 15 minutes from the waterfront downtown. So people go, I shouldn't say this because it'll affect me if I go down that way. The parking is free down the waterfront. So you go down to that. Ain't no parking downtown. And if you do go downtown, you're going to pay immensely. All right? Now, but it's free at the waterfront. So would you catch the bus that's going to be running every 15 minutes? And I don't have to pay for parking, and I don't have to worry about my car maybe being towed? Yeah. That's your best option. So, but they're going to have 2 big giant screens and activities also going on.
They're going to have activities all over the place.
But we need something to come to the north, and I'm sure people on the outer linings, as far as the Mount Lebanons or the North Champaigns, they got huge Steeler fan base. They need to have something where that is. And we haven't heard nothing about the transportation from my area into downtown. But here's the other thing. Pam Bondi is a disaster, nightmare. Should have never been in there anyway. But I didn't get to see Trump's speech last night. I saw extras when I got back from the meeting council meeting. And he's all over the place. I'm telling you, the man has some kind of dementia going on. But then number 2 is blasting them back into the Stone Ages, and then on one hand you're saying, "Oh, we're trying to negotiate." Listen, the economy. I just went to the gas station yesterday. It was $3.99. Today it's $4.14.
I know.
People are hurting everywhere. I don't know where these people from MAGA saying, "Well, no, everybody's hurting." Well, middle class is hurting. I'll put it that way. All goods and services, the whole 9 yards. The war itself, you got troops over there. You got a third of the United States military over in the Middle East. That's costing money every day, Brother Barley. Those troops on them ships, that's costing money. Them ships is not running on air.
Hey, Bishop.
On air either.
Hey, Bishop. Did you watch Trump last night?
I watched extras when I got home. He was everywhere. He was a rambler. How do you feel comfortable with this guy? This guy. What is this amendment? Is it the 26th Amendment or something like that? They need to get him out of office. He is draining this country and the world. We're isolated.
How do you feel comfortable with this guy? I love that. Listen, that's the question of the day. Look, I understand. Okay, no, just hear me out here for a minute. And I have great friends who vote. They like Trump on the money issues things, and the big beautiful bill, and maybe tax breaks, and it's money. But even they have kind of had it. They can see he looked horrible again last night, and they don't understand what they're not getting him either on this. And I think this war is breaking him. I'm telling you, and it's his making.
It's going to break the country because he keeps saying 2 or 3 weeks. 2 or 3 weeks to do what? And you know something else? It looks like he has an invasion force ready to go in, but he's what are you doing? Now here's what's going to happen. And I hate to say this, and it hurts my heart and it grieves me. He tries to go in Iran on land. I'm telling you, it ain't Venezuela. We're going to have a lot of folks.
I agree.
Home.
I don't disagree.
I hope to talk to you sometime over this weekend. I'll be traveling here and there, but hey, let's bring that money to Pittsburgh and in the surrounding areas. All right.
All right. Listen.
Have a good night, brother.
You too. You too. I appreciate that. I do. No, Oh, that's an interesting point he made about going in. Boots on the ground. That would be a whole different dynamic. Now, will there be precision surgical military strikes with personnel on the ground in and out? Maybe. That's a little different than sort of boots on the ground as far as I'm concerned. At least I think so. I do. But he makes a good point. There's no question about that. I just think this war is... I hate to say that this president, for whatever reason, he's still not making this any clearer. Last night caused even more confusions why we're doing it. And he wants to pretend it's certain things, and it's not. It's not. And you wonder why his approval rating is 31%? 31%? I'm not sure. I don't remember a United States president who was that unpopular. I just don't. This guy is a phenomenon in being unpopular as a United States president. Only 1 year into his second term. And that's it. He's making America miserable again. And people know it. And they can't take speeches like he did last night because it makes matters worse. 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. It's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city. This is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a Best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents
and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Michael Toscano. NASA's Artemis II astronauts have fired their engines and are flying to, or at least toward, the moon. Correspondent Peter King is following the mission for us.
With a nearly 6-minute-long rocket firing,
integrity looks like a good burn. We're confirming.
The Artemis II astronauts have become the first humans to break out of low Earth orbit for a trip to the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972.
Humanity has once again shown what we are capable of.
Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
It's your hopes for the future that carry us now on this journey around the moon.
It's an uphill climb until early Monday, when the moon's gravitational pull takes over and slings them around its far side before sending them back to Earth. Peter King, CBS News, Orlando.
President Trump says he will sign an order to pay all Department of Homeland Security employees who have gone without paychecks during the partial government shutdown. He's already done that for TSA workers. The funding lapse is likely to stretch into next week as the House considers a Senate budget plan it had previously rejected. The president is making another cabinet change, ousting Pam Bondi as Attorney General. We have more from Nancy Cortez at the White House.
As U.S. AG, Bondi was known for her blunt attacks on Trump's critics.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
She even hung a huge Trump banner outside Justice headquarters, tearing down the traditional walls between DOJ and the commander-in-chief.
President Trump is described as unhappy with Bondi's handling of the Epstein files and her failure on prosecutions of his political foes. There's also a big change at the Pentagon, as correspondent Cammie McCormick reports.
A senior Defense Department official told CBS News it was time for a leadership change in the Army. General Randy George, a career infantry officer, was nominated for the position by former President Biden and confirmed by the Senate. The current Vice Chief of Staff is expected to replace him. He is a former military aide to Hegseth. Hegseth has fired over a dozen senior military officers.
The Martin County, Florida Sheriff's Office has released video from Tiger Woods' DUI arrest. Correspondent Nicole Valdez is in Stuart, Florida, and she's taken a look.
Body camera video shows Tiger Woods down on one knee moments after overturning his SUV on a residential street last Friday.
Who hit him?
Woods' flipped Land Rover sat just a few feet away while deputies questioned the driver of the pickup involved. He pointed out where Woods clipped his trailer and bent one of his tires.
Woods has pleaded not guilty to the DUI charges and says he's withdrawing for now from competitive golf. This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here?
How is this possible? Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's time for 60.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What makes yoga special? Well, for many practitioners, it's the teacher who makes it special. The story now of one who must be really special.
Solomon Raghavan Delgado has had some of the same yoga students in Santa Monica, California for 40 years. He tells his students not to come to class for exercise.
You come to relax. You come to surrender yourself into your posture and be there with mind and body.
He says he's lived a long, healthy life by eating a vegetarian diet with fish sometimes. And
I meditate very often to beat stress, which is very bad for your health.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
U.S. egg prices have fallen 60% from last year's record highs. Retail prices averaged $2.50 per dozen in February compared to $6.23 per dozen a year ago March. Bird flu was to blame for the spike seen last year, but cases ebbed in the last half of 2025. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be some clouds around tonight. It will be a warm night with a passing shower, low 65. Breezy and warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. Then very warm Saturday with some sun, high 82. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Thank you, callers, for being so patient. We are rocking and rolling. We always rock and roll on a Thursday night. Yes, we do. Ralph in Pittsburgh. Ralph, you're on KDK. Thanks for calling back, Ralph.
You're welcome, Michael. I'm the type of person that will admit I'm wrong, and I was wrong. I was right about the fact that I supported the Iran war, but now the Iran leader said that this could turn into another Vietnam if this continues, and I'm starting to think in that direction right now. If this war is getting ready to wrap up, why are we sending troops out to the Middle East?
Well, why
are we moving people around?
That was just one conflict it was in that speech last night, and there were many. We won the war, but we're going to bomb them into the Middle Ages. We've obliterated everything, but now we have ground troops. We don't need We don't need the Strait of Hormuz, but our allies want to go over in there and deal with that. We have so much oil. We don't need anybody else's oil. We have so much oil, more than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. I don't know. So are you saying, Ralph, you voted for Trump, right?
Yes, I did. I voted for him. And I have egg on my face because I voted for him. I was hoping that things would be a little bit different than when he ran the first time. And, some things like the Nippon Steel deal, hey, it's great for that. It was great for some things. And now all of a sudden it's starting to collapse. He's trying to shove a square peg into a round hole, Michael, and it's not going to work.
I tell you, I don't get Trump, but I gave him kudos on the Nippon Steel deal. But
yeah,
listen, because of his tariffs, he's hurting steel, he's hurting aluminum, he's hurting. I just said the manufacturers. They said that since his little campaign, his big campaign with tariffs, it's not working. Manufacturing's not coming back like anytime soon, and jobs are down. And I'll tell you something, Ralph, you're not the only person who said that to me, that you had second thoughts, and you don't have egg on your face, but I think you we vote for who we vote for. There were many times when, Joe Biden gave me, I would cringe when he would do something, but I got to tell you, Trump's a different situation. I know a lot of people.
Different animal.
I know a lot of people like you who have said to themselves,
voters remorse.
Exactly that caveat emptor, buyer beware, and that you got on the wrong horse, and I would never judge anybody for that, because I've screwed up voting for certain presidents that I ended up being mad at, all that type of stuff. But it happens. But in this case, in a year's time, the number of people that are leaving him is incredible to me.
Yeah, it is. It's a bad situation right now, and like your colleague Lenny McAllister would say, I think that some of us have voters remorse, and I'm one of them. So, and now I'm like the shaker. I wanted this war, Michael. I wanted it because Iran has been a tyrant to this country for over 50 years, going back to the hostage situation, Iran-Contra, all this nonsense over the years. It's time to take them out. But President Trump underestimated Iran. He thought he could just that the firepower of Israel and the United States could just go right in, drop a few bombs, and Iran would say, "Okay, we surrender," just like everyone else, had done. And I think he just didn't realize. And like I said, shove a square peg into a round hole. I think he just didn't realize what he was up against.
I think you make some interesting points, and I'm gonna tell you this right now. I have absolutely no sympathy, zero sympathy for the Ayatollahs and all the rest. They're the most oppressive.
Exactly.
They use religion to hate people. They use it's a theocracy. Give me a break. Come off it. And it's so ridiculous, the oppression they cause. When Trump talks about them in those words, I'm with them on that. I am, and I think we militarily we kick their butt, and we can overpower them. But you don't go into the Middle East because of decades and decades of how complicated it is, how tentacled it is. It's interesting. You could send those planes like it did back in June to bomb and get out. But I don't think you start a war in the Middle East and expect to get the hell out in a couple of days.
Well, that's like, where were the lessons of Afghanistan, Michael? Remember that?
Yes, I do. And did Joe Biden did Joe Biden make mistakes there? Yes, he did. And when he did, I said it. And that's the problem I have with the Trump people. They never admit that Trump makes mistakes. They don't, except for people like you.
I admit I made a mistake.
Except for people like you. You're right about that. Afghanistan was, 19 years?
Yes, it was. And then on top of that, we should have got out of there when bin Laden was killed. I mean, we should have just been done with them. And I don't know what kind of deal was made with the Taliban. I don't know what Biden's blaming Trump, Trump's blaming Biden. Everybody's blaming each other. It's plenty of blame to go around. It was almost another Vietnam, the Afghanistan war.
We're going to see what happens with this. But wait, did I ask you? Did you watch the speech last night?
I didn't watch any of it, Michael. I missed it, but I will watch the replay on YouTube.
All right. Hey, listen, Ralph, great call. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that.
All right, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you. Call me anytime. Ralph in Pittsburgh. All right. Dick and Dayton, don't you worry. I'm going to get to you. I know you called a couple of times. All right, now listen. Back in February, I called it. I said Trump's going to fire Bondi. I know it was about more than this, but you can't go into a House Judiciary Committee meeting subpoenaed and act like she acted. people, Americans, the average American cringed. The left cringed. My middle of the road people cringed. Conservatives cringed. Trumpers cringed. And it's about more than that, as you know. So Trump fires her, and she just became just like the other one that he fired, the head of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, who was another embarrassment. They were two bad hires. And Trump's got bad people. He does. Kristi Noem lied about a lot of the Minnesota stuff, lied before she knew anything about stuff. He had to get rid of her. She was despised by the American people. And so was Pam Bondi. She sat in those meetings, and if you can believe it, how she acted with belligerence at a House Judiciary Committee meeting. And Donald Trump, for Donald Trump, Pam Bondi didn't work fast enough. Trump, for Trump's Justice Department, he wants it to be something it can't be. It doesn't guarantee the president the outcome he seeks, and Bondi couldn't do it because the courts have so far largely blocked the administration's efforts to go after Donald Trump's enemies. And Congress successfully sought and won the release of the Department of Justice files related to Jeffrey Epstein. Yes. And Trump wants Adam Schiff and, so many people. Fed Chair Powell prosecuted by justice. Letitia James prosecuted by justice. All the people Trump thinks wronged him, and it can't be done. A, there's no evidence. B, judges throw it out because this is what Trump wants. So is Bondi in a difficult position in some respects? Yes. Is she crazy? Yes. Does she deserve to be fired after her twice performance on the Hill? One in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, the other in front of the House Judiciary Committee. She became an international embarrassment to the American people. Not that Trump cared about that. He cared about the issue of she couldn't prosecute his enemies fast enough. That was it. But don't think for 1 minute he didn't realize how much negative attention Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi caused that administration. He knew it, and he knows it. Now, apparently, media is reporting tonight this president is not finished. That he's also he has his sights set on Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Yeah. That he's going to go after him. And perhaps Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer. And that Trump is considering firing them too. People, we have the midterms coming up. I suspect you're not surprised by this, are you? 866-391-1020, Michael Bartley, KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Time to bring some fresh colors to your home. Call Serta Pro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Indoors, outdoors, get the quality job you want at a price you'll appreciate with a detailed estimate. And each Serta Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com, that's Certa with a C, and take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. That's Certa Pro Painters. The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we focus on the Diocesan Basketball Championships. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos and the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
Today's the final day of our 2-day sale for this Thursday, April 2nd at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Georgia's chicken wing sections, 4-pound bags, $9.99 each. In the produce, Sunkist navel oranges, 3-pound bags, $2.49 each. And in the deli, Silver Star pierogies, a 12-ounce pack, $3.99 each. And stock up on selected varieties of Bird's Eye sides, 12 to 13.5-ounce package, $1.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Baseball is finally back, and the Pirates are set to open their season at home against the Baltimore Orioles April 3rd through the 5th for opening weekend, presented by Giant Eagle. It all starts on Friday, April 3rd, when the Bucks take on the Birds for the home opener. Plus, all fans that day take home a 2026 magnetic schedule. Then Saturday, the Pirates take on the Orioles for Game 2 of the series at 4:05. Then we close out opening weekend with some Sunday afternoon baseball at 1:35. Get your tickets now at Pirates.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back, people. Michael Bartley for the middle of the road folks here. All right, 866-391-1020. Back to the phones. Oh, look who it is. TJ in Carrick. Hi, TJ.
Hey, Mike, I want first, whenever people, you say they have voter remorse about voting for Trump, right?
That last caller did, yeah.
So whenever people say that, if you could please ask them, then you think you should have voted for Kamala Harris?
I think that's pretty much what they mean. That they probably would have, if they knew Trump. If they knew Trump was going to do such an awful job that he's doing right now, and at 31% approval rating. I know he's your superhero, TJ. You say he's your superhero. I know.
Yeah, if you pull everybody over in shady side, you'll get about 31%. You know, it's all in where you pull people. If you pull people in a conservative area, you're going to. But I don't think one single Trump, anybody that voted for Donald Trump would never have voted for Harris to be president of the United States. Not one, not even the last caller would have voted. And if he would have, but that's not why. But I agree with every single Trump. Every single thing Trump did, I agree with every single thing.
I know you do. Yeah. Were you so when he said that people are garbage? You think that was good?
He never said that, but that's not what I call it. I wanted to call about that.
So you don't agree with everything he's done?
No, I don't agree. I don't agree that he said that. I don't agree with that.
Did you agree did you agree when Robert Mueller died? He said, "Good, I'm glad he's dead." Did you think that was a good thing?
Do you remember the things that Robert Mueller did to?
That's not my question.
I mean, were you sad that Charles Manson he died? I mean, come on now.
What?
You got to make comparisons.
I'm not the president. I'm not the president. I'm not the president of the United States. Your superhero is.
If Trump would have said people were garbage, he might have been talking about the Democrat Party, not all Americans. He might be talking about the people in the Democrat Party, and a lot of them are garbage. And I agree with that too. But hey, it's getting very suspicious. You know what happened out in McCandless where the lady got raped in that senior home?
No, TJ, I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Colin Dunlap was talking about it earlier today on his show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if I didn't hear that part. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the guy that did that, was he an illegal alien? I'm just having a problem with the news, whether it's in local news, PXI, TAE, KDKA. What is up with them? They do a story, but they don't tell the whole. I remember a story a while back. The local media did about two ladies that got killed head-on collision. I think the guy's name was Morales. He was an illegal alien migrant that killed those two ladies, but the news media never reported that he was an illegal alien. Now what happened out in McCandless, that was an illegal alien that raped out, and the news media reported he raped her, but they never said he was an illegal alien.
So if he was an American citizen from Robinson Township, you'd be okay with it?
The local news is not telling Pittsburgh's about
TJ. The question was, so if he was an American citizen from Robinson Township, you'd be okay with him raping an old lady?
You said that. I didn't say that.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you that.
About illegal alien migrants locally, they're committing crimes. They're trying to make ICE look like the bad guys, and illegal aliens look like the good guys.
TJ, I love when you call. I always take your call because I think you're fun.
I always speak the truth.
I know, and I always think you're. I think. But listen, do you think undocumented immigrants are the only criminals we have?
They're not undocumented. You guys always rearrange words. This is crazy. They're illegal alien fugitives that are on the run from the federal government because they snuck into this country. They're not undocumented immigrants.
TJ.
There's no such thing.
All right, TJ, I'm going to have to hang up on you because...
Thank you very much.
I'm going to have to hang up on you because, once again, you know... I hope sometime when TJ calls, I can have a lucid conversation. He can be factual and not an idiot and think stupid stuff. TJ, I'm sorry. I apologize, but I say this every time you call me because you're nuts. Completely out of your mind. Completely. And that's sad. I think you're probably the only... Every Trumper caller I have... We have such respect for each other, but you cannot answer a question after you say something so stupid. You just can't do it. So that's okay. All right. We still love you. We still love you. You're an American. I'm not like you and Donald Trump, who says in front of at a funeral that the murdered person's wife says she forgives and loves the young man who did it. And then Donald Trump says, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I hate my opponents. TJ, I don't hate you. I know you hate me. You just said you believe everything Donald Trump says and does. Yes, that's what you said. And Donald Trump hates everyone who didn't vote for him. So he hates half the country, filled with hate. Filled with hate. So he hates America. Hates America. So TJ, I take it you hate America too. Yes, indeed. Hates the rule of law. You know, the other day, some of the January 6 people that Donald Trump pardoned, who beat and maimed police officers, they hate the police. They're suing for damages, blaming the Capitol Hill police for January 6th. Now, that's something someone like TJ and Donald Trump would eat that up, and they should still be in jail. But Donald Trump pardoned them all. And don't think that's not coming up again as we approach the midterms. Don't think for 1 minute that's not coming up, because it is. So they hate the rule of law, hate the police, don't respect the law. No. If you respected the law, you wouldn't give a entire widespread pardon to hundreds and hundreds of people who beat, spat on, punched, kicked, and hurt police officers. They have no respect for the law. Neither does this president. And that's sad. Very, very sad. So there you go. All right, CBS Radio News is coming up here in 2 minutes, and I'll go back to the phones. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Draft weekend is coming to Pittsburgh. Kick it off at Nova Place. Join them Thursday, April 23rd from noon to 6 for a free, family-friendly afternoon with live music, DJs, games, food trucks, and local vendors. Park at the Nova Place Garage, just steps from the draft footprint. Test your skills in the mini combine, grab a drink at Federal Galley, and get ready for an unforgettable football weekend. Celebrate and enjoy Fish Fry Fridays at your local Coons Quality Foods this Lenten season. Choose from battered walleye fillets, jumbo shrimp, and delicious haddock sandwiches with your choice of sides. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition. The 2026 volunteer season at the Remember Me Rose Garden kicks off April 18th with gardening expert Doug Oster. Roses, perennials, and a morning's worth of remembering, all near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, starting at 9 a.m.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. NASA's Artemis 2 astronauts have fired their engines in what's called translunar ignition. That takes them out of Earth orbit, where they've been testing equipment, and heads them toward the moon. Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen said he and his crewmates were glued to the capsule's windows.
Humanity has once again shown what we are capable of, and it's your hopes for the future that carry us now on this journey around the moon.
Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General, reports correspondent Nancy Cortez.
Bondi is the second cabinet-level official to be eased out of her role by President Trump. He didn't say she was fired, but sources tell CBS News he was not happy with her handling of the Epstein files and with the failed attempts to indict his enemies.
President Trump says he will sign an order to pay all Department of Homeland Security employees, as he did with TSA employees. As the partial government shutdown continues, Congress remains stalled on a DHS budget. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and warm tonight. There will be a passing shower, low 65, then breezy and very warm tomorrow with more clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon thunderstorm, high 77. Still a thunderstorm around tomorrow night, low 61. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10. The Big K Morning Show will get you ready for a very big weekend and opening day for the Bucks on a Good Friday.
Tomorrow's a big day with opening day. Oh, yeah. Keep it right here. KDK throughout the day tomorrow. We'll have some live coverage of opening day down there on the north side of the North Shore. That Connor Griffin. How about the Buccos, man? They signed him multiple-year contract, $140 million a year. I started my show with that. They're putting a team on the field. They are. All right, maybe I'll have some final thoughts about that with opening day tomorrow, but back to politics and all this type of stuff. John in the North Hills. John, welcome to KDK. Hi, John.
Hi, Michael.
Hi.
Hey, before Trump was president for a second term, there was a immigration bill that was a bipartisan bill, and it was going to go through, and Trump said, don't vote for it.
And he was not president at the time, but he called up and he threatened people in his party and talked them out of it, and it was sailing through. It was going to go in.
Well, I think that anybody that runs against those people the Republicans who switched their vote should remind them at election time, you voted for this and it screwed up the immigration system to where some towns don't have workers so that they had to close businesses because of that,
that's a really good point.
Just a reminder that, you guys voted for this.
Hey, John, you know what? The sad part about politics in America is not for me because it's my job to, keep things in perspective and remind people. But once an issue is out of the news cycle, Americans have a short memory, and that's kind of sad.
Oh, I don't.
Don't you agree? I don't either. I don't either.
I'm talking. I don't have a short memory.
I mean, I don't either. I don't either. And listen, a lot of the Trump folks are, get so paranoid and insecure and cry their eyes out about people tearing into Donald Trump's presidency and what he's doing, and then pretend they didn't do the same thing with Joe Biden? Get lost.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember all that?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. It's crazy. John, I don't think you've ever called me before, have you?
Yes. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm having a tough time hearing you right now. Speak into the phone. Oh, there you go. There you go.
I probably have called before,
All
but
right.
I don't call frequently.
Yeah.
But the other thing, when I had fish at Big Jim's, am I saying it right, Don in the Run?
Yeah, but did you like it?
Yeah. It's my son lives in Greenfield. And, so that was fish fry.
Fish fry
for
Friday.
Christmas.
You're gonna have
For Christmas. For Christmas, we get once a month. They're buying us dinner, or we eat at their house, wherever it goes.
Mm-hmm.
This month was Big Jim's.
Yeah, very nice.
I was there for his son's when he was playing Little League, and the game was after the game we went over there for pizza.
Wait a minute. Was the game at Hammer Field?
I was over there once.
Okay, all right.
I'm not sure where the field is.
Okay.
I'm from the North Hills.
I know you are. But if you were over there watching your grandson's game, I know that field over there. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. That field has lights now. That we put up lights over there. It's very nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
Well, he's like 25 now. The grandson.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you meant he was a little kid.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One other thing.
Yeah.
There's a prayer I say every once in a while. I shorten the Our Father. It goes, Father, deliver us from evil. Amen.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Did you go to church tonight?
Yes. That's why I'm calling late.
Wait a minute. Do you mind if I ask you, what church did you go to?
St. Joseph's.
St. Joseph's on the north?
Dorseyville Road.
Oh, I know St. Joe's very well. That's Father Danino, right?
Correct.
Yeah, wait a minute. So, can I tell you, I'm glad you brought this up because I was lamenting the fact that I'm working tonight. Holy Thursday. I'm so glad you brought this up. Holy Thursday was one of my absolute favorite liturgies of the year because they sing that beautiful music. And it's of course, if people don't know the significance of Holy Thursday night, it's the Last Supper, and they wash the apostles' feet. Did they wash any of the parishioners' feet there tonight?
Yes.
Did they?
Yes.
That's powerful, isn't it?
Yes. Well, they came down. I imagine. I don't know if people volunteered for that or what, but they didn't go up to the in front of the altar. It was right along the pews, and they walked down with the basin.
Wow. Will you go to Good Friday tomorrow?
Yes, probably just stations.
Will you go? But at what time? Noon?
Oh, I don't. My wife knows.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying. I have a fish fry lunch at 12:30 tomorrow on the south side. So I was looking for a church to go because our church, my parish in Greenfield, their service doesn't begin till 3:00. I'm looking to go somewhere, at 1:30, 2 o'clock, and there's got to be a Catholic church around for that, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to look up.
What to tell you?
I'm going to look up different.
Wait! I got the bulletin here.
Wait, yeah.
What am I doing this?
Tell me if
Good
Saint
Friday. Oh, service at 2 Saint Scholastica.
Oh yeah, that's in Fox Chapel. Yeah, yeah, I know.
Well, it's part of our parish.
I know it is. We have the cathedral's part of my parish too. But
yeah.
I wonder if cathedral has. I got to look at my bulletin again to see. Maybe I'll go to cathedral before I sneak into, or go to my lunch or come into work. You know what I mean? Now you'll be eating fish fry tomorrow too. What mass will you go to on Easter, or do you go on Saturday?
No, we'll probably shoot for 9 o'clock.
9 a.m.? I go to that noon one. Yeah, I like that. I'll tell you. But I'll tell you, John, was the music good tonight?
Yes, we don't have a regular choir. They put together some people, and it was nice. I got there late. I had to drop my wife off and then park the car and then come in. We didn't sit together until after communion. But there was a violin, and I imagine there were some. I've had flute ladies there before.
I like St. Joe's. I like St. Joe's in O'Hara Township. I've been there many, many times. John, listen to me. Were there a lot of people there tonight?
Oh, yes.
Were there?
Oh, yes. Well, that was the only... Well, we have, 4 churches in our parish.
Oh, that was the only... Was that the only Holy Thursday night service?
Yes, for the whole...
Well, no wonder you and your wife couldn't sit together.
Well, if we got there sooner, we just got there like 7 o'clock.
And you know that church, that parking lot's not that big.
Well, it should have. No, there was still room for cars. Look, I'm taking some. I know I was anxious when you were talking to the other guys, and I don't want to take up all the time.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You got about 40 seconds left in this segment. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
No, not at all. You finish your point.
Okay. Oh,
were you finished already?
The point. No, I didn't want to take up time, but just add those 2 points.
I got you.
Okay.
Listen, John. Hey, John. Happy Easter, okay? And
Happy Easter.
Don't worry, and I'll find a place for tomorrow. I gotta be at that 12:30 lunch, and that's okay. And then I'm gonna try to find a place at 2 o'clock. I'll just go into a church. I'll sit there by myself, and I'll be fine. But I have to be on the air here at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, John. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. All right. All right.
Thank you.
Bye. So yeah, just 4 to 6 tomorrow, because Colin will be live at the opening day stuff, and then the Buccos are on at 4. But I'll be on the air here from 4 to 6. You know who I have for a 4:30 guest? I was at the Lamont the other night for my dear friend Kevin Colbert, who was the GM of the Steelers, invited me to his table. It was at another draft talk event, and he was there with, Joey Porter Jr. was there, and he's a nice kid. I love his mother, Christy, and that whole family. And but anyway, a dear friend of mine was there by the name of Chris Wu. And Chris Wu is retired, one of the most amazing violinists ever. And he's retired from the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra. Phenomenal first violinist. I was in Rome with him when the symphony played for the Pope at the Vatican. I did a documentary on it. You may remember it, From Pittsburgh to the Vatican. It was on WQED. I think they still play it. Anyway, so I ran into Chris Wu. He's a wonderful guy. And he was telling me about his new endeavor. And he's starting an organization to do it, to play music for people in hospice care. Yeah. And I said, I knew this, the last thing people in hospice care, the last thing that goes is your hearing. And it's well known, there's research on this, that music soothes and calms down the anxiety for dying people. Hey, listen, none of us are getting out of this alive. But it was such a wonderful conversation with him about this that I'm bringing him on tomorrow at 4:35 to talk about it. I think it's a really cool thing. I really, really do. Speaking of music, Dick from Dayton is going to be my last guest coming up here. And Michael Bartley, I'll be right back.
We're only 21 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Wow, those 4 hours went fast. They always do on Thursday night. Michael Bartley with you. It's great to have you. We had really a lot of fun here tonight. My last caller, and I love ending my programs with Dick from Dayton because he's so positive and he's so good and he inspires us. Hi, buddy.
How you doing, Michael?
I'm good. How are you? I don't know if you heard me. Because I know you're a great musician, and I want to run this by you. I would just let me. Did you hear what I said before we went to commercial in the last segment
about that violin player?
Yeah, you ready? He's such a great violinist, and he played with and his really good friend is and because I was at his house and I saw this picture on his desk, and I said, "Is that James Taylor?" And he's like, "Yeah, we're friends. He's played with James Taylor." You know James. You know who James Taylor is?
Oh yeah,
I've seen fire. I've seen fire, and I've seen rain. All that, you know.
Oh yeah, that's
but anyway,
good.
Hey Dick. I said, I was talking to him, and I said, Chris, I wondered if you retired because I go to the symphony, Dick. I love the symphony. I do.
Oh yeah.
And I said, and I have not seen you in the first violinist position. You know where that is, Dick. You know what that means. So then And he's like, I retired. He said, He does it whenever he can. He goes to hospice, and whether it's someone's home or whether it's in hospice care, and he plays his violin for the person who's dying. And don't tell me that's not powerful, because you know that it is.
That's powerful. Yeah. My friend John, we lost members at the CAB. We used to play when Phil, and I think it was Susie Piper. It was just. It was sad,
I know,
right,
but you know that it's the last thing that goes is your hearing. But listen, it's you know that music, really calms them down, and and if you're in a room playing a violin or playing anything you play.
Like me, yeah.
I know. Even for the family, music brings you together. Music relieves anxiety.
Yeah, and that's where I used to like. On the days like this, my aunt would come, or Chuck would pick me up for a couple of days, and we'd go Benny and Uncle Tony, and we'd make the rounds. It was pretty good, 3 or 4 of us. You know what I mean? And we'd start the next day, but. I've been helping down here a little bit. I think I played about a week ago, but I've been helping Heather with activities down here, and we're going outside today, and it's been pretty good, buddy.
Are you going to play for the Easter weekend at all?
Yeah, I think I'll play tomorrow. Yeah, because Eddie and Mary come and get or Jed, and they have that church there, and. I think Pastor Ryan wants me to play. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be nice. Hey, Dick, since you moved, I know they moved you out of the house because, hey, we're all going to get there and we're all going to get older, and you're in assisted living or, the retirement home. What do they have planned for Easter? Will you stay there and eat, or go? What are you going to do?
Well, I'll probably go to Banff. I usually go to see my friend. They're going to have a dinner at 12, and I stay till about. Eddie and Mary picked me up about 2 o'clock, and then. They might have something here, so I'm on my way. You know what I mean?
Now, will you go to Good Friday services tomorrow too?
No, I got to take my cat tomorrow. she's been kind of sick. She's been a little ill. I have to. Heather's taking me tomorrow. She's got the crate, and she's going to pick me up.
You're allowed to have a cat at your place?
Yeah, they have a big dog down the other area.
Does that dog see your cat?
No.
What would happen?
Well, they would probably bark at each. She'd
be
chase
fighting.
her, and
they'd be fighting, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So I thought I'd check in, buddy.
I thank you so much, and I'll be here tomorrow 4 to 6, and then Saturday regular 2 to 5. So don't worry, we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff. All right.
All right. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Thanks, Dick. Yeah. So, tomorrow I get that Chris Wu. I'm looking forward to that. He's such a wonderful human being. And listen, we've all been, not all, but, when your parents go or your grandparents go and you rely on hospice care and it's toward the end. And I remember visiting folks in hospice or my parents or whatever, but I remember, and they sort of draw back from life's daily whatever, but music is sort of the last thing that a human being, and that you and I will be in the same position. None of us are getting out of this alive. Do you understand that? I know you do. Look, but music will be probably the last thing to calm us and soothe us and keep us okay until the end. Interesting, huh? Really is. It really, really is. I'll tell you right now. Yeah, so I'm going to talk to him about that. And he was telling me he's getting some of his musician friends who were with the symphony to come with him or honor a request from someone who's dying or a family of someone who's dying. I just think that's pretty interesting. I really, really do. All right, now listen. I started this program with these words. It just feels different this year. And it does. Huh? Connor Griffin. Yeah. The Buccos shelling out $140 million over several years. And the payroll's up. And all those years. Last year I went to the Bucco games. Do you know how many times I heard the chant, sell the team, sell the team, sell the team? Well, I did. And I'm sure you did too. And then if you talk to Bucco fans, it was, he refuses to put a team on the field. Well, guess what? I started this show by my man Paul Alexander. I made him stay, asked him to stay. And we had a great conversation. And this guy's putting a team on the field. So here we go. Don't you think that's cool? If you're heading to opening day, have a blast. Be careful.